Testing the audio.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our special meeting of council here for Thursday, December the 4th. We are going to be continuing on with our budget conversations. Just before we move into the agenda, I'll do the land acknowledgement, and then I have a quick question in terms of process here very quickly. In the spirit of respect, reciprocity, and truth, we honor and acknowledge the Mohkinstsis and the traditional Treaty 7 territory and oral practices of the Blackfoot Confederacy, Siksika, Kainai, Piikani, Likal, Nakota Nations, Chiniki, Bearspaw, Goodstoney, and Tsuut'ina Nation. We acknowledge that this territory is home to the Métis government of the Métis Nation with Alberta District 4. And finally, we acknowledge all nations, Indigenous and non, who live, work, and play on this land and who honor and celebrate this territory. This sacred gathering place provides us with an opportunity to engage in and demonstrate leadership on reconciliation, and we are honored to have you join us on Treaty 7 territory. With that, I just want to, first question, I have a couple questions for our CAO here before we begin the actual meeting. So first question for our CAO, this is a continuation, I guess, of the budget conversations that we have been having. Do we need to do an approval of the agenda for this morning because it's a continuation, or is there anything that we need to do legislatively at the moment since we did adjourn a meeting? Is there anything that we need to do to start off today, Mr. Edney?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Good morning, Council. Yes, you do need to approve the agenda.
Okay, so the agenda will be essentially the same as what we have done yesterday.
Yes.
Thank you. So can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good morning. I move that Council approve the December 4th, 2025 special meeting of Council agenda as presented.
Thank you. Comments, questions from Council? Call for the vote. Councillor Warzanowski, do you vote in favor?
Yes, I vote in favor.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else online yet? Nope, thank you. Thank you, that's carried unanimously. So now that we have the agenda approved, Mr. Edney, I just have a quick question with regards to process. And that question would be, throughout the day today, as my understanding from a quick conversation that we had before this meeting, we have in the neighborhood of 20 different departments that will be presenting today, looking at various items of our operating budget. Our operating budget we haven't necessarily tackled at all yet because we had looked at capital budget. So I was just wondering if you could just clarify for all of council that should a council want, council could ask to have added or eliminate from the budget any item at any time during today's meeting. Is that correct, Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Through you to Council. Yeah, that's correct. So I think there's two different approaches, and both are fine, and you can do them both really at the same time if you'd like to. So yeah, as Mayor Dean mentioned, if there's an item, something in conversation that comes up and you as a councillor are like, I really don't want to include that in the budget, whether it is capital or operating, because we are briefly discussing the public portion of capital, you can make a motion to remove that from either budget, and then council can vote on that. If there's something as you're talking through that with that manager that you think should be added to the budget that isn't in there, again, you can make a motion saying I'd like to add whatever item to the operating budget and make a motion, go ahead and do that. Otherwise, if you'd like to get through everything and sort of take a holistic approach, kind of think about it over the weekend, come back on Tuesday. Tuesday is definitely where we will want to then make some decisions on, do you want to approve the budget that was presented? Do you want to make changes to it? That kind of thing. So either one works. It's your personal preference, but yes, if you'd like to make a motion at any point to add or remove anything, you are well within your rights to do that.
And sorry, we're just dealing with an IT issue here, so you may have said this and I may have missed it, so I apologize. And that includes to whether it's operating or capital, right? You may have just said that, but that does include both sides. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, great. Thank you. And Mr. Edney, too, I guess I would also ask for your assistance during the meeting today of helping us as council this council does an incredible job of looking at the holistic view of things, but sometimes we can vary away, if you will, from what's a budget piece and what might be just more of a holistic piece. So maybe both of us could partner together today to ensure that conversations or questions that are coming from council and or administration are focused more within the budget piece, and making sure that we're staying on that, because 20 departments sounds, at least to me, I'm not sure to my colleagues on this side of the bench, 20 departments in a day sounds slightly daunting, but it is a task of council. I guess I would also say to our public, this is the most important work that we do. For myself, I follow a number of other colleagues from other municipalities and watched a number of videos from our colleagues in Calgary last night, and they went 10 days straight, not including what they did after AB Munis. But when it came to the work that we're doing, they did what we're doing right now for 10 days in a row for 10 plus hours per day. So this is the work of budget season. As we do continue to find more efficiencies in how we do this, I see some of our administration who have long term in administrative politics on the other side of the desk, smiling and hiding behind their coffee cup, smiling right now, knowing that this is the work of that happens here at council. So I guess, Mr. Edney, I will let you drive the bus, steer the ship, sail the boat, so to speak, on which order we're going in. Because I don't think we're going to be going in the order of the binder necessarily. So perhaps what we can do is, for help of the public, we do know that we have public members who are following along. I was getting live emails yesterday from residents about our budget. Staff, just so you know, we are being watched, and there were literally emails coming in while staff were talking from residents with a question. So just so you're aware, people are watching. So I guess with that, perhaps what we could do is, as each staff member comes up, could we just take a moment to make sure that all of council knows what page of the agenda we're on? Let us get to that page, and then away we go. Okay, so Mr. Edney, where are we sailing to first?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. We're going to start with IT. Mac, unfortunately, is still not feeling well, so I'd like him to be able to present his budget and then be able to get in rest. We will try to get back to sort of following through the budget as the day goes on here, or through the binder, I mean. But I'll let you know what slide to start at. We're on 59 in your agenda package.
Okay. Is everybody good? Everybody's good? Nodding. Great. Okay. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you for changing the schedule today for me, because I'm just not feeling well. It's much appreciated. I am Mac Langen, the manager of IT here for the City of Chestermere, here to present our budget overview for 2026, the upcoming year. So just a brief overview of IT. So we look over all of the city's technology infrastructure, as well as we look over all of our cybersecurity systems here. In addition, we provide technical support to all the different departments to ensure operational efficiency, and we support digital transformation and modernization goals through smart technology and, working with what we have to advance things along. So I'll just move along here to our operating budget. So the operating budget, our revenues don't really have much to do with the IT department per se. It's just the user fees and charges distributed from the utility charges. They get sort of attributed to my department, that you see at the top there. The personnel expense has, just gone up in relation to the union and everything, and the stated increases with the union. Our business and training expenses have been slightly reduced due to optimizing our internet service provider contracts. I've been working throughout the year to really reduce and optimize our contracts so that we're not wasting any any money with that. So I was able to realize some savings there. In addition, our rental and leases line has also gone down because I was able to optimize our printer fleet and lease. We were able to realize significant savings due to that. And then, of course, our contracted and general services has gone up slightly just to accommodate the additional software that was added over the year, including our ERP system, the infrastructure management system, an upgraded council system, as well as a recruitment software that were all added over the year. And that's what the increase to the contracted and general services line. That does include the software and permitting GL as well. In addition, our supplies and materials have gone down very slightly just to accommodate that optimization in the printer lease as well. So we're saving a little bit more money on the supplies and materials. Perfect. I'll move on to our capital budget. So the first line here is just our 10-year hardware and cybersecurity tool refresh. So every 10 years, the equipment is unfortunately lived through its functional life cycle and is no longer getting supported from the vendors. It's very standard that this is a replacement that occurs every 10 years, and we're due for that this year. Additionally, the next project is our asset digitization project, which is an ongoing project. This would be to extend the scope, and this would accommodate all of our automations and process improvements internally that would be related to the system. Next, we have our first arriving application. This is for the fire hall, and this is a communication platform that allows them to share details between shifts and between sites. The hardware upgrades budget is this is going to be a constant line item in every capital budget. It's just to accommodate for end user hardware end of life replacements. So as people's computers reach end of life, as cell phones reach end of life, and various other hardware around the city, we like to have a little bit of budget available just to replace them as needed. And then finally, we have our private 5G proof of concept. So this proof of concept would be to connect two critical city sites, being City Hall and the Fire Hall, as well as to reserve a 5 gigahertz spectrum bandwidth with the CRTC for future use. And that does pretty much encapsulate my whole budget. Just some comments here. So the software licensing increase, that just accounts, as I said, for the new financial systems, the new infrastructure management, and a couple other digital tools that were added over the year. I'm proud to say that we did have some operational savings achieved through optimization of the phone systems, contracts, printer leases, and trying to offset rising technology costs in other ways. And of course, we've been constantly strengthening our cybersecurity posture through ongoing investments, as well as the time that we invest into configuring our systems properly.
Thank you. I have a couple screens lighting up here. So starting Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Mr. Edney and on to the presenters. My comments through the chair. Thank you for the presentation. I always appreciate that you go out of your way to look for savings and highlight that before you ask for a lot of money.
Yeah, I'm going to keep trying to save more money.
No, I think I'm just teasing. I think that's wonderful. I wanted to touch on the proof of concept a little bit. This is another one of those examples where if the proof of concept was proved, then it would be an ask for a different level of service, bringing something out. So I'm hoping you can talk a little bit about what the potential of that. So what are you trying to prove? Because you didn't touch on that, but I saw that in your reports. And then the piece that I want to understand with that as well is this is connecting City Hall and the Fire Hall. So is that necessary regardless of whether or not council, the city, is interested in the proof of concept? Is that piece necessary either way? And is that the full amount that's being requested here? Does that make sense?
I believe so, yeah. So I'll try and answer your questions here. So so the proof of concept, So currently we rent our connection from an internet service provider. So we have a coaxial cable connecting this fire hall and city hall, essentially running under the lake. Now there's bandwidth restrictions, as well as we're sort of at the mercy of the internet service provider if they choose to raise their prices, or if anything happens with that contract moving forwards. So this proof of concept would really be to establish ownership over that infrastructure and connect the two sites, which would realize savings for the city in to the tune of about $1,500 per month to start with. But then that would roll into much other savings, like what we pay for mobility charges, and it would allow for if this proof of concept works, we would be able to expand it to potentially the whole geographical area of Chestermere. And this would be able to accommodate rapid expansion, addition of multiple sites, addition of any connectivity we would need for any devices, but not limited to being able to provide connectivity to businesses, residents, or potentially community groups. The sky's kind of the limit with the connectivity we can offer if this proof of concept is a success. At the very minimum, we'd be realizing the savings of that infrastructure, but at the maximum, we'd be able to potentially operate as a competitive service provider for internet connectivity in the city.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. A follow-up to that. Thank you. That makes sense. So visionary idea, opportunity, proof of concept, but at its core, we're trying to realize some savings for connectivity between the two buildings. And I think that's important because that second piece, that's a larger debate item.
Yeah.
It's maybe an easier debate item to talk about saving some money and
100%.
connecting to city buildings. So thank you.
Councillor Schindler.
Just 1 second. I have, I think only 2 questions, but my first question has to do with contracted and general services. That's a fairly large item in your budget. Could any of those contracted or general services be done in-house if we had resources?
So the line item there for contracted and general services is actually mostly taken up by our licenses and permits GL.
Okay.
And everything is accounted for down to the penny.
Okay.
Most of those aren't really, it's mostly just licensing.
Okay.
So it's not really stuff that we'd be able to do.
Not a body that you need to bring in somebody to work on something.
No, it's a bit of, that GL is 99% licensing.
Okay. Yeah. And then I just wanted to quickly clarify about. Sorry, I had it written down and now I can't remember what it was. The TV. First arriving applications and TVs. Mm-hmm. So that is the. It'll go directly in our fire hall right now with. It's a new screen with that connectivity to the program that they use, or is it a new program?
It's a new program that will integrate their existing program. So this allows so they've got 4 shifts running, and so they're sort of facing problems with communicating between the shifts so that they're all sort of using the same information.
I've seen a screen that they have there. Is that the same thing, or is that a different thing?
So that's what we would be integrating into this. So that's their fire station software, and so that's what we'd be integrating to use for this communication platform.
And so then so that if I can follow up on that, is there a potential to expand that software to our CPOs and RCMP so that they can see where there's emergencies and things happening in the city?
Potentially, that we haven't looked into that yet, but
Or
we certainly can. Yeah.
Just out of curiosity.
We just haven't looked into it in that
Thank you.
respect yet, but I'm sure we can extend the functionality to the CPOs. Yeah.
I believe too, though, that Mr. Fluker, I think, would be better to speak to that. But they're also on different systems.
They are on,
and they respond to calls differently, and the dispatch, the way dispatch rolls out those calls to them, it's all completely different. Like when even the call selection, the way that rolls out is very, very different. So I think that there could be some complications with that, just with regards to how those calls roll out. Quick question on with old old technology. By old technology, it's probably 2 years old. But with old technology, say a cell phone. So cell phone reaches end of life because it's 2 years old. What do we do with those? Do we have some sort of a buyback, sellback program? I know we don't make a lot from that, but I'm just curious what happens with cell phones in particular.
Yeah, so they get put into a pool and offered to staff for they can decide to purchase them at the end of their life, and all of the money goes to Gifts of Kindness.
Oh, yeah. Awesome.
We've been doing that for about 2 years now.
That's awesome. I didn't know that.
Yeah, so any of the old, and whenever anything reaches end of life, we usually offer it to staff. If it's still, we've had some stuff that's just broken, but
That's
if it's still usable, we'll offer it to staff, and then we have a pool and we donate to Gifts of Kindness with all that money.
That's awesome. We should promote that.
Yeah, I try not to promote it too
That's
much.
a great
just
program.
'cause
Second thing, or maybe the mayor should just be more aware. And second question I have then is with older computers, screens, and things like that. I'm just wondering if there's ever opportunity for us to be able to support some of our not-for-profit groups and things like that, because it might be old for us, but still a significant upgrade for them. So I'm wondering if those are opportunities that we've explored.
100%. I'm absolutely willing to offer it to them for sure. Anything that's still good, we don't really throw out. I have it in the storage room.
Fair.
I try and get an inventory once a year, usually around this time. And then in January, we'll usually do a recycling run, and then we'll set everything out. The one problem I run into is there's often not enough for everybody. And so I don't like to, it's a bit of a balancing act offering them to people. It's sort of a first come, first serve thing, just because.
No, that's how it should be.
Yeah.
No, I don't. I think that's how it works. There's lots of programs that work like that. Like there is it's a green source, it'll come to me, program where not-for-profits can apply. It's when an office building closes, and then there's all the furniture and things like that. And there's opportunity for not-for-profits to apply. And same thing, it's first come, first serve. And I know that many of our not-for-profits here in our community have benefited from that, including Synergy has benefited from that in the past. And so I'm just wondering if that is something that we're able to do as some of our, again, it might be come to end of life for us, but still could be an upgrade for another organization.
Would you like us to start giving community groups first right of refusal to our used gear before we offer it to staff? Or?
I would love that. Okay. I think it would be a great, if there's a way that, if there's a way that through our CAO, through IT and through our CSS program for IT and CSS to talk, and if there's a way for that conversation to happen between now and January 10th, 7th, between now and January 7th, because that's when we have our next meeting with the not-for-profit committee. If there's a way to even have some of that, we meet every month, so it could be February then, but just so happens that our next meeting is on January 7th. So while it's top of mind, if that's something that we could look at, that'd be great.
For sure. I think it's a great idea.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning, everyone. Through you to you. I have a question, Mac, for the leasing and renting. Even though we are saving money, it's showing, is the previously when we own something is us, then we don't have to spend every year money. But on a leasing and renting, obviously, is every year expense. So first 103,000 and now it's a 75. So when we have our own and now we start leasing, can you a little bit explain? I'm a bit confused on those numbers, like why we start leasing and accepting our own those items and stuff, so then we don't have every year expense.
Sure. Yeah. So this is mostly just the printer leases. So this accommodates all the printers at all of our sites, as well as our scanning and the packing, the mail packing and delivery. I forget what it's called. Sorry, it's behind in the finance desk there. That's what they use to sort and pack all the utility bills and tax bills. So that's the other lease that we have. But all of these systems are usually quite expensive to buy outright. In addition, they often are out of date, usually by the end of the lease term. So the previous fleet of printers that we just got rid of was like in rough shape already after 5 years. They, with how much they're being used and how many problems printers tend to have, we usually, go with this type of setup so that we get proper support and that we can have a modern solution, continue with a modern solution as we move on. If we were to buy a fleet of printers, it would be very expensive, and then we would be stuck with those printers as technology advanced. We would just end up with really old printers that may or may not work. The printers are very temperamental and finicky, even from an IT perspective, and so having that support contract in place is really valuable.
Okay, thank you. And the other one is a business and training. There is expense. So what kind of training and can you a little bit explain on those items as well?
Sure. Yeah. So this is mostly just our internet and phone charges. That's the vast majority of this GL item. But the training expense, every member in the IT department participates in an online training. It's like an online university. It's called Stormwinds. And we pursue all of our certifications and, extra knowledge through that. We try and go through it every day, but we have our own learning paths and certification paths all scoped out in Stormwinds.
Thank you. Final opportunity for any final questions for Mac, and then I have a question for council. Seeing none. Council, are there any items on here that you would like to either vote on right now or highlight as a question that you have either from a philosophical standpoint or just a general concept standpoint that you wanted to speak to? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have two actually. I haven't made final conclusion. One is the first arriving application and a TV. The other one is a private 5G proof of concept. So that's the two is still for me is questionable.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I would say from a I guess what I would want to hear from administration, whether Mac through you, although this is fire, so that may not be you, so I don't want to put you on the spot for something that's not necessarily yours, so this may have to go back to Mr. Edney or possibly Mr. Fluker about the idea of investing in things that are really for the new fire hall before knowing when the new fire hall is coming. So I'm just wondering if there's anything to that you... I think Mac wants to take this. Mac's stepping up for the fire. I like this. I'm excited right now.
I'll take the heat on this. Kent did ask me to take out the stuff related to the fire hall out of my budget, and this was just kind of a bit of a gray zone in my mind at the time, which is very clearly a strictly fire hall thing now. But I left it on there because I felt it was a bit of a gray area at the time, and so it should have been included with the overall fire hall budget, but.
Sorry, you had me, then you lost me. So,
or it should have been kept in Cody's sort of,
as opposed to yours.
Well, for him to present and explain, so it was.
Yes. I understand.
Yes.
Thank you.
Kent asked me to do that, and at the time it was a bit of a gray area, and now it's very clearly not a gray area. So my apologies. Yeah.
Gotcha. So I colored in the square for you, is what you're saying.
Yeah. A little.
Okay. Do we have then another presentation coming from Fire as part of this process today, Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Yes, Chief Zebedee will be back later today to do his operating budget, so we can maybe reserve the question about the first arriving to Cody when it goes. It's one of those things as we went through the process, there's projects that are related to a different department that IT, though, is ultimately responsible for implementing. We tried to catch them all and move them to the respective departments, but this is one we just happened to miss, so.
Okay, no, that's
leave
fair.
it for the afternoon.
Okay, thank you. Any other kind of specific questions like that from council with regards to either the capital and or operating budget for IT? That's it. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, which port are we going to next, Mr. Edney? Mr. Edney.
We will call up Ruby.
Awesome. Page 42. Awesome. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. So my name is Ruby Brar, Manager of Community Support Services. Just a quick overview of our department. We promote resident well-being through social programs and planning, grants, and partnerships. Our mandate, we meet community needs by supporting basic needs, fostering social inclusion, providing education and employment supports or referrals, and collaborating with a lot of nonprofits. So we work with vulnerable individuals, adults, seniors, youth, and children. So the way we're kind of structured, we have 3 divisions. One is community wellness services, one is community social development, and the last one is parent and caregiver support services. We're funded through family and community support services through the province, the Family Resource Network through the province, and city contributions. We also have a United Way partnership that contributes to our city grants program. So essentially, we balance multiple priorities from multiple mandates, including provincial, partner, and municipal ones. We try weaving them all to ensure every program or contact we're making is embedded in evidence-based practice and priorities. Just to quickly go over impact in 2025, we're projecting over 10,000 community engagements by end of the year. So that's a 31% increase compared to the annual average from 2020 to 2024 for our department. We delivered Wellness Wednesdays this year. So that was a 6-week family program with almost 500 participants and 19 community partners. We've supported 26 projects to the city grants streams, and we've filed 98 tax returns for vulnerable residents through our Community Volunteer Income Tax Program. We've had 20 Gifts of Kindness cases supporting families in crisis, and we've worked with more than 70 different local and regional partners in 2025. Next slide, please. So this first budget account, it's community and people. So this is primarily our municipal account. So if you look into the revenue section, the 410 there is outlined based on our Community Volunteer Income Tax Program. So that amount, it's changed how much the province provides us. It's based on how many returns we've done, where historically it was a lot more. So it's 410 based on the returns, and then the contribution, gifts, or donations. So we've moved our United Way funding from a different account into this account. That's why there's that difference there. And then under expenses, so the biggest expense you'll see is attributed to the Rocky View bus fee, which is under contracted goods and contracted and general services. So almost all of that is from them. We use them quite a bit as a department, but it is this portfolio is managed by finance. It's just put under our account because it's a community service. Personnel expense is a little different because we've reallocated where people are being paid from a little bit. Some of it is due to union agreement, and a different part of it is due to scope of job, and just kind of maintaining the same service level depending on where we're reporting. Business and training is essentially the same. It's primarily just subscriptions that have changed. So the biggest thing is we pay for our social workers ACSW fees, our municipal fees to FCSS, and our ICSFP fees. Other than that, our grants is also a little higher. Again, so we have 43,000 coming in from United Way, so that same 43,000 is being expelled out. We also, even though we had 180,000 put in for 2025 for community grants, council did approve an additional 28,000 in January of this year. So to kind of do the same, essentially, we upped it to 200,000 just to kind of follow the same pattern. Next slide. Oh, sorry. And the last piece is the under rentals and leases. The 48,000 reflects the new space. If we are able to get that built out, the rental for the year would cost approximately 48,000. Okay, so this next account is for family and community support services. So we just had our 3-year agreement get renewed for the next 3 years. So the expenses equate to 610,000, which is the exact amount that's allocated. So stable provincial FCSS funding continues. Efficiencies we're achieving just through staffing and rent corrections. Grants have also been increased by 18,000 through this account. And general expenses there are just program supplies that are used for things like block parties, art supplies, stuff like that. Focus really remains on maintaining direct support with no service reductions. And then the mandate includes social prevention programs that focuses on provincial prevention priorities. So 2026 priorities for this, just expanding outreach and social planning initiatives, really capacity building for interagency. And we're looking into doing things called community block parties. So we're noticing a reduction in the amount of people that are requesting block parties. So we're trying to reach out to those new communities, and hosting it ourselves to kind of get people more familiar with their neighbors. And we are also bringing back the job fair. So we weren't able to host it this year just because Chamber of Commerce was unable to support us for this year, but they will be participating next year. So we're bringing that back. And we are reviewing multi-year grants as well as part of our granting process. Next slide, please. So this GL account is for parent and caregiver support services. So this is entirely funded through Family Resource Network. So the reason the expenses are a little higher than the revenue is because we did have a bit of a surplus from year 5 to year 6 of our fiscal year. Our year 6 is ending April of next year, but as per an email I got from the province, it is getting extended to June 2026, and then they will be sending out a contract. So parent and caregiver support services include programs like Movin' and Groovin', Come Play With Me, Tiny Talk, Little Explorers, really focused on family programs, parenting, capacity building programs, stuff like that. So their general expenses, again, outlined are program supplies and rental spaces for programs. Increase in business and training for mandated programs. So every few years, we like to have our staff really up to date with some of the new science and some of the new studies that come out about parenting. So things like Triple P, circles of security, stuff like that. Our primary domain, as outlined in our Schedule A agreement, is parent and caregiver capacity, and our secondary one is social connections and support. So for 2026, we're really just focusing on expanding our early child education coalition and kindergarten readiness programs. And again, adding postpartum support groups, looking for ways to integrate different individuals or different nonprofits to be part of that, and kind of getting away from that stigma that comes with postpartum. Next slide, please. And lastly, this is our Gifts of Kindness budget account. So essentially, the way it's outlined in 2026, our contributions is $25,000. That's like a projected amount that we're assuming we will get in donations. And then the supplies and materials is how much we're projecting will go out. So the difference that you see under operating grants, again, we had our United Way fund in this. In my professional opinion, it would make more sense to have it in the municipal account. So we moved it out for a cleaner and more easier way to report. And the $100,000 that you see in 2025 was just a final budget adjustment, from finance. It did not affect how we were, any of our expenses or anything. We didn't touch that. Next slide, please. So essentially, what's new and changing? Our core funding is essentially stable. Pressures really include increases in community need, both residents and organizations. And we have received some efficiencies through rent corrections and just facilitator fees. A lot of organizations are able to have representatives come and do programming for free. So that's been really helpful for us in 2025. And we hope to continue a lot of those relationships for 2026. And that is it.
Okay, great. Thank you. Just before going to questions, Councillor Grant is wanting to call in, but he's having issues. So I'm going to suggest we take a quick 10-minute break and come back at 9:55 just so that we can get Councillor Grant sorted out. Thank you. Good morning again, everyone. Just coming back from our break. IT is continuing to work with Councillor Grant to see if we can get him sorted out for online here. So lots of conversations going on in the background. So Legislative Services, just so you know, you may suddenly see him pop up on the screen over there. The dinosaur over here has no idea how that works as to what you're going to see over there. But somewhere between the internet world that apparently is going to happen soonish. So with that though, we don't want to hold up the rest of the meeting as we know that we have this is department of 2 of at least 20 that we're hearing from today. So with that, turn into council for any questions that you may have of Ms. Brar from her presentation. Councillor Sample.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through the chair. Thank you for the presentation. You have such a large portfolio here and a lot of different funding sources, and so it's always interesting to see what you're putting together. I have a broad question around resource allocation, so specifically FCSS and FRN, and how are you assessing the allocation of resources to make sure it's the most efficient, effective, doing the most work in the community, because FCSS in particular has several different models that we could apply. So how are you assessing the effectiveness of this resource allocation?
Through the mayor to Councillor Sandbo, thank you for the question. That's a great question, actually, and I know it's one of the interesting things about the department. So the FRN functions a little differently. They kind of tell us where we're allocating money. So there's a certain amount in the total amount that they give us that we can put towards staffing. There's a certain amount for training, certain amount for supplies, food, whatever it is. So we, as a department, I like to do strategic planning. I'm very keen on being prepared for the upcoming year. So what we like to do is we go through every single individual in that subdivision. We go through their capacity. We assign them as leads to different programs. We look at deficiencies in the year by reading and going through surveys. We look at the different mandates we have. So even if it's an FRN program, we still like to align it with council priorities as well. So we'll go through that and ensure that we're using the resources correctly and efficiently. For FCSS, instead, it's a little bit more broad. So our contract says that we do direct and indirect services. And so what that means is that we give some of the money out for grants and some of the money we utilize ourselves. It's more open-ended as to how we're doing that, how many staff we want, where the resources are going. So again, the same thing, we do the strategic planning internally. We go through all of our different priorities. We see what programs worked really well, which ones didn't, and how we can pivot a little bit to ensure the year after that we're being the most efficient and utilizing the most partners as well.
Thank you. I have a couple questions just with regards to tracking. So we talk about 500 participants over the number of weeks that the program ran for. Do we track, though, how many of those were participants in terms of people that came to actually participate in the event and the separation of how many of them were vendors? Is that broken down, and is that able to be demonstrated to council as to, of the 500, they were truly 500 individuals who showed up to participate in programming? Of that 500, it is different than I was a vendor offering a service.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, for that question. Yes, so it's separated out. So we have 19 partnered agencies. So we don't even count how many people from each organization come, just the amount of agencies that participated. And then we do have a staff member with a clicker counting how many individuals are coming to walk in for the program as well.
Okay, thank you. Legislative Services just lit up.
Councillor Warzanowski would like to speak.
Thank you. Councillor Warzanowski.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me?
Yep.
Thank you. I have a general question through the mayor, our CAO, and to you, Ruby. This is going to apply to, I think, all the departments. You mentioned something that caught my attention, that you're asking for core funding, which I think is very easy for us to understand. However, I'd like to better understand, not only for your budget, but all budgets, what would be different than what you'd be asking for that is over and above the core. I know that's a very generic question, but there are things here that we've not seen before, and I'd like to understand that, because they could either be a change to service or end of life or any of those things. So that's something that I'd like to better understand before we approve the budget on Tuesday. Is what's the core and what's new?
Through the mayor to Councillor Wozinowski, thank you for the question. So essentially, 3 of the GL accounts are virtually the same or kind of unrelated to actual municipal dollars. So that community and people budget specifically, the thing I would say is the biggest change is that contracted and general services. So that's just that Rocky View bus contract that we have. The bulk of the change, I believe, is from that. And then, as I had alluded to earlier, the personnel expense for that is just reallocation. So essentially, other than what the union had posed for increases in staffing amount, that's nothing else has really changed. And then business and training just slightly due to other subscriptions that we have based on how many RSWs we have in the department. And then the last one was that rental and leases piece, which is related to that new space.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Kent Ruby. I have a question for the first slide at the number. Is personal expense. Can you little bit elaborate on that? Because that is gone by quite a bit up a number for the personal expenses. What kind of personal expense wise 100 is go over by 108,504?
Yeah, through the mayor to Councillor Randhawa, thank you for the question. So essentially, if you look at some of the other budget accounts as well, the staffing or personnel is way higher than what it should be. So to ensure that we are accurate to the dollar, I had shifted some of the salary allocation. So essentially, it's not new staff. It's just what account they're getting paid out of, essentially. So it's the same amount of staff. The only actual increase would be related to the union increase for 2026.
So the union increase is more than 100,000. That's what it is.
Mr. Reddy.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. So if you can scroll through the slides with me there, Josh or Ruby, if you look at the community and people budget, it's gone up by just over 100,000. But what Ruby's talking about is if you go down to this community support budget, right, that's gone down by 115,000. That's the change, right? It's an allocation just between which group is getting that person is allocated under.
Oh.
It's not an increase of 100 and a decrease of 100. It's moving someone from this part of the budget to the other part of the budget. Because the union increases are, I think, 2.5% under the union agreement. So, yeah.
Okay. And my second question is for the Rocky View bus services, the contract in the general service, that is went up quite a bit. So, way over. Can you little bit explain about that? Because that's quite high to me.
Okay. Through the mayor to Councillor Randhawa. Yeah, great question. So essentially last year, again, the previous finance manager had provided that number. This year I had done the calculation based on what Rocky View bus had provided to me. And it's basically inflated rate multiplied by the amount of people that live in the city. So I think last year maybe it was more of a conservative number than what it should have looked like. This year I kind of did it based on the numbers that they had provided me.
Do you have any number, like how many people are using Rocky View bus services?
That's a great question. So we are actually internally looking at this contract and Rocky View buses usability in the community quite a bit. We're working with CGI and finance as well. So just to kind of determine that through my portfolio, how many people I know that are using it. I think a significant portion of our clients do use it, especially because it's more of a specialized service. It's not like we come to these different stops every single day for a number of days, whatever it is. It's more so if someone has some sort of disability or some sort of other issue and they need to get from point A to point B. We use them and we have a kind of a personal agreement with them as well that they charge only 50% of their normal rate to our community access program members.
Okay, and my another question is from the parents caregiver budget slide. That is the rental and lease. So in 2025 there was a 0, and what portion we are using for rent and lease for that amount? What exactly is that?
Yep. So last year, again, we were asked to put all of those numbers together under supplies and materials. So this year, again, for transparency, for better reporting purposes, I had separated it out. So these numbers are actually predetermined by the province as well. Whether or not they get GL'd differently is fine as long as we're using it for that purpose. So the amount that you see outlined for rental and leases is okayed by the province under our Schedule C with them.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. So if I'm understanding the way these slides are set up, parent and caregiver budget, that's FRN, that's under contract. We're approving it, but we're not really approving it. It's under contract. Community sport budget, that's FCSS, that's under contract. Is there anything that could be changed within that budget, or that's under contract?
Through the mayor to Councillor Sandville, definitely open to suggestions, especially if service level, there's suggestions about service level, where to put more of our allocation towards. I think for the most part, personnel would stay the same. It's just really about those other pieces. But a lot of those programs, they would have to be social prevention programs and following the mandate of the province.
Of FCSS.
Of FCSS, yes.
Understood. Okay. So possibly some wiggle room in there, but it's really the community and people budget that would have a little bit of maybe debate among council or that kind of thing. So I wanted to ask a couple of questions about the rental and leases, that $48,000 for the new space, and that would be rental and leases. I noticed that you're not presenting the capital request for that, but I'm assuming that will come at some point from someone, facilities or something. But that would be the space that was approved in last year's budget, and we've had presentations about how that price increased and all those things, so why that didn't happen. So I'm wondering if you wouldn't mind talking about that space a little bit. I am specifically focused on the curiosity of what that space could be made, or how that space could be made available to nonprofits. That's specifically what I'd like to hear about, if you wouldn't mind talking about that.
Through the mayor to Councillor Sandbo, great question. So essentially, last that we've kind of chatted internally, there would be space for nonprofits, not to be housed necessarily, but to utilize the space, whether that's program space, or meeting with clients privately. And then the other bit of the space, or the other half, would be for community services staff to kind of just be housed permanently. The size, I will defer to CAO Edney if he has more of an update on it. I honestly not privy to those pieces.
Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. So I'll just hit on this question first. It will be coming up later when we talk about the facilities capital budget, because while it's for the CSS department, it's a project that's led by that group, I guess. So they'll talk. It's probably best for Ruby, like she did, to talk about the use of the space. They can talk about why there's another request in this year's budget. But essentially, the budget we had last year is less than half of what we need to develop that space, according to the RFP process we went through. So there is a request to either increase that budget or cancel this year's budget for it and do something different.
But to Councillor Sambo's point, though, council should certainly keep both in mind, because if the space gets approved, there's a rental fee that comes along with it. If the space doesn't get approved and or is changed and or a new idea is presented, then this number is also impacted. So the two are directly tied to each other.
Yeah, we probably should have had that in here. It was kind of a last minute addition, so I'll take responsibility for that. But that item probably should have been in here to correlate the two.
Great.
In this department, I mean, sorry.
Yeah. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. Ms. Brar, I have a bigger question for you, I guess. I'm pretty focused on trying to find some space for nonprofits and community groups in town because the need is imminent. We can't wait until a new building gets built. We can't do that kind of thing. So I'm just wondering, with all you know about the kinds of programs that are needed, demanded, effective in Chestermere, both in your departments and among the nonprofits and community groups, is there anything else you considered that, if it was a wish list item, would go into the budget, we could deliberate something that could maybe help address this issue that maybe we haven't thought of? And if the answer is no, that's fine. I just want to give you an opportunity to maybe throw out an idea that we haven't considered, because we have quite a few constraints on what we can do, and it's a big problem.
I really appreciate the sentiment. I wholeheartedly agree. I think a lot of our nonprofits, unfortunately, don't have that consistent space that they need. Even us as a department, we're lucky to be housed here. We use chambers when we can, but that lack of even program space is difficult. I wouldn't say I have anything less than a crazy idea. It would be great to have a space with a building that would be close to a rec center, and that's just a very far-fetched idea on my end. I know there's 1,000 things you have to do before, but for now, hoping with changes in the rec center and all that stuff, maybe there's something that we could figure out as a collective together. And I know the nonprofit committee is also really determined in coming up with a solution collectively as well. So hoping to have that conversation in January.
Yeah, I think that this is obviously a big push from all of us on council. We had approved in our MDP looking at not-for-profit hub. This is a part of our municipal development plan that we approved back in September, with all of our council coming back post-election. I think that priority remains. I could also see it continuing to be a part of our strategic plan. I definitely think as we look at budget moving forward, that this is a priority for all of us to figure out what we're going to be able to do as a city to support that work that's happening going forward. So whether it's just $48,000 that we're looking at for rental, or the $200,000 that have been approved previously, with some possibility of some additions moving forward, I absolutely do think this is something, as administration is looking going into Tuesday, that this is something certainly that I think is going to be a continuing topic of conversation. Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Just touching on this project a little bit, Director Fluker's been working over the past couple of days. I think we might have a potential solution for this problem, not just for the CSS department, but for the not-for-profits. A lot will depend on our forward working relationship with the CRCA and the ability to use the lands over there, but I think that's something we can talk about hopefully in a little bit more on Tuesday when we have some more detailed information of what that project might look like. The other thing I wanted to circle back to quickly is I do believe we have Rocky View Handy Bus coming to present to council in January. I think it would be a great opportunity for council to look at that program and just evaluate, I guess, the value to the people it serves and that kind of thing. So hopefully they'll have a nice presentation. We can maybe circle back on that and make sure they hit on some of the things that Councilor Randhawa was asking for.
Great, but great that that's coming. Yay. We have to approve a budget before January. So what's the interplay then between them coming with a presentation and us looking at a budget where there's a budget implication in regards to the Rocky View bus? Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Good question. You're not approving the budget. You're approving the interim budget. So whatever you do in here, you can change when it comes to final budget. So there is always an opportunity. If there's something in here that you're not even a little bit certain of, you can approve it. Really, it's hard to explain. It's sort of like a government shutdown. If you don't approve an interim budget, nobody comes to work January 1st and we're shut down. When you approve this, it's really to get us through that first 3 months when then the final budget comes with assessments and all that kind of stuff. So you can approve it and change it. That's why we don't run out in January or February and pay full year of stuff as far as grants and things like that go, and why we do it on a smaller basis. So does that make sense?
Yep. So we could essentially look at what 6 months of Rocky View's not school bus.
Handy bus.
Sorry?
Yeah.
What would cost us, and then adjust that number accordingly.
You could.
Okay.
The challenge, I think, Rocky View Handy Bus is a little bit different. I don't know the contract terms, Ruby. Like, do we have to pay them the full amount? Like, does that make sense?
So it technically I'm not handling the contract myself. From my understanding, no, we don't have to pay the full amount. I think it really depends on us as well. I don't know if Sach wants to jump in as well.
Through the chair, to CEO Edney, we're looking into some terms and conditions of what the contract says. I think would like to sort of complete our research before we're able to provide information to council on whether or not or what kind of contract do we really have with them.
Sure. At its base, though, it sounds to me like we already have some form of an on-demand bus system in Chestermere. At its simplest. That's what it sounds like to me. Would that be understating or?
Through the chair to Mayor Dean, yes, you're correct. It comes with some certain limitations that, again, we're trying to evaluate as to how much of it is actually on demand. So we're working on it. We're doing our research. We're trying to get some facts and numbers sorted out.
Okay.
Hopefully, we'll have better information in short order.
Thank you. And I apologize. There's so many numbers and so many line items, and again, 18 more departments coming after you. Which line item again is specifically the Rocky View Handy Bus? Like which category?
It's under contracted and general services.
For community and people?
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. Any, Mr. Edney?
This is just a bit of good news through you to council. When I said 20 departments, Ruby just covered 3 of them. So, good job, Ruby.
You're welcome.
So, are all your managers going to be this efficient?
If they have 3 departments, yes.
I want to know who's next because no pressure. Okay, so, sorry. Any other questions from council with regards to any of the presentations here? Or this presentation, sorry. Okay, I guess the one follow-up question I would have is a theoretical question, which I'm totally going to put you on the spot, and you can be mad at me for it later. And feel free to dodge and run away. If council was to look at, if council and administration was to collaboratively work together on finding ways that we are implementing and rolling out both our FCSS and our United Way programming, and we were to take a step back. So Councillor Sambo hinted at the fact that we know that there are different models across the province. If we were to take a step back and collaboratively take a look at that, do you have an idea on how long that would take from a time of like we're starting this conversation to an implementation of a new thing? Because I will help answer the question for you first, because my impression of it would be that would be at least a minimum of a year project. Well, of a lot of conversations in between. This is not we have this conversation this month, figure it out, and interim budget aside, figure it out by June of 2026. This to me is a much larger conversation. But if we were to look at models and things like that, utilization of funds, third party offering of programming, internal offering of programming, taking on more, giving away some, all because that's all part of that conversation. From your expertise as the manager of this department, do you have an idea, my question even makes sense, as to how long a process like that could take our city?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, at least a year. I think there would have to have been a lot of consultation with the province as well, because we have just signed a 3-year agreement that says we will be doing direct and indirect programming. Again, like I was alluding to earlier, how we use those funds and how we divvy up indirect versus direct is up to us. But looking at what would make the most sense for the community, I'm always open to that discussion. Especially for efficiencies. I do believe over the last year, I feel like we were more of a rebuilding phase last year, and I think this year we're really building up. So I think that shows with even just our numbers increasing significantly. But looking at ways to improve, always open to it, and I think that would be a large and lengthy discussion.
Yeah, and it's certainly not a criticism at all. It's more of it's that philosophical conversation, right? Of how much does government deliver and how much does government fund, right? And I think and I do see that, because I think that there's a part of our council, someone named the mayor, that loves to be able to move on things quickly, while recognizing that if you move too quickly, that you can really mess it up, right? And I think that we've seen demonstrations of that at all levels of government across our country. So I guess I want to be cautious in that, but I also want to make sure that in having those conversations, that it's a collaborative conversation with administration, while at the same time, like, really taking a step back and philosophically looking at, because we're not the same community we were 10 years ago. We're not the same community we were 5 years ago. And so I do wonder if at some point we should be, and the way that this is related to budget is, this directly impacts what goes into these GLs and where they go and how we utilize that funding. Right? Because even if we look at how much of a funding we get from the province, and how much do we spend internally, how much do we spend externally, and is there a conversation that we should be having about that? And also, what should we be doing in our budget? Because you've outlined in here that a lot of the funding that we do right now for our CSS department is provincial funding. Would that fair?
Yes.
Yeah. So we, the city, essentially don't. Do you have a percentage of like what is provincial to us and what we utilize, as opposed to what the city of Chestermere has in its budget?
I would say a little under $1 million is provincial funding.
Okay.
And I think honestly, just the personnel expense other than that. So this GL account,
Yeah.
other than that Rocky View bus piece, is utilized.
City.
Yeah, is city.
Is our budget.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Yeah, I think there's great opportunity for conversations about that moving forward. I just want to set even a realistic expectation for our community that to do any of those conversations, we're looking at a year.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Awesome.
Can I also add, just philosophically,
I threw a rather large question at you. You can add whatever you want. So.
Fair enough. I do believe as the city grows, you kind of let go of those reins for direct programming, and you do move into more of that capacity building and pushing things out. For example, the Easter egg hunt we are in talks with the local organization who's going to be taking it on now. So that's awesome. And we love seeing that, working collaboratively. I think, again, what I was saying before about rebuilding and now building up really is those relationships. They will take you very far in this community, and we have a very, very strong group of nonprofits and leaders. So we want to build them up as much as we can and support them from the sidelines, because I do feel like eventually that's what a city is supposed to do. It's supposed to help build up their residents and their community. So I don't think what you were saying is far-fetched. I think it's just the timeline that we have to figure out.
That's right.
And internally, what does that look like? So
Absolutely.
I appreciate it.
Okay. Great. Thank you. Any other kind of questions with regards to this particular presentation and the 3 departments that all went at once? Awesome. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. Which port we going to next?
So 3 is done, huh?
Oh, sorry. Mr. Edney.
We have Mark in the finance department, page 49 in your agenda package. 48 on there you go.
The finance department. We're talking about budget. Isn't this all the departments? So is he doing the rest of the day now? Is like everybody else off the hook? You said 20 departments. What is he going to do? The other 16?
He's just coming up to ask for the motion to approve the budget as presented. So,
Well, if we did it, we'd get Tuesday off. I'm just throwing it out there. If you guys want to have Tuesday off, we just do what Mr. Edney just said.
Strongly no. That's
No.
what we choose for here to say.
No pressure. What page are we going to here, Mr. Edney?
49.
49?
It's just right after you.
Awesome. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Council. So the finance department budget is a very small component of the budget itself, but it's a finance department nonetheless. So I'll present the expenses and revenues that we have there. Maybe just a quick overview of what we do as the finance department.
Sorry. I think Councillor Grant has a question. Councillor Grant?
No, Mayor. I just signed in. Thank you.
Oh, Okay, so Councillor Grant's just joining us. Ledge Services, maybe what we can do is exactly what we did before there, where if Councillor Warzowski and now Councillor Grant have a question, if you just want to hit your mic at that time, and we'll just treat it like I do the council questions, and that'd be great. Okay, sorry. We're back to you.
Yes. So looking at the finance department, what is the function of the finance department? Firstly, we manage the health of the municipality, the finances. We do it through budgeting processes, accounting, and then also the reporting, internal and external. On the cash side of things, we take control of the taxation, utilities, accounts receivable, and so on. So it's a clear cash side of money coming in, money going out. And then we have the reporting side, like I mentioned, the internal and external reporting. So those would be the financial statements, the annual audits that we have. And then thirdly, and then also the long-term financial planning. So there we look at the revenue or the money that we have in terms of reserve, debt limits, and so on. And we make sure that all those tie back together so that we don't run out of cash for significant projects that we may have. And then lastly is that the finance department is overall the the steward of the organization's assets. On the cash side is we physically control the cash, we control what's going in, what's coming back in, and also in terms of the assets itself, your control over asset is two components. One is the physical control of the asset, and the other side is the reporting side of or the documentation side of it. We are control of the documentation side of it. So annually, when the auditors come, we do a reconciliation, or they come do a reconciliation, and they do a matching between the physical assets and what we have in the accounting records itself. Okay. Now, in terms of the finance department, the investment revenue that you see there, that relates purely to the cash that's sitting in our bank accounts. Those interest rates are much lower than we would have had if we had invested that money, term deposits and so on. What we try and do is we trying to anticipate, a month or 2 months at least in advance, look at where we are in our cash, and then transfer money to short-term deposits so that we can realize more high interest on those periods itself. Now, the second item there is the user fees and charges. That's mainly resulting to the utility company. That's an internal charge of fees. On the fee structure that the utility company is going to do a full review. This number will obviously change because we're going to have to go into details and to see exactly what is the contribution that we as an organization make towards the utility company and make sure that those numbers matches back correctly. On the expenses side, so council will notice that the expenses on the salaries and wages, from 2025 to 2026, it looks as if there's a decrease. When you look at the actual numbers of the 2025 staffing complement versus the 2026 that we budget, it's pretty much in line. So there's no significant changes there. On the business line, business and training expenses, what's included in there is mainly bank charges, that's there, and postage. So it's not that significant in total, but the two individually is roughly about let's say 70,000 each, more or less. And then on the contracted and general services, what we have in there is consulting fees that we have of about $300,000, and we also have the insurance premiums in there of $400,000 in there, as well as the audit fees that we have in there is an increase from 80,000 to 100,000. The reason for that is we anticipate some complexities with the audit this year, and that is just to account for possible extra charges that the audit firm may have. Now, when we look at the contracted and general services, council notice that we have about $300,000 in there. Those are for consultants, from the asset retirement obligation, consultants helping us with our financial statements, other financial consultant, and also doing So there is, you know, in that area was specific is something that I've spoken to the CEO about, and I do believe that we as an organization can relook at that and bring those services in-house so that we can retain the, you know, the knowledge of the and more diversity within the organization, which can, on the long term, is going to be more beneficial. As council might know, these consulting firms, and I was part of one for many years of my life, they work out that basically it worked out. If I worked 5 days full time, I would have paid my salary for the full month. So there's a significant component in there that they have to have, and then also they have to have a component in there of lag time where we as an organisation don't have, you know, employees come in to work the full day.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, just one sec. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, possibly to Mr. Edney. There was a comment made there about audit fees and some additional complexities. I'm wondering if that's something we can talk about, and if that's something that needs to go in camera to discuss. I'd be happy to do that, but I'd like to know more, please.
Sure. Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yeah, absolutely.
So what it is the complexities, as council is aware that there was a report that was issued by Deloitte in terms of certain steps that we have to take. As soon as you have a situation like that, the audit, in terms of risk that they have going into an audit, escalates. So in other words, stuff that they would look at is they would say, okay, look at the finance department. Two of the senior positions within finance has gone within a year. So in other words, the risk matrix and so on goes up. That, the Deloitte report, and so on, to make sure that we anticipate that they will spend extra time on that, and that's basically what it is.
Okay. Okay. Quick question I had then on the contracted services. I do notice that there's a lowering of the number from 25 to 26. So with what you just said, with an anticipation then of being able to bring more in-house, and you said we can find some more efficiencies there. Can we find them before Tuesday?
It's Mr. Chair, yes. So what I'm planning on doing is doing a full business plan for the finance department.
Okay.
As I've mentioned to our CEO, is that when you look at the finance department of the city of Chestermere, we are basically a cash management side. You know, we make 90% of our work is making sure the money comes in, money goes out, and it's being done correctly. And on that side, we are doing a pretty good job. But beyond that, you don't have any real accountants being involved in terms of the internal reporting. When we have to do analysis on the utilities, we have to go outside. The departments don't have a contact within the department that can look at their accounting needs and so on. So what then happens is that we outsource, we try and get other departments, organizations to do it. And just looking at that, I do feel that if we do a proper business plan and we can figure things out, that we might be able to bring these to zero. But it's going to happen that, you know, often it's going to be on the staffing complement side, and I didn't want to bring any of those forward at this stage.
Right.
Purely because I would like to make a complete assessment and bring that to our CEO first and at the last date.
Right, but you're at 815 right now. Are you anticipating that number that you're wanting council to approve that 815 on Tuesday?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Edney, and then I have one follow-up, and we'll go to Councillor Randall.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I think it's important because we got just sidetracked with a question. The large majority of the 815 is our insurance premiums. So corporate-wide, the insurance premiums are in the 815.
Oh, okay.
It won't be a reduction of the 815. As Mr. Shonkin talked about, that contracted services versus bringing it in-house, there might be a small savings, but it's going to be an increase to the personnel budget, a decrease to the contracted services, but the increase to the personnel budget gives us continuity and skill sets internally that we're not relying on third-party vendors for. So there's hopefully some cost savings, but that's not necessarily what's driving that review is a cost savings. It's a making sure our processes and our controls and our systems are better's not the word, but more efficient.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Sean,
Shonken, yes.
say it again.
Shonken.
Shonken.
Yeah, South Africa.
Mr. Shonken. Okay, no, just checking because I think Mr. Edney during his hiring processes is just like, oh, the chair's going to love having to figure out how to say this last name now. Awesome. Mr. Shonken. Okay, I got it.
Well, it's similar to Schindler with, but just changes from there.
Hey, it's not Estelanzo, which I screw up every time. So just throwing that out there. The second question that I had was okay, so going back to what you just said about and what Councillor Sambo was getting at with some of the complications, if you will, with the audit or the risks thereof. So then, is there a concern then from an audit perspective that there's still some instability within the organization that is the City of Chestermere?
It might be, but
Okay.
they will have it as a specific, in the risk matrix, so that they will definitely identify it in there.
Okay.
Then they will inquire from us, why did staff change? What was the reasoning behind it? And, most cases it would be either, the risk associated would be, was there any fraud or, what happened there? And the other is, if the staff member left, did they leave because of the fact that they were not able to do the work correctly, resulting that some of the financial information might be in question as well. So, do quite a bit more substantive work that sample sizes would increase and those kind of things. But
That's fair.
but then as time goes on and there's stability within the organization, they will then reassess those risk matrices that they've built into their audit.
So then, I guess, is there anything that you need from a political standpoint that would assist in assurance in regards to stability? And the reason I ask that question is one of the things that we hear as a council often now at when we're at conferences across the province, as recently as this week, a phone call that I had from a previous mayor from another municipality is how much more stable the city is and how happy the province is with how much we are. I mean, I think every member on this council can attest to Minister Williams specifically seeking us out at the conference and talking about the stability. So I'm just wondering if there is, I guess what I would offer is that if there is a need for us to provide political input from the idea of stability, and if letters thereof would assist, I certainly would offer the opportunity that I am willing to reach out and have and ask for letters with regards to that, and or write one ourselves. So I don't know if that would help, but I think all of our ears perked up a little bit when we hear that there's concern with regards to instability. And one of the things that I think we've done a really good job of is taking that head on. We understand that there's criticisms that still exist out there. And I think one of the things that I'm very proud of with this council is that we haven't shied away from that. And that we've taken that criticism on head on and addressed it. And so I guess what I would offer to the finance team is if you need support from a political angle with regards to stability, we would love to come alongside you in any way, shape, or form that we can to support the finance department with that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to add on to that, the auditors will most probably have a meeting with you. And they will probably also have a meeting with the CEO.
Yeah,
as
that's
well,
been the practice before.
And ask specific questions.
Okay.
And during that time, you can then address the staffing stability issue that.
I would be more than happy to address that.
Yeah.
Awesome, thank you, Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Edney to Finance. Finance is a big thing. I have only one question at this moment. Very first slide. investment and revenue. What exactly is the reason is a drop?
Which one was that?
The very first one, the number
Under
257
revenue, investment
under
revenue.
revenue, and so this is the investment and revenue is decreased.
Can you go
Can you
back to the
please-
sorry, Councillor Rundell, 1 second. Can you go back to so what Councillor Rundell was referring to
First
is
line.
line 1 right there, the 257 to 264?
So can you little bit explain about that, the reason or why is
For the revenue decrease.
yeah the investment and very first slide.
Councillor, sorry, not Mr. Edney. I just made you an elected official, apparently.
You did.
Yeah.
Councillor Kent. I like it.
You do like it.
No, I don't. Mr. Sheedy is correct. Yeah, real quickly. Sorry, Mark. For those in the public, Mark just started with the organization here. So it's actually due to the money we took out of reserves to pay
Yeah.
for the golf course. So that was a discussion at the time that because we were taking that money and spending it, we'd have less investment revenue coming in for it. So that's the main driver of the decrease in that.
Yeah, I was thinking that, but I just want for the public clarification as well for that point. Other than that, it looks good.
Thank you. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, I'll jump on that line of questioning too, because actually I was looking at that number and I was surprised that it wasn't lower. We have been presented with a large capital budget, so a lot of money would be coming out of our account. I was kind of curious how all of the capital projects and all of that spend would be affecting investment revenue, but it looks like it's not having much of an effect.
Yes. So, Mr. Chair, if I may,
Yeah.
the revenue, but that's in here, in this specific part, this relates mainly to, the money in our bank account itself. So at this point, the balance is sitting at 15 million. We are going to transfer a significant amount of that to short-term deposits. The revenue on the investment revenue on for major investments is sitting on another line in the budget items, and then those numbers add up together closer to about more than $1 million that we're going to be generating from those funds. Yeah. So, but when we do the budget in terms of the revenue itself, we try and be a little bit more conservative. So it's a guesstimate number, and my feeling is probably going to be very much in line with it. So.
Yeah, at the risk of something going wrong later today, Mr. Edney, I just want to know if you wanted to take a minute just to talk about some of the things with the success that we've had with Mark coming into the organization with findings. So I know because I'm about to compliment you, and we know what happens after I compliment you. But I was just wondering if you want to talk just briefly on some of the things that have been happening from a finance perspective here over the last number of weeks, Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Yeah, it's been great having Mark. He's been a great addition to the organization. He's got a lot of experience in similar roles, in fact, in higher level roles than what he's currently in. So I appreciate him coming in to take a look at finance. As he's gone through some of these reconciliations, we're finding some pockets of grant funding and things that we maybe haven't been using as efficiently as we could be, that we're now... He's in the process of doing that, making sure we're using our provincial grant money, not in a funny way, using our provincial grant money in the optimal way possible for us as well. So,
but that relates directly to this investment revenue.
Yeah, like an example is we've left some of our grant money that we haven't spent just sitting in the province's bank account.
Right.
Could be sitting in our bank account, earning some interest before we go ahead and spend it. One thing I wanted to just relate back to Councillor Sambo's question there too, and I think this is an important thing that maybe got confused at last year's budget. We have a very large amount of investments, but when those earn interest, it goes to the respective account. So if we have $20 million in the recreation offsite levy and it earns interest and investment, it stays in the offsite recreation levy. So when you see our financial statements, we'll have a much bigger amount of investment revenue that comes in, but it's not part of the operating budget because we're not taking that money and spending it on operating. It needs to stay in the recreation budget or in the restricted reserve account. So that's why there's always, you didn't ask it, but I know it's kind of a question that we get, is that's a big question of why sometimes our financial statements will show $1.8 million of investment revenue, but that's because a whole bunch of it is allocated out to these other pots, because that's the way those systems work. Did I capture that accurately, Mark? Mostly?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. It's funny because I was about to ask the question that I didn't ask. So thank you for that clarification. The one piece of it I'm wondering about is previously we were told that our investments were not necessarily separated out into investment buckets that were a one-to-one correlation with, for example, an OSL or a restricted surplus or whatever. So is that an accurate statement? And if so, are we certain we're accurately accounting for all of the interest that's going into the different buckets?
Mr. Chair.
Sure. I was waiting to see which one of the two you was taking that. Okay.
Yes. So what happens with the investments? So where the investments haven't been specifically separated out in terms of the different restricted reserves that we have, what we then do is we will look at the full investment, get the average rate of return on those investments that we've had, do a calculation in terms of the funds that's on the restricted funds, look how much was in the beginning of the year, how much was at the end of the year, and do an average then we apply an average interest that should have been earned on that from the interest that we've earned, and then do a weighted average reallocation of those interests. Good.
Okay. Ledge Services.
Councillor Wojciechowski would like to speak.
Councillor Wojciechowski.
Good morning. Thank you, Mayor Dean. I don't have any question. I just do want to comment through the mayor, through you, Mr. Edney, and to you, Mark. I'm impressed with your presentation, and I'm very much so looking forward to what your plan looks like over the next year, especially the low-hanging fruit that you've identified in the way of how we invest, but also how we can lower our expenses for contractors. I'd encourage administration to look at lowering our contracting expenses throughout the organization, because I believe they are significant. And may also offset any potential tax increase that may be discussed during budget. So thank you for that. Thank you, Mark, for the presentation.
Thank you. I think we can keep going.
Good.
Good.
So, Mr. Chair, so these are the only two staffing requests that we have, and these staffing requests we can basically match it, number for number in terms of the volume of tax notices that has come in, utility bills that has come in. The staff, when I walk through the corridor there, and I'm sure council as well, you can see the finance department. There's no one on their phones, no one doing. They are flat out working, and yeah. So this is just to alleviate some of that pressure, and to build capacity for the growth that we anticipate is going to come in.
Great, thank you. I had a question with the utility clerk. Since it's doing work for the utility, would it not be paid out of the utility budget, Mr. Edney?
Yeah, so thank you, Mayor Dean, through you to council. So how it works with the utility company is the city actually takes on all the staffing, pays all the staffing, and then we bill that back out through the transition agreements. That might have been in camera. Mr. Mach will talk about it when he comes to talk about his operating budget here today. We need to review those transition agreements. I can fully say with certainty that we're using transition agreements that are quite a few years out of date. They're not accurately capturing the costs that the city is bearing for the utility. So what we would hope is if this utility clerk gets approved, yes, the cost of that utility clerk will get billed to the utility and the utility will pay the city for it. But we need to do between Mark, myself, and Grayson. We need to do a little bit more work on figuring out all that detail. I think Grayson's done 98% of the work. We just need to find some time to sit down and really sort through that. We talked a little bit about it yesterday, for example, of are we properly renting the garbage trucks out to the utility? I don't think we are. Are we charging them for fuel? Are we charging them for insurance? All those kind of things. So he'll talk in more detail about that when it's his turn to go on the utility.
Okay. Do we have a timeline then in terms of some of those transition agreements? You said 98% of the work is done, so 2% left. So we can expect to see that tomorrow, or? But no, in all honesty, like, do we have a timeline on looking at some of these transition agreements and then how that can impact not only the budget but the operations of the organization overall, Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I'm probably stealing Grayson's thunder a little bit here, but one of the things that's incorporated into the operating budget is just simply an inflationary amount to keep up with our cost of living adjustments that we've had for all the staff. So that's already incorporated in here. And I think our hope was to come back before final budget because both council and the board of directors, even though you're the same people, need to approve those agreements on behalf of each separate entity. And also would like to have some clarity on the go forward plan for operating the utility as well, as we kind of discussed in the preamble yesterday.
So we're looking at a 4 to 6 month process then on some of these transition agreements.
At the latest.
Yeah. No, that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Okay. Any other questions from? Sorry, you have finance comments? I see a next slide that's coming.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I actually addressed those comments as part of the number analysis that we did.
Great, thank you. Are there any other final comments from yourself for the presentation?
Well, maybe just a note is that I do want to thank Mr. Edney because he did basically the whole budget, and usually that would be finance's responsibility. So this was probably the easiest budget that I ever had to do in my life. So yeah, so thanks to him then. And yes, to end off in terms of the finance department, we want to make sure that our goal is that it mustn't be just a cash transaction. We really have to look at opportunity cost as well. Where you as council will not see the losses that we have by mismanaging our funds, but we will know if we mismanage it because we would have lost interest or opportunity cost and some those kind of things. And I feel for an effective finance department, those are the kind of things that we should also be having a look at, and also give much better feedback to the departments that we serve, and be a little bit more integrated in terms of understanding their businesses as well, so that when council comes and asks a question, that we can give meaningful answers to you.
Great, thank you. Any other final questions from council for the presenter? Seeing none, Mr. Edney, how worried are you right now? You got complimented twice today. With that, Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Mary. And I was going to say, it just depends if you're happy with the budget or not.
That's a fair point.
If not, that may have not been a compliment.
Fair point. With that then, I think we'll take a quick break before moving to our next presentation, and we will come back at 11:10. Thanks, everybody. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Just coming back from our break here and continuing on with our presentations here for our budget. And now we are going to be moving to HR and with Mr. Sheedy. And what page are we on for these? 52. Oh, it's there we go. Literally the next page. Fantastic. So, good morning.
Pleasure to be before you. I'll be presenting both human resources and health and safety. My name's David Sheedy, and I'm I'm the acting director of corporate services, but I'm also the senior manager of human resources. You've got the overview in front of you. Our job, there's a bunch of things here, but we have two responsibilities and they're directly contradicting. We're in risk management. We're here to manage and mitigate the risk the administration faces as far as their human resources, and also trying to create a positive culture in which people feel encouraged to do their best work. So that's what we work on, as well as we have responsibility for employee relations, payroll, benefits. We do leadership coaching. I know health and safety under my umbrella, and we're trying to build a skilled, supported, and engaged workforce. Do you do this, Josh, or do I? Okay, now there's a couple of changes between the HR budget and the health and safety budget. So you've got here user fees of 177. That's not, well, it's not quite accurate. So for human resources, there should just be 72,000 or so that are user fees having to do with utilities. That's the revenue. The other 100 I'll talk about when we get to health and safety. As well, with the personnel expense, it shows a slight increase year over year. The health and safety personnel cost should be added in here as well because it's under this, so it's slightly over 600. So what you'll see is it's been pulled out of health and safety. It has not been added in here. So that's been corrected in our operating budget. For these slides, I need to make you aware that it should be slightly over 600,000 to represent the salary for our health and safety coordinator who's under my auspices. Business and training were slightly up. Contracted and general services were significantly down. I found that there was a placeholder the last 3 years that was never used. So rather than just put the thing in again, I reduced it to what we reasonably used.
Sorry, Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I was just going to take a moment to comment that the personnel expense David had put in the budget, this is probably a good example of don't compliment because then something goes wrong. But this went wrong before you complimented me, so it's okay. It was just a formula error that wasn't capturing that movement, so I'll take some responsibility. That's been corrected in the budget worksheets we're working off of. It just didn't get captured in these slides in time to make that update. So that's that clarity.
Thank you.
So that's a high-level view of our budget. And yeah, then our comments, we're doing training and development. We are responsible for the training budget for the company. Last year it was $250,000. We've used probably around 100,000 of that. However, we agreed we did not want to reduce it to that because we had a more passive approach to training and development this year, or in 2025 and 2026. We're going to take a more aggressive, assertive stance where I'm meeting with various departments to talk about their training needs so that because we fundamentally believe this money should be there for people. We didn't use it as much as we could have this year, so we want to focus on 26 and using it appropriately. So all of the training, save for fire, in the organization, the cost of training, goes through that budget. We also do some internal courses, but to the extent that we do external or bring in people that goes through this budget, there's an approval process. But now we want to get a process that addresses everybody at the beginning of the year to say, what are your needs for the year? Let's map that out, plan it, and make sure we use the money we've put in there for it. Recruitment and retention is slightly up, mostly for two reasons. One, we have a software we're using that's making it a lot more efficient and easier for both us to recruit and for recruits to apply. And also, as you might imagine, the cost of using things like Indeed and LinkedIn and whatnot has gone up. And we're trying to be much more targeted in our recruitment so that we're hitting the market we need. As an example, I give you everybody over here where we did targeting recruiting, and we're pretty happy with the choices we've made in the past year, and we look forward to making excellent choices in the next year as well. And then wellness and recognition programs, we just want to maintain them. So the one thing every organization in the world doesn't do enough of is celebrating. That's universal. So to the degree that we can and still be cost effective, we have small little programs, whether it be the long service awards, monthly awards during our health and safety meetings. We're trying to acknowledge and appreciate the work that people do and the longevity that they have in this organization, which we're trying to grow. It's longevity in this organization. That's any questions?
Great, thank you. Any comments, questions from council? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Mr. Edney and through to the presenter. Thank you for the presentation. This is very straightforward. I know during the break we were joking that we had to find a problem with this, but I don't see a problem. Anyhow, I just wanted to ask you about culture and wellness and recognition and that kind of thing. A comment that we had from a staff member who presented yesterday stuck with me that said, hey, you folks on council are much more human-like in person. And I thought that was really interesting. Is there any way that council can support either through budget or through just being human to help improve the culture and also to remove a little bit of the stress when folks are coming up to present to us and all they see is our most professional side up on the bench?
I think it's important when council has the opportunity to interact with administrative staff in whatever capacity, whether it's in the building or out in an event or at the Christmas party, that we find, any of us, because it applies to managers, to find a way to talk to them about something that isn't their job. That's where your humanness comes out, and I think that's where they get the chance, is being curious about aspects of their life that aren't directly related to things that they could feel uncertain about. So if you're asking somebody about their kids, that they're certain about. I think it's as simple as that for any of us in the room, is be curious about our people in a way that doesn't have anything to do with their jobs. That's all I got.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions from council with regards to this presentation? Councillor Randall.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Anthony, to the presenter. I have a question about the personal expense. Those one, yeah. The personal expense, it's grown up. How normally it goes up? How many percent and stuff? So it seems like little to the higher side.
We've built in the 2.5% COLA for everybody. As well, several of my staff have had, they've achieved certifications during the year that's gotten them like a 1% increase in recognition of the fact that they've excelled and exceeded in their respective positions. So that's all the difference that should be there.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions from council? I have a direct personnel related question that I do not believe is appropriate for a public, as it could be harmful to the interests of just salaries and things like that. So I was just wondering if we could do an in-camera advice from officials, section 29, please. This would be human resource budget. Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council go into closed session at 11:19 a.m. to discuss the following 2026 Human Resources Operating Budget Access to Information Act, ATIA Section 29, advice from officials.
Thank you. Call for the vote. Councillor Warzanowski, do you vote in favor?
Yes, I vote in favor.
Thank you. Councillor Grant, do you vote in favor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you.
if we tried to give it to them.
Good morning, everyone. Just coming out of our closed session. Can I have a motion to come out of our closed session, please? Councillor Randalla.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council come out of closed session at 11:53 a.m.
Call for the vote. Councillor Grant, do you vote in favor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. So we're just going to go back to our presentations here. And so, Mr. Sheedy, I believe you are now moving on to health and safety.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Health and safety, as you might imagine, is one of the most important aspects of any organization. The highlights are here: ensure workplace safety and compliance, develop the health and safety program, conduct inspections and audits through the Joint Health and Safety Committee, promote a culture of safety awareness, and maintain our certificate of recognition, or the CORE program that exists through WCB. Oh, I'm hitting the wrong thing. So the big news for health and safety is because of our successful CORE program that we've been recertified, we're due for about I think this is the exact amount, $108,877 refund from WCB in April. So that's, I think it represents a 15% rebate on our WCB claim. So there's two ways that we reduce WCB premiums. One, of course, is by having lower experience, and the other one is by having a successful CORE program where we do an audit every year, which we've just completed again. It gets submitted to WCB and they say yay or nay, and in this case they've said yes. So its actual revenue we're going to be getting of $108,877 or $108,877. The personnel expense has been moved to HR. As I mentioned in the HR slide, it didn't get captured there. It has now been updated, but that expense has been moved over under the HR. Business and training is up slightly to cover mostly costs of attending the necessary training courses. Contract and general services remains the same, as does supplies and materials, which includes things like PPE, AEDs, etc. So the total is $26,000 for the year because of the combination of the moving over the personnel amount and the $108,000 we're getting back from WCB.
Do we keep a record even too of like number of safe days, if you will, as part of that? So last time there was injury. Is there anything that we do in terms of a celebration that way?
At the monthly safety meetings, we talk about that. But I don't, I've been in many buildings where they have something on the wall that says this many days without an incident. We don't have it here. I can't speak to whether we have it at community ops, but I don't think we do. It's a very easy thing for us to implement, however.
Okay, thank you.
So the revenue increases, core safety programs been maintained, and our memberships and certifications are funded within these costs. That's any questions?
Nope, I'm okay. Any other questions from council with regards to health and safety? Wow, you're right. That was an easy one.
Told you.
Fantastic.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. So I think we're in that weird transition period where before we go and dock at another port and hear another presentation, and then have to stop it, I'm thinking, why not break for lunch now and then come back? Do we say take a 45-minute lunch, come back at 12:45? 45 is good? Good? Okay, so we'll take a lunch break and come back at 12:45. Thanks, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Just coming back from our lunch break, and we're going to be continuing on now with our public presentations for budget. We are now going to be talking about our comms budget. So, good afternoon, Matt.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Matthew Anderson, the Manager of Communications. I'll be presenting the operational budget for the Communications Department. During this, all comments will be through the chair. So, who are we? Communications. Well, to be as concise as I can for this presentation, we are the voice of Chestermere. We represent the programming, the services, and the city brand through print and digital tools that we have available. We coordinate and support with other departments to help them with their initiatives and programs as well, such as CSS, we're working on an older adults handbook. Parks, we're working on some waste management signage and stickers for their programming. IT will be helping with a Duo launch in the spring for internal staff, and some LinkedIn work for HR. So we try and do everything we can for the departments that we have internally, plus everyone in Chestermere as well. However, we are a bit of a lean operation. There's 4 of us from an external standpoint. Population-wise, we should be sitting around 5 to 8. Internally, maybe 4 to 6, but that's based on a study that was done with 9 other municipalities and their staffing. So based on our population adjusted for that, that's where we should be. However, we do the best we can with what we have, and we're doing a good job, I think. And we're continuously looking to improve that and find efficiencies where we can. That said, when it comes to the budget, we won't ask for anything that we can't make use of. So this budget therefore represents a continuation of the current service level that we're providing. I just want to talk about the 2 main GLs there that should get attention because they're the big ones. Business and training, think of that as advertising and promotion is the way it's broken out on mine, representing approximately 72,000. The bulk of that is merchandise, signage, actual advertising that we would do, campaigns, etc. And contracted and general services. That's 120 listed. However, it's really 2 parts. Think of it more as 70,000, and the large portion of that being printing and things that we do for all the department programs. It's 120 on here because 50,000 was added as an administrative project to look at the website and things that we could do next year. So that number was chosen as it's sort of on the higher end of a tune-up and on the lower end of a full refresh. We're not sure which way we'll go yet, but it was placed in there for that dollar value for that purpose. And yeah. Overall, if we just look at the actual expenses, we're sitting at about 196K, 150-ish if we remove the website, which is about a 25% increase in the ask. However, in dollar value, that's about 38,000. And that's just based on projects that I'm aware of that will be coming up next year. My tenure here has been rather short, but based on the observations of what's been done in the past and what we plan to do, that's what I can account for right now in real dollars. Any questions?
Within this budget, does it include the possibility of looking at something that's been talked about, a quarterly, some sort of a quarterly mail out update of things that are happening within the city? So there's just been discussion around that. I'm wondering if that budget includes anywhere in there that kind of an idea.
Great question. Thank you, Mayor. There isn't a specific allocation for that. However, there is an addition to the print budget, which would cover the wave. We have talked about expanding what we do with that. However, without putting carts before horses, one of the first things I want to do is bring forward a draft comms plan strategy for the department and what we want to do in the upcoming year. And at that point, we can look at and council can review what we're currently doing now, what we want to continue with, and what initiatives we'd like to move forward based on the size of the team and the resources we'd have. That might require an adjustment to the budget, or some of the things that we're doing could be placed on hold or given a lower priority.
So with this being an interim budget with the possibility, so then if we do this as an interim budget now with the final budget in June, then would your anticipation be that we would have a conversation between comms and council with CAO about a comms strategy between now and then we could make adjustments accordingly?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Great. Thank you. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just making that note there. Thank you, Your Worship, and comments through you, the chair. Thank you for the presentation. Always happy to hear about comms. Can we talk a little bit more about the comms strategy? What is the scope of that? Specifically, I'm looking for channels of communication of all different kinds of comms. Presumably, we're not just talking about the wave and digital communications. We're also talking about other forms of getting information to residents. So what are you imagining the scope will be for that?
No, great question. Thank you. To answer that, the first thing that I would look at when we're talking about communications is, well, what are we doing now, but what do people actually want? So we have two audiences that we need to address. So before we go launching any initiatives, we need to do a little work, not necessarily a survey, but perhaps, depending. We do have some previous information that was done that I know that we can review. If that doesn't give us the answers we're looking for, there might be a small survey tied to this, because we have to find how our audiences want their information, both internally and externally, because that's what we're tasked with. So we have our two channels right now, but we might look at refreshing, revising, and or adding or subtracting based on that. But that will be the foundation of coming up with a strategy and how we can make use of the tools and the dollars that we have.
Awesome. Thank you. Any final questions? Great. Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, sorry. Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Mr. Edney, to the presenter. I have a question for the business and training. Why is gone up with the big number?
Oh, yes. So business and training is it's a large category, but the biggest chunk in there is advertising and promotion. So that's where we're talking about promotion, advertising, merchandise, and those things. That's the 25-ish% increase that I added onto there, because there's been a large request for more campaigns, more materials to be produced. So that's why I added that. So it isn't training in terms of staff or personnel. That's in there, but it's a much smaller number.
Okay, and then the last slide on this one, sorry, the same one. You were on the good. The last line, that is also increased supply and material with the big jump as well. So what kind of supply and material goes that high?
Excellent question. Supplies and materials are the things that we need to do our job and also to do the job better. So that would be camera equipment, things that the team needs to do the function of communications and promoting things, and then doing the job better would be items such as backdrops, podiums, things that we can use at events or functions to show the Chestermere brand and have a steady image.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Schindler.
Hi, thank you. Great presentation. With the sort of increase in scope of what I think council is asking comms to do, I'm thinking it's an increase. You can correct me if I'm wrong. Is there going to be a future budget implication to staffing within the next year or two? And is that something we can get ahead on?
Thank you for the comment. I appreciate that. I would hope, but it depends. I think the first step is coming up with a strategy and what we want to accomplish, weighing that against what we're capable of right now with the resources we have, and an additional staff member may be required to perform that depending on what we want to hang on to and what we might be willing to let go of. We might be able to balance things a little better.
Okay, great. Thank you. Awesome. Thank you very much. Mr. Edney, where are we going next?
We have the community engagement team.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Stephen Burness. I'm the Manager of Community Engagement. I'll try to run through this quickly. I know you have a lot of different departments to get through. What we do in the department, a majority, as you are well aware, is our public events. So our Canada Days, our music festivals, Harvest Market. On top of that, we do partnered events, both budgeted and grant allocated, we'll say. So that's working with local businesses, individuals in the community, nonprofits, anyone that wants to run an event and wants the City of Chestermere to help fulfill it. We facilitate that and make sure that it happens accordingly and that it is done appropriately. On top of those two major responsibilities, we also facilitate all the park bookings and hostings of events in our public parks. So anyone that is having a wedding at John Peak or is having a barbecue at Sunset, it's our job to make sure that we're running that calendar and that no one gets double booked. And just for your reference as council, all of the fees that we take in from park bookings goes towards gifts of kindness. So you won't see it in our budget, and that's a reason why.
Okay.
As far as our overview of budget goes, I'm just going to run through expenses really quickly here, just to make sure that everyone's on the same page of what each GL is for. So if we start with rentals and leases, the basic principle behind rentals is anything that we are using for an event that we are not keeping that is also not being maintained during the event. So things like fencing, things like toilets, tenting. The contractors that are giving us those supplies aren't staying during the event, which is why it's a rental, and we're not keeping the supplies, again, which is why it's a rental. Contracted services is a little bit of the opposite. Those are things that will be maintained during the event. So that can be like security guards during the event. That can be fireworks. That can be sound production. These are all having manpower during the event, but we are still not keeping the services afterwards. And then supplies and materials, we are keeping the services. So we're buying it ourselves. That can be things like decorations. That can be sandwich board signs. That can be a host of many different things, tables, podiums, tablecloths. It can go all the way down to candy for Halloween events. That is, we bought it and it's ours now. Major increases will be due to security or to new events being added to our proposed event schedule. Security, we are not only increasing things like fencing around the events to make sure that they are a more secure event, but also increasing contracted services such as additional security members and higher level of competency in our security members. So getting elite teams rather than the more standard teams that we have been getting in the past. Our events are getting to a point now where we really need to make sure that we're keeping everyone safe because there's so many people attending in a small space that things can get missed and things can get dangerous for everyone. So we want to make sure that that doesn't happen, and we want to keep the standard of event, which means that we have to increase those costs. There we go. This is a per event breakdown. You'll notice two of them have a 0 for 2025 and have costs for 2026. That is because they are brand new events that we are hoping to add into our event calendar. You'll also notice that we do quite a lot of events in the city of Chestermere. If there are any particular questions about any of these, feel free to let me know. And I think that's the last one. If it'll go. Oh, comments. Most of this I've already touched on. We are increasing production standards and stronger safety measures. Targeted investing in fencing and security, as mentioned. Grant and sponsorship revenue is going to be up a bit because we're applying for more for Canada Day. So we're hoping to get 10 instead of 5, I believe. 10,000 instead of 5,000. And then shifting supplies to rentals and focusing resources directly on community-facing programs. Not in the slides. I also have some information about how we compare to different municipalities around us, and on a per event basis, how much our CPA is, which is cost per attendee. So if you'd like any of that information, I can share it as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think information like that would be very valuable. Opening up for questions from council. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and comments through you. Thank you for the presentation, as always. I have two questions here. The first one is something we've discussed before, but I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit more about how these particular events are chosen, how, especially with partnerships, how folks can reach out, how are you assessing the events to put forward, and that kind of thing. We'll start with that.
Absolutely. So we'll start with partnerships. We try not to say no as much as we can. If it is something that we feel brings value to the city and something that the city can help with within reason, of course, and within our guidelines for the partnership program. And then the final criteria is that it doesn't land on the same day as another event. As long as those three things are met, we will do our best within the city and within the community engagement department to help out and partner with that event. It helps the city greatly to be able to host or co-host more events while not necessarily doing all of the work, which is very good for a department of only 2 people. And it really helps, obviously, whoever we're partnering with, because they may not be able to do it without the city's resources. And it is almost all of the ones that we've accepted have been greatly appreciated by the residents that have attended and very helpful for residents. So that is how partnerships are chosen. As far as our public events that are fully city run and operated, we've had a roster of what we call signature events for a very long time, things like Canada Day and our music festival, which used to be a water festival. Those we maintain, and then anything new that is brought on are things that we are finding gaps in scheduling or gaps in exposure or service levels. So something like an ice fishing tournament we're proposing for 2026. That is a winter event. We don't have many winter events currently. It's really only the Winter Lights Festival. So that'll help bring winter events up a little bit. And it's at a time where we don't really get to host many events. We're hoping to do it sometime in February, should this be approved. And we don't have anything going on in February. So something like that, an example like that, is closing the gap both in respect to a calendar as well as service level for residents.
Ledge Services.
Councillor Grant would like to speak.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through yourself to administration and Mr. Burness, thank you for the presentation. I like it, actually. It's pretty good. I do have some questions about the Music Fest and the Carnival, and my question is around the budgeted amount. So it looks like we're adding a whole carnival here, but there's only a slight increase to the budget. So I'm wondering if that's enough increase to actually accomplish this. And then I have a second question, Mayor Dean, after.
Yep.
Great question, Councillor Grant, through the mayor to you. Yes, you're correct. Part of that is we are hoping to host it at the rec center, which would eliminate the need for fencing, even if it's not entirely, mostly, because of course the soccer fields and I believe even the south fields are already fenced. So even if we need to bring in a little bit of fencing, it won't be nearly as much as what we would need if we had it at John Peak. The other thing is bringing a carnival into our event roster. The carnival itself doesn't actually have any cost to the city. So that part would be net zero. The additional costs would be things like our music festival, because we want to have a carnival join into it, would be multiple days. So it would be an increase to security, because we would need a security not just for 1 day, but for 2 to 3. And we would need sound production and musical artists for 2 to 3. So that's the increase. The reason why it's not as much as maybe expected is because by changing locations, we will hopefully be able to have some cost savings, which will minimize the impact of a cost for Carnival in additional days. Hopefully that answers your question.
Councillor
Yeah,
Grant.
that's fantastic. Yeah, that's fantastic. I love the collaborative nature of that. That's kind of what I was hoping for too with some of our events, is to lean more into that. So that's great. My second question was about the Winter Lights Festival, and this I guess we can start with Mr. Edney on this one. As you know, I've been trying to add in a skating loop, an unorganized recreational project. And I'm wondering if this would be the right place to add it, or if you think there's a more appropriate place to add a budget item for that.
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. To Councillor Grant's question, this is something that the Recreation and Parks departments are looking at. If there's a budget implication that comes with any of these ideas, I think that's something we can bring back at final budget, kind of looking into winter lights for next year. It's something that's actively being worked on, and something that I think we can hopefully address with our current budget, within our current budget means.
Okay, thank you. Sounds good.
Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Edney, to presenter. I have a question about the Alberta Day. Why that amount is increase in a big this year than last year? Can you please explain about that?
Absolutely. So part of that right off the bat is that we are including in the 2026 number the $10,000 grant that we expect to receive from the province. So as far as tax base, it would be $10,000 less than that number is. The reason why we are adding that amount to it is because we have transitioned from originally we did a Western Days for Alberta Day. And although I thought it was a really cool idea, the residents did not maybe support it the way I thought. So we had to transition a little bit. And this year in 2025, we transitioned to a Indigenous powwow for Alberta Day, and really going back to the really original Alberta roots. And it went off really well. However, because we had the 2025 budget for it, we had to be very conservative in what we could add to that powwow. Traditionally, a full powwow would be more than 1 day, and it would cost a lot more than even what we're asking for 2026. So we are slowly increasing it to slowly increase the standard of the event. I think the event was exceptional, just in my personal opinion, but there's a lot more that we could do with it.
Okay, so we have 16 event this one. And the majority of our events is during summer. Sometime it's right after a weekend. So I just there is anything like we can together those do it, or it has to be a separate 16 event throughout. Majority is the summer time, those few months, and only few of them is the winter one.
For sure. So as far as summer versus winter, there's definitely more appetite from residents to attend events in the summer. It's nicer out, they want to go outside, and most of our events are outside. As far as combining events, we could certainly look at that. It would likely cut down on the cost of the events. That being said, That being said, not all events will work together. So Canada Day and the music festival, for example, if council wished, we could just take out music festival and the carnival and put it on Canada Day. But we won't get as much attendance combined as we would separately. And we can't really combine them because Canada Day and Music Festival are very similar already, that it would end up just not having one, just because they share the same function for the most part. We can certainly look at combining more events if that's what council wishes. It will mean less attendance throughout the year, though, because there will be simply less events to go to.
May I? My last comment is, the reason is that this is the city event, but we have the community event like Bull on the Beach, and those which one is well served into the community as well. So sometimes it's just by side or a day apart or like that. So that's why these are 16, some is very smaller event. And why not is together for city, do the event, which one is, even though is less, but is good one. So rather than, the reason is that last year we have quite few events, and at the end I seen residents get little now tired, or during the summer they have to go out for holiday as well, and then it start receiving less and less and less. So then we can have the, rather than quantity, we should have the quality and limited things. That's my suggestion.
I appreciate that, Councillor. That's a really good suggestion. I will say, based on this year, 2025, we actually had more attendance per event for all of our events versus 2024 and 2023. But we can absolutely look at combining our city events. As far as combining with community events, that has to be agreed upon with the community partnership as well. And obviously we don't want to force them into partnering if they choose not to. But we can absolutely look at that as administration and see if we can maybe cut down on the amount of events that we do, if that's what council would like us to.
Yeah, we need to think about those one. Rest with my fellow councillors as well.
Mm-hmm. Councillor Schindler.
Sorry, I'm just writing something here. Hi, Stephen. Thank you for the presentation. I want to echo what Councillor Randhawa was saying, specifically around the Country Fair and Alberta Day. I believe there is I realize that Alberta Day is a separate weekend than our Country Fair, but I'm wondering if there's a way and some wiggle room and some negotiations between our organizations to find a way to bring those two together. Because I think that $53,000 would go really great to make our signature event, which is in Chestermere, which is our Country Fair, in my opinion, like our community signature event, much, much better. Can you tell me what metrics you use to determine how many people are there and how successful an event is?
Absolutely. So with the amount of attendance that we get, for 2026, we are hoping to get volunteers with clickers at the entrances of our events. We haven't been able to do that in the past because we haven't had traditional entrances because it's just been an open park. But now that we are planning on fencing the park in and having specific entryways and exits, we are planning to have volunteers with clickers there so that we can get a more accurate reading. That being said, in the past and in 2025, the way that events teams or events coordinators typically count attendance, especially again in large groups, is they will find a grouping and count how many are in that grouping and then count how many groupings they can see. And they'll do that every once in a while during an event. It's not going to give us an accurate number or a specific number, but it will give us a ballpark. Having worked in specifically Chestermere events for 10 years now, I am at the very least able to see if it's more or less than subsequent years. That has been the best we've been able to do up to date. And with volunteers, we're hoping, again, with entrances and exits, that we can get a more accurate number for 2026.
Can you speak on, sorry, I might have missed it, partnership program? What is that?
So we have, we call it a grant for residents, businesses, nonprofits, anyone in Chestermere that would like to host an event in Chestermere. And we have I call it a pot. So for 2025, it was $12,500. For 2026, it would be the same amount if approved. And it allows anyone that wants to host an event in Chestermere but doesn't necessarily have the resources to do so to come to the City of Chestermere and come to the Community Engagement Department with an idea and with a pitch, almost like Shark Tank. And they can say, we want to do this event, but we don't have any folding tables. Can you help us? Yes, absolutely. We have folding tables. We can help you. They may say, we have all these volunteers and we have an event idea and we have all the resources, but we can't pay for a sound system to rent. Can you help with that? And depending on the cost, we look at it. And as long as it's not above the cap, which I believe is 20% of the total pot, then we can say yes to that if we choose. The important distinction is ticketed events. We do not allow any financial assistance to. If we try our best to have no ticketed events for the public, and if we are having a ticketed event, we as the department assume that the tickets offset the costs. So you may need other resources, but we are not able to help financially for ticketed events. But if it's a free event, of course, for all residents, then that would fit our criteria. And that's how the partnerships are born. For something like the CWCS Awareness Gala or the Chestermere Children's Festival, which is not on here as a partnership, but it is a partnership, those events are a higher cost than what we allow from the pot. You'll see here, I think all of them are, except for the Harvest Market, the other two are above the pot entirely. So that is something that we wait till the following year and put in front of council like I'm doing now and saying, if you would like this, that is the budget that we have allocated towards it. And that's how we do larger partnerships like that.
Thank you. I have a couple questions about some of the statements that were made during that, if I may, and I would direct these to our CAO because I think that these are more appropriate at the CAO level, but obviously then you can do whatever you want with it because that's your purview. We do not support ticketed events. Who decided on that policy? And does council have any say in something like that?
Can I answer that one, Kent?
Yep.
Sorry, I just want to correct that slightly, if I may,
Sure.
Mayor Dean. We do support ticketed events.
Yeah.
We do not do not give financial assistance to ticketed events.
Okay.
So we have
same question.
Okay.
So we do not provide financial assistance to a ticketed event. Who decided on that policy?
I wrote it and it was approved by ELT and CAO.
Okay.
But I was the one that wrote it.
Okay. Is that something is that a policy level that would come to council or not come to council?
I think that's something that council should have some input into.
Okay.
Of a philosophy, because it's a budget related item that you may decide as council that you're willing to support certain types of ticketed events.
Well, what I wonder
We're not going to
is
support
that,
UFC, for example, but there might be other ticketed events. Well,
no,
maybe
but is that a carte blanche statement? So if I'm running Country Fair and I charge X amount to get into the kids zone, does that mean the city of Chestermere wouldn't do what is being stepped up and being proposed by Councillor Schindler then? Because technically there's tickets now for that event.
Ask Stephen.
The event is not ticketed for that. There are portions of the event that is ticketed, but as a resident, you can join Country Fair and join the event, and you are not ticketed to get into the event, is my understanding. It's just the kids zone.
And the bowls.
And the bowls, okay. I don't believe the market is or the parade.
The parade. Well, obviously you can't ticket a parade.
Yeah.
And the
So
market's the market.
That would be considered a free to attend event, similar to you can attend Canada Day, but the food trucks aren't free. If you want to eat at the food truck, you have to pay.
Sure. Okay.
At least that would be our definition.
I would say that I know I have some opinions on this and would like opportunity. I know that I had a chance to review that at the time that it was written, but I do wonder about that coming back to council. And I think that that's a CAO council conversation, which is why I'm directing it, but I don't care if it gets handled otherwise. I just, and then the partnership opportunities. So the word that was used was grant. So we provide grants.
I don't love that word for it. It's a bit of a gray area because a grant typically will have a committee with it.
Correct. That's where I'm going with it.
Yeah. I've been told to use the word grant, that it is the closest we can get to a word that is the correct usage for it.
So I'm just wondering about what other areas in the city do we have where we engage with the community where a solo department gets to make the decision on their own of who gets what. Outside of this department, I don't know if anybody else gets that kind of authority over the spending. And I'm just wondering about the philosophy behind that. Because if I was to go through the list really quick in my head, presentation that we had earlier from CSS, right? That all goes through committee. Right? They don't make a determination that X organization gets this and X organization gets that, right? That goes through a committee with other people's input, right? I'm just wondering what other department, is that something that's unique to this? Is there a reason that it's unique to this? Is that also something that should be explored? Just questions that I have surrounding that. And I would suggest that on this one specifically, this is a question that I have had from our community, so I'd be representing community questions with regards to my question here. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. So a few questions in there. I'll try to address them all. I think as far as the partnership program goes, from what I can think of on my head, and anybody correct me if I'm wrong, this is the only one where there's sort of some arbitrary decisions that a particular department can make. I believe there is a policy or a framework in place of criteria that fits. It's not just ad hoc. There are certain types of things that qualify and other things that don't. And I think that's where my understanding of it is that's where the decision is made of, does it fit the criteria? And if it does, we approve it. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And if we've ran out of money and you were the last one to the table, there's no money left. I do think this is something that council should review, make sure council's comfortable with it, and whether you're happy with that policy. The second one on the ticketed events, yeah, that came to ELT, and the premise on that was, as a city, my thought process and the events team's process, and I think ELT at the time, was our job is to provide fair and equal access to everybody. And ticketed events don't necessarily do that, depending on the type of ticketed event, sure. Right? If you have to pay $50 to get there, it's not necessarily open and equitable. So that isn't something that then we should be, this was our view, shouldn't be sponsoring. Now, if council has a different opinion on that, that can be, again, a policy we bring back perhaps to a GAP meeting or something and review with council to get your input and make sure we're all on the same page with that one. There was something else.
I asked about the word grants because I feel like, and also, no, that's okay.
Because I have two things.
I have one more.
Okay.
Do you want me to go or do you want to go?
You go ahead.
Okay. The one thing that I see not included on here as an idea that has been discussed as council, that has been proposed in a couple of different ways, and I believe was discussed as recently as either our organizational meeting or a subsequent meeting thereof when we were talking about fireworks, was creating an opportunity to engage differently with our residents when it comes to Diwali. And I don't see any mention of that anywhere in the presentation today. And I know that a conversation that we've been having over the last number of days when it comes to budget is at what point you want council bringing suggestions forward. And I can think of no better time than right now, I think, to be starting to have that conversation, because we've been wanting to come up with some creative ways. Again, I think that we've not only discussed this, it's definitely been brought up privately. We've also brought it up publicly. It's been an idea that's been brought up by our residents as well on various platforms, as well as to probably every single person sitting on this side of the desk. But I see no mention of that within here. So if we were to look at having something like that added, what would the process you'd like us to follow for that, Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. So you hit on the one thing I was going to talk about.
Oh, okay.
Two things I was going to talk about. One, it maybe the Chestermere Children's Festival. It's a new addition, but maybe listening at something that's been ongoing before. Is this a brand new event to the community?
Yeah, it should say on there, but it is a partnership, and it would be new to 2026. Yes.
Do you want to just take 10 seconds to explain what it is, just so council and public are aware of?
Sure. It would be a
leads
festival.
into my next question.
It would be a festival completely geared towards families and kids. So we would bring out any of the nonprofits or any of the daycares or like Luna Play Kids, anything like that. And we'd bring them out and not only showcase them, but they would have something either on display or something functional that kids could touch and play with. We would have things like bouncy castles. We would have things like I'm blanking on the name of it, but the transportable playground that I can't remember the name for right now. We would have children's performers, children's music. It would be
mobile playground.
Yes, thank you.
Gotcha.
It would be similar to something like the Canada Day Festival, but completely geared for like under 12 and families. And that would be a partnership between us and Little Lake Locals.
Okay. Speaking of mobile, where's our mobile skate park? And how come that's not being utilized at these? Because we spent a lot of money on our mobile skate park. And in a previous lifetime, we have an entire skate park. Mm-hmm. And in my previous life, I used to book it pretty much all summer long. I booked it, not all summer long. In my previous life, I booked it 3 weeks out of the summer. And I'm just wondering why we are not utilizing our mobile skate park at our events as an addition to the things that we are doing, since we have it insured that it's our property.
I don't have an answer to that, unfortunately, Mayor Dean. I don't know where it is, and I've never heard of it before.
Okay. Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I would think I've been to every crevice of every building we have. I've never heard or seen anything about a.
If I saw the
mobile
trailer, I could
skate
pick it
park.
up.
Perhaps it's up at the comm ops.
The mayor should go for a drive and point.
We should go for a drive and point. Maybe there's just a lack of awareness that exists. So let me follow up on that one. Because my second question, if I may, before, was along the lines of, I think Councillor Schindler started to do it, but there's these comments around we should do less events. This would be the perfect time for council to say which one of those, like, what I'm respectfully asking is don't leave that to us. We've said, here's what we'd like to do. Tell us what you don't like, what you wouldn't like to do, what you'd like to change. Do you have ideas for something else? I'll preempt the one idea that I'm sure is going to come from one of our callers. We've talked about some kind of water fest, some kind of use on the lake. That's not in the budget. As everyone's aware, Mayor and I have committed with the WID to relook at our use of works agreement to allow for this kind of stuff. Again, to work cooperatively. That's something we're going to be working on through the spring. So it may be something that comes back for either final budget this year, but most likely into the 2027 budget cycle for something like that. But my request really, and you were alluding to it, Mayor Dean, would be, is there something up here you don't like that you want to move, you want to change, you want us to investigate something else and come back with numbers for that? I've heard Diwali. We can go back and look at what would a celebration for Diwali cost and have that put into here, but are things you'd like to remove?
Okay. Before directly answering that question, my screen's gone very green. And it was before you asked that question, so I can't even imagine how green my screen's going to go when we start answering that question. So first I'm going to go to Ledge Services.
Through the mayor, Councillor Grant would like to speak.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to administration and Mr. Burness there. Do we have a calendar? So I have a few comments. I'll just get them all out just so I don't have to go back and forth. It's a little bit easier that way. So do we have a calendar for these projected events that would include community events as well? I think that'd be helpful in us identifying what could be better placed maybe. My second part of that, or my second comment is, I don't notice any line item in here for transportation. Again, I think a lot of our events are under attend because we can't park at half them. So I think that should somewhat be addressed. And yeah, I think that's, my last one was, and should events be committee driven? And that's a question to probably council, but maybe it is. Maybe it's the most efficient way to do this.
Okay. I think I can take on two of the three. Mr. Eddy, maybe jump in on one of the three. I think on two of the three, Councillor Grant, I think on your third one, I don't mind your suggestion at all. I think the way that we would do that is for it to come to a GAP meeting, work with Ledge Services on a TOR, and then, right, because committees are really purely council driven. So if we were to look at that kind of a shift, I could see that. My suggestion would be to add that to the council priorities link that has been created. And then I can work with Ledge Services and with CAO on having that added to a future agenda. And we could look at that coming to a GAP meeting for a more robust discussion. I don't think that directly impacts the budget right now, but certainly would support at least that coming to a GAP meeting. On your calendar question, what I can say is this calendar of events conversation for the City of Chestermere. By City of Chestermere, I don't just mean the organization, I mean the City of Chestermere and all the groups that host events, has been going on for about 700 years. And we used to use a program called Trello. Back in the day, Trello was a program that we utilized, and all the not-for-profit groups would send in their information for events. The city would do the same thing. Trello became a bit of a thing on its own, so it has moved away from that. And I would say for the past 5 years, this has been an ongoing conversation as to who is going to own that. Is that going to be owned by the City of Chestermere? Is that going to be owned by a third party? Is that going to be owned by a not-for-profit group that's going to take it on and run it? What I could update, I guess, publicly is that there's a suggestion that has been brought forward by the not-for-profit committee as an idea that we want to first bring to the CAO to see if it would work in that world, and that is looking at an organization that already does a community calendar. So there is somebody in our community that currently does a community calendar, and could the City of Chestermere simply just partner with the work that that organization is already doing, and then be able to just funnel it that way so we're not reinventing the wheel. So I guess I'll leave transportation for Mr. Edney and Mr. Burness to answer, but does that answer your question on calendar and committee?
Yes, thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, transportation. Who's taking that? Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. One just quick update before the transportation. James, our parks manager, just texted me. He'll go find the skate park for us.
Okay.
So he's on it. You
Small
and I don't
white
need to
trailer.
go for a drive. I'll let him know, small white trailer. As far as the transportation, yeah, I think that's something, again, conceptually we can look at adding to the budget. I believe one of the events, correct me if I'm wrong, Stephen, near the end of the year, we tried a bus pickup and drop off service. I know there were some criticisms of did we advertise it far enough in advance and stuff, but I don't think it got a lot of usage. Maybe you could talk to that a little bit.
Thank you, Mr. Edney. Yes, so we added bus transportation to our music festival this year. It was not utilized much. That being said, similar to first-time events, when you add something into an event that is brand new, a lot of times it won't get any usage at the start. As far as transportation goes, that is under contracted services. So we actually do have space for that, Councillor Grant. It's just not highlighted individually in the budget. It would be under contracted services. And we would definitely be looking at that for our larger events, such as Canada Day and the Music Festival, especially if we're adding a carnival to it. Potentially Alberta Day and the Children's Festival, and anything that we think is large enough that could use something like that. We are definitely looking at that avenue. Something I just would like to add to the calendar piece too, if it's all right. We have an internal calendar for all of our events that we add as many community events as we can to it once we know when they are taking place. And once our calendar is confirmed, we send it out to as many nonprofits as we can think of and as many organizations as we can think of, as well as other departments in the city, such as emergency services and parks. We could definitely add council to that list. I think we did in 2025, but I'm not 100% sure on that. So we could definitely do that for 2026. And at interagency this year, we have been putting up calendars so that any organization in interagency not only will see when our events are and when other organizations have events, but they can also add their own to that calendar as well. So we're working on a working calendar with everyone as much as we can.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I've had my light on for a while, so I think I'm going to have to back up to a few things, and please cut me off if I go on a little bit too long. So overall, I like what's being presented. I like the events that we do in the city. So my comments through you, I don't want that what comes next to be taken as I'm unhappy with what's happening. But I want to start by saying that something I specifically dislike is repeating myself. It's a waste of busy people's time. And I don't think I've heard a comment in this discussion that hasn't been said before. Literally not one. So I do feel like this is a repeat of last year's budget. And one of my questions is, what is different from this budget over last year's budget? What has meaningfully been taken as feedback? And what is changing this year?
It's a great question, Councillor Sambo, and thanks for jumping the gun on me, because literally when I got to the end of the questions that were coming, I was going to say a concern that I have coming out of this conversation is how do we make sure that everything that we have just talked about, because I brought up a number, Councillor Grant has brought up a number, I'm sure you were gearing up, was how are we actioning the things that we were talking about? So I just want to say thank you for jumping on that, that's exactly how I was going to wrap this conversation, because I was curious as to the action going forward. So I don't want to cut off your question. I just wanted to see if anyone else had anything else that they wanted to add for these, and then can we come back to that? Would that be okay? Or do you want?
We can absolutely come back to that, Your Worship.
Okay.
And I know that's a little bit heated, which I don't usually do, but it just feels so redundant to be having the same conversation again. So one thing that is, two things that are really important to me. The first one is having a strategy. So I always harp on a comm strategy. I always harp on an event strategy. I have yet to see metrics reports, strategies come forward that would give me personally, but council as a whole, a level of confidence that the events have been chosen make sense for our community. I've seen nothing about the audiences that are being addressed, about the people who are attending, about, I think there's some policies in place that I personally have not seen, so I haven't been able to assess that. I get concerns from the community about who's being selected for partnerships and those kind of things. This is feedback that has come forward. So while the events are excellent, it's hard for me to assess whether they're really fun or whether they're really effective. And to me, when I'm looking at a budget ask, I want to know whether they're really effective. What are we trying to accomplish with our events? Right? So that's a hypothetical question. But I'm just putting a little bit of heat on there that this has come up multiple times. I have at least 3 emails in my sent here to you, Mr. Edney, on this exact thing in the last couple of months. The other thing that I feel really, really strongly about is this issue with the lack of clarity of how much we're actually spending on events, because not-for-profit groups are also getting funded for events through through GAC, the Grant Adjudication Committee. So Mayor Dean was addressing this, but through that committee, I'm certain they receive at least $50,000 a year in requests, and a lot of those are granted. So there's actually a lack of transparency on how much we're spending on events in the community, because it's also going through that stream. And I do actually feel strongly enough about that particular issue that I would bring a motion forward to remove that section of the budget and put it into GAC so that it could go through committee. I'm not sure if that's the right way to do it. It would have to change the TOR. But there should be a process in place so that everybody knows all of the options for funding. You shouldn't have to have like inside information to know that this exists, right? So I feel strongly enough about that I would bring that forward. I would sever that. I'm just not sure what complications that brings. And this is a conversation we've had for at least 18 months. So all of that's my word vomit at everybody, my level of frustration with this conversation. And if anybody wants to comment, please do.
I would. I feel a certain kind of way that when someone comes out as passionate about something, to make sure, I would suggest to you, Councillor Sambo, you might feeling like you're coming in a little heated. I think you have 6 colleagues that share a similar sentiment. So I just think I want to echo that I don't think you're alone in many of the sentiments that you just expressed when it comes to this. And I would even suggest that because we are essentially in a regular meeting of council, I know it's a special meeting, that we could essentially make a motion to have a workshop for this booked for January. And we could have that as a motion that's on the table to direct administration to book a workshop with regards to this for January. Is a motion, like I said, that could come forward today. First, okay, Mr. Edney.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Dean. 2 comments. Well, no, lots of comments. I just don't know where to start. I would disagree that this isn't transparent. I think you've got down to the dollar up there what we're spending on every single item. To Mr. Burness's comment earlier, most of these, from my understanding, are things that have been in the community and have continued on for a long time. So there's an expectation in the community that we do these. We didn't just come up with these out of the blue to do anything. There was a request last fall to look at adding bigger and more events, actually. So we've got ice fishing coming in the winter. Winter's tough to do a lot of different things. So we tried to address something through the ice fishing. We've got Carnival and Music Festival going to a multi-day event. We haven't talked about Ribfest generally, but we'd like to try to put Ribfest in there somewhere else. There's the Chestermere Children's Festival. These are kind of, from my point of view, the things that we want to do. This idea of the event strategy, I'll agree. We haven't done that. This sounds like an excuse, but it's reality. There's only so much bandwidth here. Mm-hmm. We have a 2-person department running 16 events, not including all of the other things that they're doing with the rest of the community. So there's perhaps, and I don't mean this as a criticism, Mr. Burness, there's a skill set and a bandwidth thing that we've needed to try to deal with over this year, and that's part of what Ms. Dennison is going to be helping us with. So that's something that she's working with Stephen on the team to come back with sort of an event strategy. Should, I think you said, the grant adjudication committee, like, I think that's a totally different thing than necessarily this department. So criticism at kind of this department for, again, something that's been done this way before we all got here, except maybe Mayor Dean. If we want to look at it, let's look at it. But I don't think that's a fair criticism in this event to say that this has been asked for 18 months and you haven't seen anything. My pushback to council, and I know I'm a little bit on the hot seat here, is there's a lot of criticism, but not a lot of solutions being offered. And I know that's our job to come up with some solutions, but if there's something you don't like, say it. If there's something you want added, say it. Let's talk about it. The partnership program itself is $12,000 in a $530,000 budget. While it may be a highly important thing, when we've got limited bandwidth, it's not where we're putting our resources. Now that we have bandwidth, let's review that partnership program. Let's bring that to council. Let's address it. Let's change it if it needs change. And let's put resources towards it. But yes, Diwali was a miss by administration. I apologize for that. We can go deal with that real quickly. But yeah, I've probably lost my train of what the questions were at this point. But I think I think there's some fairness to it. But I'd also ask for some understanding that there's been this type of request across darn near every department. We're doing our best to deliver on what we can, but we do have limited bandwidth. And I think this is an important one I'm hearing from council. So let's bring it back to GAP, whether that's in January or February. And maybe by then, Candace and her team will be able to bring some more of this philosophy of what events are we doing and why.
I don't think GAP. I think workshop first.
Sure. Yeah. Workshop
first, right? Because I think that would be a good conversation as a workshop first, then to GAP.
Because I do think what came out of our last workshop, I think maybe a specific event may be missing, but I think what you've asked for, we're doing, right? Something that came out of our events last year was improved security. We're doing that now. Yes, it's kind of a catch-22, Mr. Burness. How are you judging how many people are attending? Yeah, we don't have a counter. Now that we do, these are things we can move forward in the future towards having better understanding of, do we have 20,000 or 30,000 people showing up? One comment, this may be not the appropriate place, but I keep forgetting to mention it, is something we'd like to do administratively in all of these budgets too, and we saw it, I think it was Music Fest. We decided we wanted to put up some fencing. We had a business in the community step up, sponsor that, put their name on it, do it. This is also a place, I think, where when we talk about engagement from the community of, yeah, we'd like to see some support. We can put your name on the fence. We can talk about it being sponsored by certain groups. So I think that's something we also want to look at too, is getting some engagement from the community on some of the costs that go into some of these events.
I think too, in fairness of your comment, and then I'll go to Mr. Burness and then Councillor Sambo, is that I don't think it's about the transparency isn't necessarily the numbers piece, at least it's not for me. The transparency piece is so you just touched on some specifics, and I think what it is it's about the specifics. You asked for more, there was a concern about safety. So our solution to that was more security, and here's how we've done that. And I think sometimes we think we have said it, but maybe we haven't, or maybe it just wasn't heard, right? To be fair, right? And so I think part of what the conversation is, I think part of what Councillor Sambo, and I don't want to speak for her, so I'll just speak for myself, is that piece about how do we do a better job of all of us having an understanding of the specifics that have been responded to, right? So feedback that is provided, what is council's role in feedback when events happen, and then how is that feedback followed up on? Is it followed up on? And if it's not, then what, right? Because we on this side of the desk certainly understand the rules, right? We are not supposed to get into the weeds on the administrative side of things. The touch point, the flip side of that, the tension point in that is, guess who the community calls and picks up the phone and has comments and criticisms to? Well, us. And so our job then, I feel, is to bring those to administration. And then where is the balancing point then of response to those? And it's not all criticism, it's also compliments. And I think we've brought those forward too. So I think that's part of what we're getting at as well, is that as we look at these, so again, another specific you gave is that we're turning Music Fest now into a 2-day event. Right. So I wonder, even within slides such as this, I know we're trying to condense everything to speed it up. But with the recognition that there are some of these things that are within our budget that are anything that's front facing is a thing that we hear about the most. And so I think that's what part of what council's responding to. Okay, Mr. Burness.
I just wanted to add,
Oh, sorry, I got you. There you go.
Appreciate that. I would just like to add to what Mr. Edney said about capacity, that I did do a comparison with a few municipalities, but I did a deep dive with one in particular. I don't really want to put them on the hot seat, so I'm not going to name them, but they have one event coordinator, and they are running 4 annual city-led events and 4 partnered events, and they feel like they are at 110 capacity. We have 2, and in 2025, we ran 12 annual city events and 9 partnered. So I'm very proud of the work that we do as a department. I think we do the work of about 5 people, but I would love to have an event strategy. I haven't had, unfortunately, a moment to breathe to make an event strategy, at least to the level that should be made when presenting to council. Yeah,
okay.
I guess that's just an addition.
Thank you. Councillor Sample.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. Mr. Edney, thank you for reminding me of some of the things that have been done this year. I appreciate you. We see a never-ending list of requests for transportation master plans, analyses on different things, all kinds of different consultant-related things that give us the information we need to move forward. In 2 budget cycles, I haven't seen that for events. Also, haven't really seen that for comms, but that's a different conversation. And I just wonder why that's not coming forward. I just resent some emails that I have previously sent you showing specifics that I have offered. Today, I've also said I am prepared to make a motion, but I prefer Mayor Dean's request for the workshop. So I think some real things are coming forward. I just want to stress, if we come back to budgeting next year and have the exact same conversation again, I will die. This will be terrible, right? It's not terrible. Mayor Dean is correct that we will hear a lot about this because this is public facing. But the piece of this that really, really just grinds my gears is that it feels unfair to some people, right? And when we're talking about community members who are feeling as though that they don't have access to the same funds for their events as others, that's a really big deal to me. Right. So I take some issue with that. And that's why I want to see it come forward. You again, with the transparency, if people have to look in 2 places to find out the money that was spent, to me, that's not transparent. Just because the information exists, it doesn't mean that that's transparent in my mind. So I do think we need to address that. But Mayor Dean, I would absolutely love to do a workshop on this and figure out exactly where we want to go.
Thank you. Councillor Randall.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Edney and whoever, to the presenter as well. We already have a 16 event, and we were talking about the Rib Fest and the Diwali and stuff. So I'm going to take straight from the Diwali. Number 1 on the Diwali. What exactly, how we can do it, because Diwali is not one date set in a year. Every year is to change that date and a month as well. Sometime comes in October beginning, sometime is end of October or mid somewhere, or sometime is in November. And how are we going to set that date? So this is, I think from a city perspective, we need some date when that event is happening every year throughout the year. So there is no set date. And the other thing is, even though we can start celebrating Diwali, what measurement or what boundaries we have, people are not doing the fireworks on that day as well. People will, like, we have the bylaw and stuff. That is still, we are working on that. So that's, and the other thing is, I just have a question for the Chestermere Children Festival, the new event. I think our majority events is a family event. Children are involved, and especially we have some children events like egg hunt and the Halloweens and those all as well. And majority of our city event is family events. Children always involved with. So we should add some, if we need to add some new, like I like that the fishing tournament one is different. So that's my suggestion. But for the workshop, we will discuss together what exactly we needed, because we can keep adding event. It's hard to subtract as well.
Thank you. Ledge Services.
Through the chair, Councillor Robb would like to speak.
Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you. I've been trying to be patient and certainly have similar challenges to what some of my peers have been saying. And a suggestion to our council. I think we're getting in the weeds here. We don't have complete alignment on what council wants for events. Stephen was clear. He's like, let us know what events you want. Yes, there may be some challenges in understanding what those costs are, but if we're going to have a workshop to discuss either what a events master plan looks like, or what events we even want, whether we want to pull some and send them out to private, or whether we want to pull more in, including RibFest or anything else, I'd like to just see us move forward, because it seems to me we're getting into the weeds and talking in circles.
Thank you.
It's quite frustrating just even listening to the conversation. So unless we're ready to make a decision, put this up for debate. Council needs to decide what events we want, and if we're going to do that at the workshop, then let's do it.
Thank you. Councillor Schindler.
Yeah, I just, so I wanted to put my support out for a workshop. I think that's really important. I have some interesting thoughts with the way CSS is transitioning some of its events to third parties. And perhaps this could be a place where we can transition to have third parties run some of our major events as well. I'm channeling Councillor Grant in this. And I think this also leads to a larger conversation of who we are. And today is not that day to figure that out. We definitely need a workshop for both comm strategy and who we are, and for events. So that's what I got.
Thank you. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I think just to summarize, I was just going to go back to Councillor Sambo's comment. I just quickly replied to your email there, so check that out. Again, too, one of the things that I've worked on hard this year is bringing in the bandwidth and the capacity to complete some of these things. Again, we have a new director who's going to help the team develop this stuff. I think the workshop will be a great start. We can bring some stuff to the workshop. We can sort out exactly what Councillor Schindler said. What does council want this community to be? Because I think we're getting lost in two different things. We're talking about how are we allocating grants to other things, but the big bulk of this budget are the ones we're putting on. That's really what this team is focusing on. And that's that philosophical question again. How much should we be doing versus how much should we be supporting our local events? And again, it kind of ties back to one of your other things, not to irritate you more, Councillor Sambo, is the communications piece, right? We've made some big changes in communications in the last couple months here as well. And again, making sure people understand what's available, understand the grant streams, understand the criteria, and understand those things. And I think that's what all of these always turn back to, is people just aren't clear and aren't sure. So we'll do a better job administratively of making sure that that communication is out there and that we're upfront with what these different programs are.
Okay, so then I guess a question I would have is, so we are looking at approving a budget here in the next couple of council meetings. What level of a budget do we need to approve when it comes to events in order for the department to be able to move forward, while at the same time recognizing that there may be some commentary from council on some priorities? Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. So I'm going to speak a little bit for Stephen, because him and I have had a bit of this conversation. But of course, planning for next year's events is happening right now.
Right.
Obviously, there's things that need to be booked a long way in advance. So I may turn it over to Stephen. For example, the ice fishing tournament. If you don't decide on that kind of by next week, we're probably not doing that. So I don't know if it's from Stephen's perspective, which comes first, or if there's certain big ticket items like fireworks for Canada Day that we need to commit to now. But maybe I'll let Stephen talk a little bit about that, of what are those urgent things that need to be completed in the next week.
Yeah, so as far as the next week goes, The ice fishing tournament and the carnival would be number 1 and 2. The carnival pretty much already has their schedule, and we haven't been able to commit to a certain weekend because we have to know if we're doing it or not, obviously. And the ice fishing tournament, we've been lucky that they are very generous in working with us without a signed contract, but they have asked for a signed contract a month and a half ago, I believe. So they understand that we're in budget and that we're working as fast as we can, but those two would be priority, I would say, for me. If we're going into January, that's when we book fireworks for Canada Day, Music Festival, and Winter Lights. We could book them later in the year, but you get a discount if you book in January, which is why we get the price that we do. So I would recommend those be approved or not approved, either way, pretty soon. The rest doesn't really start till April or May. And we have worked under tighter deadlines than that. So I would say those 2-3 parts of the budget are ASAP.
Okay, so recognizing that today is Thursday, a couple of these are new-ish, and while on a surface level they may seem obvious, I think one of the things that would help me with a better understanding of approval moving forward would be a little more detail as to what the ice fishing tournament is, and the carnival. So the idea that it's going to happen at the rec center, like some actual like detail of like location, how, number of days, those sorts of things. So is it possible for on some of the new ones, and or if council has any questions? So a question was raised about Alberta Day, about the rise, about the increase in budget for Alberta Day. I just brought up ice fishing. I talked about carnival a little bit. I think a lot of the other ones kind of are what they are in terms of like we know them. Would it be possible for council to get a little bit more detail via email before Tuesday, so that then we come back on Tuesday and do more of that final approval process?
Short answer, yes.
Okay.
Long answer, it's a little bit chicken and the egg that something like the carnival, especially, we would be working with the traveling carnival company to see what works best with them as well. And we can't know what that is until we start working with them. So we can have our plan and what we would recommend.
Sure.
But if it doesn't work for them, we would have to change that plan, which is why we want to start as soon as possible.
For myself, I'd love to see what administration is recommending. So is that a fair go forward here? Is there anything else? So I've asked for ice fishing, carnival, children's festival. I would add to that list. So I would say on those three, I would like to see an Alberta Day. The specifics, more specifics as to exactly day, location. Not day, but number of days, location, what's going to be a part of it. Is there any others for council that they would like to see highlighted that would help them on Tuesday make some yes/no decisions? Perfect. There we go. I think we have a go forward then.
Sorry, maybe I missed it. When is the deadline for that email?
Before Tuesday.
Perfect. Probably tomorrow will be
because we're
sent.
like our next budget meeting after today is Tuesday.
Yep.
Right. Okay. And then do we want to make a motion for administration to book a event strategy workshop before the end of January 2026? Councillor Sambo?
I would like to make that motion.
Okay. Ledge Services? Council to book a workshop with council, for council, to discuss an event strategy before the end of January 2026. Councillor Sambo, does that wording work for you?
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Sambo.
All right. Thank you, Your Worship. I move that Council direct administration to book a workshop with Council to discuss an event strategy before the end of January 2026.
Comments, questions from Council? Call for the vote. Councillor Warzanowski, do you vote in favor?
Yes, in favor. Thank you.
Councillor Grant, do you vote in favor?
In favor.
That sounded like in favor.
favor.
Good. Okay. So that's carried unanimously. Thank you. With that, we'll take a quick 10-minute break and come back at 2:20. Thanks, everybody. Good afternoon, everyone. Just coming back from our break. I think we are settling back in here. I think while we're settling back in, Mr. Edney, I guess I would address my conversation to you for a moment. I think during the break, I had a moment where I was able to kind of reflect on some of the conversations that we're having, both public and then obviously when we go to break, there's a moment for us to be able to reflect on conversations that we're having. And I think a tension that I'm certainly feeling throughout this entire process is there's a tipping point in these conversations. And the tipping point was highlighted during that last conversation of staff need to get going on some things. To be able to get going on some things, they need to know how much money do I have to be able to go do the thing that I want to do. And yet council is in a spot and staff has had weeks, if you will, to be able to review, to look at. There's been lots of conversations at the ELT, whereas for the governance board, for the government to now be looking at it, for some of us, this is our first crack at this particular budget and these particular sheets and this particular information that we're looking at. And so I think there's a tipping point that exists within that of we are trying to be efficient and effective in our questioning, in our time, in what's happening, while at the same time recognizing when we have received information. And so I do want to acknowledge that maybe we're missing that tipping point. Maybe at times during our conversation we're at a balance one way or the other, but I just think that is the nature of this process as we are moving forward. So that was just something I was reflecting on as we're going through this, is that there are some philosophical conversations that we've been looking at here for a little while, but at the same time the practicality of, well, I just need to know what number I'm working with so that I can go and do my job, and where's the tipping point in that. So I would just encourage administration to continue to prod us a little bit on that tipping point to move that, while at the same time recognizing that I think that's the tension when it comes to the budgeting process. So Mr. Edney, I'm not sure if you have a comment on my diatribe there, but open up that opportunity, Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I'll comment through you to council a little bit, and just for the public's understanding too. This is something that's important to me, that we didn't meet our target this year. We've had some changes. Mr. Shonkin talked about the significant changes in the finance department. Ultimately, finance is who leads this process. We didn't get going early enough. We didn't get finished, certainly, soon enough to give council ample time. We give you a binder with, I don't know how many sheets are in there, a couple hundred. You've got department budgets, you've got roll-up budgets, you've got sheets, you've got capital budget request forms, you've got all sorts of stuff, and we give it to you a couple days in advance and say, here you go, and kind of anticipate, to your point, that we think you've read through it all and understood it and asked all your questions, and you just practically haven't had that chance.
Correct.
So, for next year, I will make this promise now. We will have a lot more time in advance. You'll have weeks, if not more, to contemplate things in the budget. We'll space the budget out a little bit too, so it's not all rammed together in one sort of day. Give us a break in between, a chance to go back and, reflect on what you heard, ask some questions, come back to the next meeting. So you're right, there's a bit of a tension point here, and I think we're doing a good job of working through it here as a group.
So where are we taking the boat next?
Well, I'm actually going to talk about legislative services. So number 71 in your budget, or in your binder. I'm just going to stay here if that's okay, just because I have some of my notes on my computer. Obviously, with the recent changes in legislative services, while this department now reports under to Ms. Dennison, we just felt it was more appropriate for me to talk about it because I've had the input into making this budget. So again, really quickly, you've seen legislative services at work. Over the last few days, they support effective governance for council. They run our council meetings. They look after our ATIA and POPA, whatever the new acronyms are. Let's just call it FOIP. Understanding we know it's not FOIP anymore. They run the election. They run the census. Bylaws, policies, all end up going through ledge services. So it's a very critical department in our organization. And they're that main source of advice for not just myself, but council as well. on procedures, MGAs, all that kind of stuff. So you see them every time we have a council meeting. So I think you're pretty aware of what the department does. If we can just go to the next slide, Josh. Quickly looking at the budget, again, the user fees and charges are minimal. This is something that I'll just take a quick chance to comment on. A lot of this is something we're going to be working on for come final budget to make sure we're allocating for the allocations in the proper places, whether they're due to the utility agreements or not. So quickly on the personnel expense, it appears that there's a big jump in the personnel expense. This may be a spot where we could look to defer a position. There's not a new position request. What happened in last year's budget was we had a person in the senior legislative services role, and they got bumped up to manager. And in the budget process somewhere, the senior legislative service position didn't get budgeted for. So it's a vacant position. It's in the org chart. It sits there. We didn't fill it through the year, but this better reflects, and you've got an org chart that was sent out to you, better reflects what the budgeted amounts for this department are. I've put that in, again, more for transparency, to know that it is a position there that's been approved that could be recruited for. But as we discuss some of the other things that the council may have wanted, I was looking to this as maybe some support for the committees and stuff. Thank you very much to the Ledge Services team. You may have solved that problem for us at the last meeting, so thank you. So this could be a spot where if we wanted to free up some money, we're currently recruiting for the manager of Ledge Services and an intergovernmental advisor. I think when we get those two, we should be in a good spot for 2026. So it's not a new personnel request. It's just better reflecting what was already in the org structure. All of those people were in there in September, but just through the budget process, because we had lost an individual, it got missed in 2025. So otherwise, there's no real change. That really is just the addition of that position that wasn't in there in the first place. There's a little bit extra in there put in by the previous manager, just in your business and training, just for a little bit more training. For the Ledge Services team, potentially joining the Municipal Clerks Association, a little bit more education with their peers, and a little bit more training that's not really the HR training, but directed right at those legislative clerks. So again, not a big change in the budget for this year. And then just kind of the last slide here. I should have just hit back on the contracted and general services. The huge change there, of course, was we're not running an election this year, and we're not completing a census. There's a census this year, but it's run by the federal government, so we just let them do their thing. So that's the big reduction there. So overall, the add back in of the staff member and the reduction of the election and census costs have kept the budget essentially flat year over year. So any questions on Ledge Services?
Yeah, I'll jump in. I would like to see us remove that allocated staff person for now in our interim budget to see how things start to play out with the new manager, when the new manager starts, as well as when the new intergov person starts. So my recommendation would be, and I'd be even comfortable making it now, would be to remove that position from the budget for the interim budget, with the possibility if it comes back at final budget for the reasons I just outlined.
So typically what we don't do when there's already an approved position in the org chart is necessarily remove the budget for it. But what I can do, and I think I talked about this in the opening statements, is we can put an offset in there to essentially take that allocation away for this year, so it doesn't just end up a variance if we don't use it. It is sort of covered in, we talked a little bit about at the report with the variance reports of something I've put in here across the board is a 3% reduction in staffing to account for vacancies and that kind of thing. So
this also may be covered under that to
Okay.
some extent. But I'll take that back and we can figure out something for Tuesday.
Because
That
if we,
makes sense.
what you're saying is that to leave the position in the org chart, we also have to leave the budget number.
Yes, we should. We can have an understanding that we won't go out and fill it until we've evaluated everything like you've said, and that's the plan right now.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Any other comments, questions from council? Great, thank you. Next. Which page are we going to? Next? Sorry?
We're staying in order.
We're staying in order. Look at us go. Oh, no, here we go. There we go. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. For the record, Shaman Vicencio, Development and Building Services Manager for the City of Chestermere. For the CGI Group, I am starting with presenting the proposed budget for the Building Services team for 2026. So with every other group that has already presented, I will start with an overview of what the group does in our role. The Building Services Group plays a vital role, ensuring safety, compliance, and quality in every stage of construction. We ensure all construction and renovation projects comply with the Safety Codes Act, the National Building Code, that's the Alberta edition, and of course the local bylaws. This is achieved through comprehensive reviews of applications, detailed plans examinations, inspections, and compliance monitoring. This team serves as a key public resource, offering daily guidance and education to the public, that being the industry, developers, contractors, homeowners, to ensure understanding and compliance with code requirements. This group's ultimate goal is to protect public health, safety, and property. And we do all this while maintaining our accreditation with the Safety Codes Council. Now let's talk about the numbers. We are projecting an increase in revenue from a 3.3 million projected revenue in 2025 to a 4.3 million projected revenue in 2026. The projected increase in revenue, I am just going to reiterate what CAO Mr. Edney has mentioned earlier, is derived from the anticipated steady and sustained permit activity, reflecting continued ongoing residential construction volumes and anticipating more commercial coming in. The volume of new home permits directly relates to trade permits, inspection activities, as well as accessory permits, which also all generate revenues. To keep pace with industry standards, we are updating our fee schedule as well to reflect current practices and cost structures. In addition, plant technology and process enhancements will streamline submissions and improve conversion of applications to permits. As we look at expenses, you'll also see a moderate increase in the expenses from 1.2 million to 1.3 million, about 100,000. And this is mainly due to staffing and upgrade of technology. Overall, cost recovery is strong with a positive net position of about 2.9 million. It's not, oh, there you go. So this team consists of 10 dedicated staff members who ensure the seamless execution of daily operational tasks. With permit volumes and inspections on the rise, we need more team members to keep pace and, most importantly, to deliver faster, more reliable service to our community. That said, we are requesting one additional Safety Codes officer for every discipline, that being a senior building safety codes officer, a plumbing and gas safety codes officer, and an electrical safety codes officer. Adding qualified safety codes officers strengthens compliance, reduces delays, and ensures predictable timelines. More importantly, it provides clear guidance and education for residents while generating revenue and mitigating risk. This investment keeps Chestermere responsible, competitive, and ready for continued growth.
Sorry, just 1 second. Ledge Services.
Through the Chair, Councillor Rob would like to speak.
Councillor Wojciechowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I can wait until Shaman is done. She may answer my question by then.
Okay.
Unless you're ready, Shaman, for questions.
I can be.
Okay, I raised my hand. Thank you through the mayor to, through Kent to you, Shaman, is we completely understand that we're behind on being able to service our community when it comes to permitting and things like that. However, have we also accounted for a slowdown in construction? Because that seems to be what is trending for the next 12 months. And is that accounted for the staffing requests?
Through the chair to Councillor Warzanowski. I would reiterate and go back to what Mr. Edney has presented earlier when he started the operations budget presentation, where we are anticipating a slowdown in subdivisions, but a continued volume increase in new builds. And this is because it takes time before a subdivision is approved to when it's completely built out. So yes, we're asking for additional staffing to improve our service delivery, mainly because we'd like to improve or address what we have now. And then in anticipation of another year of still strong permit activity, then we would be able to supplement that with additional services, as well as being more efficient in doing inspections. We mainly lack, I think, when we talk about challenges, compliance monitoring, enforcement in terms of safety. So we're also seeing that these safety codes officers or these staffing requests would also address that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you,
I
Mayor.
also want to follow up with that, Mayor Dean, but go ahead. Thank you.
Sure, I just wanted to maybe add some more insight into Councillor Warzanowski, and maybe Shaman can talk to this, but I saw an email, I was just looking for it here, that in November we saw a record number of building permits applied for and issued for that month. Can you speak a little bit to that, just to kind of that idea that we're seeing construction slow down? I think we're actually seeing it's pick up.
I would confirm that is the stats that I was able to pull out very recently. In fact, as of yesterday, which means that is up to the end of November. So in the month of November, with full capacity operating, we have seen 165 new residential units being issued. And we've broken the record of, in the past, we've done as much as 273, I think. We were at 237. We were at 240 last month, total permits issued. So that's all going to trickle down, not just issuing permits, but to the inspection activities, trade permits, accessory permits. It's like the more dwelling units that we see here, we're anticipating those dwelling units to have a basement, a deck, a garage. There's at least 3 disciplines that go into a single house: electrical, plumbing, and gas. So that's a multiplier to all these factors. And if I may also reiterate, I've also looked into subdivisions that we had open since 2019 to 2020, because then I'm in anticipation of the length of time it gets for a subdivision to be built. We anticipate those subdivisions to be built out now. So the subdivisions that we've opened up in 2021, 22, 23, 24, in terms of if the cost of developing land is high, the development and building industry will veer more into building into established or into actively subdivided subdivisions already.
Councillor Warzanowski.
Yes, thank you. And as a follow-up to your presentation through our mayor, a question to Kent and maybe you, Shaman. When it comes to a safety officer, I know it's been discussed in previous council meetings about a compliance officer. Is this one and the same person that we're looking to add for personnel? And that will also help us with compliance-related issues, bylaw-related with secondary suites, and other items like that?
Through the chair to Councillor Warsinowski, this is not the same as a development compliance officer that will be covered under the staffing request under the development services group later on. A building safety codes officer can enforce the Safety Codes Act. A development compliance officer enforces the land use bylaw. So they definitely act, or they work in tandem or in strong collaboration, because growth goes hand in hand with safety. So we are looking at this senior building safety codes officer along with the chief to be able to implement that task.
Okay. Mr. Chadwick?
Thank you, Maureen. Through Maureen to Councillor Warsinowski, we are, if you look at our revenues, if you can go back a few slides up in terms of revenues there, our revenues are going to increase by about 30% in next year, which means we'll have about at least 30% more building activity in next year. Right now, we have 2 building safety codes officers, 1 full-time and 1 part-time plumbing gas inspector, and 1 electrical safety codes officer. We're operating with 4.5 people, which is nowhere close to what we need for sort of meeting the standard. We are from 2020, we are up 330% in terms of building activity, and we are operating with minimal staff. If we do not get the positions that we are requesting, it'll be difficult for us to sort of meet or keep up to the timelines for processing permits and providing building safety inspections, and hence the request for some of these new positions.
Okay. Councillor Schindler. Councillor Schindler.
Thank you through the chair to through Kent and to our CGI group. That leads right into my question. So we're seeing a 30% increase in user fees and charges from the city for 2026. Is that number reflective of the 3 new positions? And then I have follow-ups to that. Or is this just what we're going to process this year with current staff levels?
Through the chair to Councillor Schindler, the revenue is not based on the personnel. It is driven by the industry and the construction activity. So we are deriving the revenue numbers from previous trends, from year-over-year averages, from available land that are developable, etc. And on the personnel side of things, we're requesting these additional manpower to cater to what we already have and to improve our service levels.
Okay. And then, so like what we've heard from developers is the need to process and builders is the need to process these permits and whatnot faster on the city side. Such had mentioned that we are nowhere near the levels of staff that we should have for this group. And considering that this group does make us a lot of money in the city, is this ask enough? Is this a level of staff enough for you to meet those service levels that our communities are demanding, our builders are demanding? And yeah.
So I'm trying to follow the eye conversations that keep happening. It's just fun to
Who's
watch
gonna
as a
take
chair.
this
I'm
one?
like, just point.
Who's going to take this one?
Through the chair to Councillor Schindler, thank you for that question. There are 2 aspects to improving service delivery. The first one is building up the team, which is what we are requesting council to sort of approve a few positions. The second task for us is to improve processes. So the current processes that we have run in sequence. So we have to sort of wait for the first process to finish, then we go on to the second process. We're looking to break some of those processes up so that we can start, 2 applications side by side. It's going to allow us to improve some process efficiency and improve timelines. So that is something that's going to happen in addition to requesting for these positions. We want to take some of these positions that we're requesting, evaluate, and deal with the process efficiency. Evaluate how well can we respond to market pressures, and then sort of come back rather than asking for more positions from the get-go and then not being able to use them. So at this point, we're only asking for one position every discipline. I think we should be okay. Requests, should we feel that we are not able to sort of hold up to the pressures, market pressures in terms of development industry, we will request council for more positions. But I think for now, this should be okay.
Mr. Edney?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Oh.
Sorry, I got too many mics. There we go.
Sorry, thank you, Mayor Dean. I just wanted to follow up on a comment that Shaman made just about improving our service levels. Because we've had a lot of discussions around what's a service level improvement. While it's improving the service levels we currently offer, the service levels we offer are nowhere near what they should be or what even the base expectation of standards, I believe, by council would be. So this is to just try to get us in line with what we should be providing and what is expected under general standard business practices. While this group doesn't generate the revenue directly per se, if we can't get things together, what it's going to do is cause builders to build somewhere else where it's a little more friendly. We've heard a lot, especially in the dirt-to-door meetings, about the time it takes to get an inspection, and that is simply just we don't have the people to do it. I talked about it, and I don't want to embarrass him here, but Mr. McGilvery shouldn't be starting work at 3 a.m. to try and catch up on some of this stuff. We need to get him some support and some help.
May I add to that? Thanks for the points such that you've brought up. I guess in addition to that, which you're also going to see as part of our expense, is that we're making the effort to find a system or to improve the current system that we have so that we can modernize the system that we're using that caters to the public, as well as make the processing more efficient. And just to add to Mr. Edney's point there, builders building outside or builders building anyway, which is worse.
Okay.
All right. I think I'm on to my last slide. So I'll just summarize. The Building Services Group plays a critical role in ensuring safe, compliant, and sustainable permits and development in Chestermere. Permit and inspection volumes remain strong, reflecting ongoing growth. Strategic staffing and modern improvements to technology has caused the expenses to go up, but very modestly. However, in exchange of this, it should ensure timely service, compliance, and digital permitting modernization. So that all while remaining cost recovery and positive financial position. That concludes my presentation for the building group. Are there any questions?
Any further questions from council with regards to this presentation? We're good.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You'll see me again.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. So we said we're going in order. So data services, is that where we're going? Awesome. Data. Is that like potato? It's been a long day, all right?
Okay. Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Samuel Hinawi. I'm the Manager of Asset Services at the City. During my presentation today, all my comments will be made through the CEO to Mayor and all members of Council. So I oversee 3 different and distinct teams at the City. So the first team is the Data Services team, or the GIS team. And the other 2 teams are the Project Management Office team and the Procurement Services, which I'll be covering off in the following slides. So the first one I would like to start with is Data Services. So the Data Services team, they manage the city spatial data as a whole. So what we do, we keep all the mapping layers and the databases current so that staff can rely on it for information and decision making. We also build some dashboards and digital tools that help the teams work more efficiently and reduce the manual processes. The third point in terms of the core function is the addressing. Addressing is a major part of our work. So every new home, business, and subdivision requires accurate addressing, and that's necessary for emergency response, mail delivery, and 911 integration. And finally, we support all the financial audits and the open data programs, ensuring that the city remains transparent and accountable. In terms of on the legislative side, so we support, so our work is guided by provincial and national standards through the city departments that we serve in GIS. So these include the Public Sector Accounting Board for financial reporting, and the MGA, which supports the creation of the MDP, the street addressing, and the naming, which DataSource team plays a key role in. And of course, everything that we handle at DataSources must align with the privacy and data protection legislation to ensure that sensitive information is managed responsibly. Okay, a quick overview of the DataSources budget. So our operating budget remains stable going into 2026. With a small increase connected to employee benefits and preparations for onboarding and asset management specialists. So we continue to generate revenue primarily through utility data sources, which help offset some of our operational costs. Our contracted services line at the bottom is consistent with the previous years. So what that primarily covers is the oblique and ortho imagery that we capture through our contract to support engineering and planning decisions. So the GIS team is a very lean team. So it's composed of 3 team members. So there is 1 team lead and 2 GIS technicians. So as the city infrastructure grows, the need for accurate asset information grows with it, and the need for a proactive asset management approach also grows with that need. So that hence the request for the asset management specialist position. And that what that role does is it really strengthens our city's ability to track, forecast, and plan for infrastructure and their life cycle needs. It also, what this position does, it also releases pressure from the GIS team, who are currently balancing both the mapping aspects and the asset-related responsibilities as well. So in the absence of this role, what we risk is sudden failures in critical infrastructure, which can become costly and can cause service disruptions, and that's something we have seen in across municipalities. And with that concludes my presentation on the data sources side. Any more questions?
Thank you. Any comments, questions from council? You were almost good. So close. Councillor Sample.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, I was trying to give someone else a chance to go first with questioning. I have 2 questions. First one, when we're talking about assets, what's your definition of an asset, just so I'm understanding?
So assets would be a broad definition. So anything from IT equipment to infrastructure to everything that the city owns and maintains.
So we're talking entire citywide assets.
Correct.
Physical assets or digital assets as well?
Physical assets.
Okay. Yes? Are we also talking about things like underground infrastructure, those kind of assets? Okay.
Correct.
So anything physical, including all of that kind of stuff. The other question I had for you was some of this mapping and data is available on the city website, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes, through our open data platform.
Okay. What is the division of responsibility on the user interface and the user experience between your department and IT? How does that work?
Yeah, so the GIS team is primarily the mapping team, so they support updating the maps through our portal so that the public and stakeholders can have access to the most accurate information at any point in time. The IT supports any IT needs to basically allow the data services team to execute their work. So, for example, Catalyst softwares and the GIS softwares that the data services team would use, that's something that's facilitated through our IT team to data services.
Okay. So if somebody wanted to take a look at how many people were accessing that information and whether it was effective and easy to access and get that information out there, whose responsibility would that be?
That's a great question. I would say it would be a shared responsibility between data services and IT. We can definitely, and probably communications as well, to see the click rates on some of these web pages that are available for the public. But these are the metrics that we can pull through if Mayor and Council wishes.
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I just wanted to go back to Councillor Sandbo's first question there around the asset management specialist. So one thing we've talked a lot extensively internally as management, but also talked with council about too, is departments are doing asset management. We're keeping track of pipes in the ground and roads, but we're not doing it in necessarily a comprehensive, well-defined, articulated, standardized. Thank you, Councillor Schindler. I was looking for the word, you read my mind. Standardized approach. Now, you're obviously not going to assess your road condition in the same way you're going to assess the life cycle of your computer equipment, but you should be doing that process for both of them. So this is really that next step. We've had software in the budget for 2025 that's working to be implemented. This is to get somebody to start using that software, I guess, but also build that platform, build that guidebook, that handbook, and centralize that asset management function into one place, working with the departments to ensure and then the benefit, again, for the public of this is for us, as we start talking about capital projects, understanding what's the life cycle of our assets look like. This is roads, street lights, sewer lines, storm lines, bridges, buildings, all that kind of stuff in one centralized place, so we can start using that data to forecast 10, 20 years in the future of what needs to be replaced and making sure we're addressing those capital requirements. So I didn't want to kind of just gloss over this position. I think it's a really important position in the organization.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Edney. And to add to what Mr. Edney said, what this position allows us is to map out the life cycle and to basically plan for the minor interventions before we face the major interventions through our infrastructure and the assets that we own. So we're coming in at the right time to do the right fix before it gets too expensive and costly to fix it later.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think next we're on to projects and procurement.
That's me as well.
Oh, all right.
Okay. Okay. So the other two teams that I oversee are the project management office and the procurement services office. So I'll cover both of their responsibilities all in one because they're included in one slide here. So the project management office, or the PMO, is our organizational backbone for how we deliver capital projects. So their responsibilities are twofold. So we lead and manage capital projects from functional planning, design, all through to construction. And the second responsibility, which is very important, is we develop and maintain the city project management standards. So that includes everything from the templates, tools, structures, governance, defining roles and responsibilities across staff. to deliver projects consistently and transparently. For the other team, the procurement team, so the procurement team has a very important role in the organization. So they manage all the sourcing, competitive bidding, and contracting activities for every single city department. The other aspect that they oversee is they procure specialized consultants and that provide advisory services to the city. So anything ranging from engineering, planning, financial, legal, and project management experts that we get on board that help us move projects and initiatives along. For the procurement team, we also maintain the corporate procurement policy, the templates, and we provide mentorship and training across the organization to educate people on how to procure goods and services and contracts for the work that they undertake. So with the strong procurement practices, the legal, the financial, and the operational risks are reduced to the city as a whole. So on the legislative side, sorry. Actually, this is the side. Okay. So the project management office work is grounded in the Municipal Government Act, which establishes expectations for budgeting, multi-year capital planning, which the PMO team gets heavily involved in. We also follow various technical and planning standards, so engineering and design and construction standards, transportation and utility master plans, and off-site levy bylaw, which all guide how we design, deliver, and cost the capital projects. On the procurement side, we operate under the MGA to make sure that we acquire goods and services in a fair, open, and transparent way. We're also bound by interprovincial trade agreements, such as the Canadian Free Trade Agreement and the Northwest Partnership Trade Agreement, which ensure that there is fair access for suppliers, and it really protects the city from any procurement-related challenges or disputes that could arise. In terms of the budget for both groups, operating expenditures increase modestly, and that's to account for consulting support for cost estimation and project delivery. Personnel costs remain stable, more or less, with minor adjustments to benefits and step increases across both teams. And the training and travel budgets have been adjusted to align with the actual levels of participation from our staff. In terms of the new staffing requests, so starting from the project management team. So the project management team, again, is a very lean team. It's 2 people, 1 team lead and 1 project coordinator. And they have delivered and supported almost 10 capital projects in 2025. So this justifies the request that we're making for Mayor and Council for the new senior project coordinator position. So this position would allow us to increase our capacity to manage our increasing workload and maintain the standards of delivery for the capital projects. This role would also ensure that we stay on schedule and remain aligned with Council's direction on the infrastructure we execute. So without this position, the PMO team will remain at maximum capacity. It will make it challenging to take on new initiatives and maintain the level of transparency in project reporting to the public and Mayor and Council. On the procurement side, on the procurement side, we also have a lean team. Again, 2 people at the moment, 1 team lead or procurement officer and 1 procurement assistant. And their their workload also is on the increase, so that justifies the ask for our current temporary procurement assistant to be converted into a full-time permanent position. And what that does is it ensures that we maintain the service levels on the procurement side, reduce the administrative burden on the procurement officer, and it improves the turnaround times for tenders and contracts we execute. So without this position, we risk slower procurement cycles, potential compliance gaps, and potential loss of the critical knowledge that has been gained by the temporary assistant to date. And that concludes my presentation.
Councillor Schindler.
Hi, yes. Thank you for your presentation. I really appreciate it. So through the chair, through Mr. Edney to you. So I'm noticing a fairly substantial increase in contracted and general services. I'm assuming that we're using a lot more contractors to do work. Is that a correct assumption?
Yeah, so that increase is twofold. So what we're looking at doing is tapping into a cost consultant next year to help us develop better costs for our capital projects, and to also and that consultant will be in tune with industry trends. They would be able to give us the proper inflation rates and the proper estimates that get developed and presented to Mayor and Council throughout the year and throughout the life cycle of projects. So that's one. The second aspect is the advisory services that we continue to rely on from our consultants that we tap into on an as-needed basis as well, to support us in delivering the major capital projects and to basically tap into them on the knowledge and the past information that they have to guide us and into the future.
And just a follow-up to that is I can foresee large capital projects in our future. Would these positions be better served to be in-house so that we can tap on them and create a level of corporate knowledge that perhaps maybe we lost in the past, or?
The quick answer for me is yes. As the city grows and we build our internal teams, there will be less reliance on advisory services moving into the future. The only point to mention on that aspect is if we require advisory services from a consultant that has specific access to a software or a tool that the city does not own, or it's too expensive to roll in at a given point in time, that's something that we'll continue to rely on our consulting industry for.
Some very specialized work.
Correct.
That maybe not in-house, but I mean, I'm looking at 150,000 going, that's an FTE right there. So I'm just curious. Thank you kindly.
Mr. Chadwick?
Through the chair to Councillor Schindler, this 150,000 is not going towards one person. This will be a bunch of consultants providing us with support on specific skill sets. So while it may seem as it sort of justifies one full FTE, through this money we'll be able to bank on a number of consultants to sort of use their specific skill set on different projects. Eventually, I think we would get into a position where we would need to bring these positions in-house. Right now, we're building on our internal teams, such as engineering, who would be able to provide us some of these services in-house. And as we grow as a city, our reliance on some of these specific skill sets would probably increase, at which point would come back and sort of request for those specific skill sets as municipal employees.
Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Edin, to the presenter. My question is about the revenue, and under revenue, user fees and charges. Can you explain that? It's a big difference on page 84 in ours.
Yeah, so the revenue on for the project and the procurement budget is primarily from the utility service contract that gets divvied up across the departments.
Okay, thank you. And the other one is under expense, the business and training, even though it's a decrease. I just need to know what exactly the reason is decrease.
Business and training. So the decrease on this one is it basically aligns with what we know in terms of the staff asks for training going into next year. So it gives an actual and a real picture of what we need in terms of training as we know at this point going into next year.
Okay, and above the line there is a personal expense that is increase. Can you little bit explain on those one as well?
Sure. So those are just the minor adjustments to the benefits and the step increases for the teams that we have on board at the moment.
Okay, so my last question is you asking for 2 position on this one, right? One is a senior project coordinator and the assistant, right?
Yes. So the senior project coordinator would live in the project management office. The procurement assistant, which their responsibilities would transcend beyond capital projects because they also handle consulting service contracts. So that position would live in the procurement services team.
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I just wanted to touch on a couple things on the previous slide there to Councillor Randhawa's question. So just for clarity, the personnel expense will have gone up in every single department simply just because of union and cost of living adjustments. So where you see a small increase like this, that's generally why. If it's in, the 6-figure range, then it's likely due to something changing. The other thing that I think is important to point out, and we've discussed this, but this is a good opportunity to hit on it directly. I've talked about the utility service budgets and them not being updated in 5 years. This is simply an inflationary adjustment to that to better reflect our costs of providing those services to the utility. So in almost every department, there's a few exceptions where that user fees or revenue from other sources is something else. It's generally that change in the utility service contract that we've put through, again, to better reflect the utility operations and the municipal operations.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Edney.
And
I appreciate that.
Add a little more insight because I have the budget open. Business and training. This is something that Mark and I've talked about, and we're going to look at for next year of how these things roll up. Training is all centralized under the HR budget. What's actually captured under business and training are things like travel and subsistence, mileage, that kind of thing for conferences. And this group, I think, had a much larger budget last year than they've put forward this year for that kind of thing. So that's the big difference in the drop there. One of our things we have to do next year is make these roll-ups better reflective of what's actually in the subgroups. And we'll look at that for next budget cycle.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Edney. And to add to what Mr. Edney said in terms of mileage, in my department, I encourage my staff to use the city vehicles where they can utilize it instead of using their personal vehicles and incurring mileage, which would fall under this line. So that's partially explains the reduction and on this specific line as well.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Any other questions with regards to projects and procurement? That's it.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we are up to development overview.
Hello, it's me again. Yeah, okay, excellent. Again, for the record, Chairman Vicencio, Development Services Manager. As with the previous presentation, again, I will go over what we do as a group. I guess I just want to premise it that this is very much connected with the building group. In the planning continuum, whatever development does trickles down to the building group, and that's just how things evolve throughout the city as development occurs. So the development services team manages land use and development approvals to ensure orderly and sustainable growth in alignment with the Municipal Development Act and the Land Use Bylaw. Previously, I mentioned building group reviews building permits. As with the development group, we review development permits in accordance with zoning regulations. So looking at the numbers for 2026, the Development Services projects revenue of approximately 493,000, an increase from 2025, and again, driven by a combination of a continued trend in residential dwelling units, compliance applications, as well as minor applications such as the accessory structures. We're also seeing an increase in popularity in home businesses, which we of course support so that they can see how it evolves into a real business. Overall expenses are projected to slightly increase by 40,000 in 2026, and this is primarily again due to technology and staffing increase or staffing asks. So the 2026 budget reflects the strategic focus on efficiency and modernization. Investment in staffing and technology ensure that we maintain high service standards, support growth, and advance digital transformation, all while strengthening cost recovery and sustaining a positive financial situation. This group is composed of 11 staff members, and this is the question that Councillor Warjanowski brought up earlier. We are asking for a development compliance officer. This is a new position and very critical position. And this role will ensure timely enforcement of land use regulations. Most importantly, follow through on those enforcement matters, address non-compliance proactively, and maintain land use and community standards. So we currently don't have anybody in this position, and we would like to ask for one so that we can strengthen oversight, reduce our risks, and support orderly, well-managed growth that aligns with the city's long-term vision. Development services activity and revenue have grown substantially, again, in relation to building permits, compliance certificates, and we've seen it double year over year. In 2026, we anticipate overall volumes to remain high, reinforcing the need for efficient processes and strong compliance oversight. That's all I have for development services, and I open the floor for questions.
Thank you. Any comments, questions from council for the development presentation? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. For the compliance officer, would this be the person that we could direct residents in the newer communities to when they had complaints in their community? Is that how that would work?
Through the chair to Councillor Sandbo, yes, that would cover that. Any land use matter, this compliance officer would be responsible in enforcing it.
Could you give us a couple examples of the kinds of land use issues that people
Secondary suites, short-term rentals, development without development permits. Do you have until 7 o'clock?
Oh, we're doing that anyway, so.
I'm just asking. Those are the examples. I think those are the most popular that we're hearing of. Yeah, and hopefully somebody who's also an expert in, and who can work hand in hand with the community standards or the peace officers as well.
Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Sandbo, anything that is currently captured in the land use bylaws, it's like a 100-page document, any contraventions, any developments that do not comply with the land use bylaw, regardless of it being not permitted, or developments that sometimes developers and builders will build in setbacks, sometimes they would encroach, sometimes they would construct driveways or pave areas that are not supposed to be paved. Any of those matters will be held or dealt with through this new position. So I think we currently have about 80 odd files that are compliance related. This new position will also be taking care of all of those files. And with new development, I'm sure more compliance issues will keep popping up. So the expectation would be for this person to sort of take care of any and all of those matters.
Great, thank you. Any other final, Councillor Randall?
Just one quick question, because we have in the budget slide, there's a contract and general services. Before we have zero, now we have $100,000. So can you explain for that one, please?
Oh, absolutely. Through the chair to Councillor Randawa, this is a place or placeholder for a system that we are looking into moving into for permitting as a permitting database. This is more overarching because the intent of this system is so that subdivisions communicate to development, development communicate to building. This is why it's put under this budget instead of building.
Okay, thank you.
Ledge Services.
Councillor Grant would like to speak.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I just want to point out that I think if we do decide to add this position, that would probably be a highlight we'd want to make in the budget. Understanding what a hot button subject this has been. So I just want to make that point.
Thank you. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I'm impressed that someone else made a comms comment again. I was just looking to Mr. Edney. Wasn't there a capital project related to this permit database? Wasn't there a capital item on that, or is this different?
Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Sambo. I might turn it over to the team, but I think you're talking about the Canon digitization and asset management project that Mac spoke about. And I think there was some confusion of how much was that doing versus how much was the new system. So this is an interface that will talk to that system, and as these files are generated, they'll get digitized and saved under that storage system and communicate back and forth. But it's a separate software interface compared to what that capital project is. Did I capture that? I think so.
Mr. Chadwick?
Yes, through the chair to CEO. Yes, you are correct.
Thank you. Any final questions, comments? That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. We're going to take a short break and come back at 3:30. Thanks, everybody. Good afternoon, everyone. Coming back from our break and continuing on with our budget presentations, we are now going to be going to engineering. So we're going to skip over a couple pages here and docking ourselves at engineering on page 94. Sorry, let me get the mic. 94 of to CAO, Mr. Edney's comment earlier. Page 94 of 206 is where we are. So here we go.
Ready to go? Okay. Good afternoon, councillors and mayor. My name is Leo Chong. I'm the acting manager of engineering within the CGI group. An overview of the engineering services. We oversee offset levy bylaws and policies. We do the 25-year growth projections and capital infrastructure project planning. This gives us the power to enact bylaws and policies, impose the payment of offset levies in respect to land that is developed and subdivided. We conduct technical reviews, construction inspections, and provides engineering support. This is to ensure compliance and alignment with city's standards, strategic growth and objectives. We collaborate with industry partners to offset levy engagement and development agreements. This is create transparency and partnership. We ensure sustainable growth and resiliencies to long-term infrastructure planning. We provide engineering expertise to support safe, efficient community and development. Okay, let's go over to the budget. Overall, the revenue is trending up by 153,000. This is included the infrastructure management transition services agreement between the city and the utility company. And also there's a project that's coming online, that's the Fiber Connect project permit fees that's contribute to the increase in revenues. As we go down to the expenses line from 25 to 26. The biggest line item you will notice here is the contract and general services. As we are in the process of interviewing and acceptance of 3 positions that's vacant. The positions are senior engineer, growth development coordinator, and engineering technologist level 2. Also, the reason for the contract and general services decreasing is the one-day external consultant role will be reassigned to the utility company. Also, EPCO contract services costs will be moved to the utility GL code. Are there any questions on engineering budget?
Councillor Schindler?
Right. Through the chair, through Mr. Edney, to you. Thank you for the presentation so far. I think there's another slide here, or another 2 slides. But could you tell me, I've asked this question to other groups, is there a way to reduce general contracting further through the acquisition of corporate knowledge carriers?
Yep, there definitely is. So with the growth development coordinator vacancy, which we'll try to fill, I think it's 2026 is the target date. As we, the staff gain more knowledge and whatnot, the dependency on external consultant will decrease over time. So the goal is to get, external consultant from 90 down to all the way to 10%. So the external consultant is more for advisory, right? So having in-house in terms of the COVID modeling, the growth projections, we want to take that in-house.
Is there a timeline for that is projected for that level of decrease or increase in our
So the timeline right now I have is 2026 will go from 90% to external to 10, and then over the year we go from, which is 2028, we want to cut that down to 50. Eventually we want to cut down from 90 to 10, so in reverse.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Conley.
So it's gonna be a 2 years process.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and my comments through you to Mr. Edney and through to the presenter. This might be tagging on to that a little bit. I'm not sure I understood your comments there completely. But you made a comment about the EPCOR contract moving to the utility, and I believe that you said that was under contracted in general services.
Yes.
That was?
So with the utility company being its own entity, I believe that's the plan here. So we want to split engineering and the utility services as two separate entities.
Great, thank you. So can you help me understand what the charge is actually on that? So the contracted charge, $600,000. So I understand it's moving to the utility, but what is actually the contracted service that is happening there?
For the EPCO side of things?
That's right.
Yeah, so the advisory for EPCO is I believe, is 75,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just noticing on this line item, it's decreasing from 2025 to 2026 by $600,000. So EPCOR is only 75,000.
Yeah, and then the other one is more so for external consultants in terms of reviews, inspections, whatnot. So with the three staff coming online, we can decrease that.
Got it.
Contract. So that's the EPCOs play a small, not small role, but they do play a role in it. But as we fill out the team, we want to bring that expertise in-house. Therefore, less reliance on external consultants.
So you're looking at an increase in personnel budget by less than $100,000 and saving $500,000 in contracted fees.
Correct.
Mr. Chadwick?
To the chair, to Councillor Sandbo, we currently have approved positions. They're just not filled. That's why you see the budget number there. And because the positions are not filled, we are relying heavily on external consultants. The engineering team currently is operating with 3 engineering technicians and a team lead, acting manager, Leo. We're right now recruiting for a growth and development coordinator, an engineering technician 2, a senior engineer, and we are also requesting a new position that Leo is going to talk about here shortly, which should give us enough staff capacity to be able to sort of reduce our reliance on consultants heavily. Hence the decrease in contracted services number there. There still will be essential services like transportation services or transportation consultant, people like Stephen Power who hold a lot of knowledge in that sector, who we would be relying on people like Mark, who are sort of experts at stormwater management, who again we would be relying on some of those consultation subjects, so to say. But the general day-to-day reviews for engineering staff, which are currently being sent out for subdivisions, for development permits, will hopefully be dealt with in-house with us recruiting these positions.
That makes sense. Thank you. So that personnel expense for 2025, that's an actual expense. That was not the budgeted expense. That was the budgeted expense, which includes the positions even if they were vacant. Got
Mr.
it.
Edney?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. To Councillor Sandbo, that's correct. That's the difference in budget. We had a big variance in that personnel budget last year because we weren't able to fill those positions, but as such indicated, we're getting some traction and looks like we should be able to fill those positions and then reduce our reliance on the contractors.
Grayson?
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Sambo. Just to add a little bit of color regarding contract and general services. When we get to the utilities budget, you will notice some increases in contracted services for the utilities budget. Essentially, it was a transfer of some projects from engineering, things like utility rate review and an options analysis for the water and sewer contract, which were previously in the engineering budget, which have been transferred across into the numbered company budget for 2026. So you'll see some of those costs in additional contracted services in the utilities budget.
Thank you. Any other final comments, questions from council? Awesome. Thank you. So next we are then going to, I believe we are going to planning overview.
Nope.
No?
I still got 1, 2, 3 slides.
Okay, I apologize. Sorry.
Yep. Okay. So we're moving on to engineering capital budget. The first one I'll talk about is the Chestnut Boulevard expansion. This is from Range Road 284 to Rainbow Row. We are widening it from 2-lane rural to 4-lane. That's including the southbound GB Urban, which is to the ultimate. We call this configuration the opening date. So this is to to accommodate retail, commercial that are occurring in a lot of subdivisions: Chelsea, Dawson Landing, Bridgeport, and Waterford. Those are the high growth area currently at the city. Plus, we also a little bit further away from us is Clearwater as well. I don't want to exclude those guys. So while a median transitway is no longer planned for construction before the 70,000 population horizon, projections for future transit which should remain in the design is not lost beyond the TMP, Transportation Master Plan, population horizon. Given that this was approved budget item last year, the funding model has changed from 100% offset levy to partial front-end agreement, offset levy, and offset levy reserve. So developers are now front-ending about 80% of the project due to lack sufficient future developer area credits, with the remaining costs covered by transportation offset levies. And please note that developers are responsible for covering the costs of intersections, including traffic signalization. This remains an offset levy funded project, even as a front-end agreement. This will reduce the city immediate financial burden. However, issuing credits to developers means offset levy reserve balance will not grow as anticipated. To date, for this project, the front-ending agreement is still under discussion with the developers. The design drawings, along with the opinion of public costs, is still being updated. So the benefits of this project is to improve traffic flow within the subdivisions. This is to prevent through traffic from diverting to local community roads like Bridgeport and Dawson Landing and Chelsea. This is to support growth and development. Many businesses along Chestnut Boulevard will require full turn access to support operation, make it logical to complete this segment as one project rather than in pieces. This is also to enhance safety and connectivity. Urban standard designs improves intersection safety and pedestrian pathways. Yeah. Okay. Are there any questions on this project?
Okay, council, any comments or questions with regards to the engineering capital budget? Councilor Schindler.
I'm just wondering if we're going to have debate on these projects.
Yes.
Or okay. Let's do it. I have some major issues with upgrading Range Road 284 with recycled asphalt. I'm not going to get into those specifics, but I think we have to look at a holistic approach to at least the intersection on West Chestermere or Chestermere Drive, Chestermere Boulevard, I apologize, as a priority. And whatever we can do to get that project ahead of this recycled asphalt. I think if we do this, we'll start shuttling more traffic onto that into that intersection, and that intersection needs our attention immediately.
Okay, thank you. Ledge Services.
Through the chair, Councillor Grant would like to speak.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to administration, I just wanted to confirm that in the Chestermere Boulevard expansion, Range Road 284 to Rainbow, that includes the intersection at 284. Is that correct?
No. So the Range Road 284 intersections is part of the Range Road 284 functional study currently.
Oh, okay. So the intersection is not included.
Yeah,
Is it going to be included, or how do we get that taken care of?
So right now, the Range Road 284 functional study is currently at the stage of with the city Calgary in discussions. We have provided comments in terms of the reports, so it's ongoing, and that's the current status. So the intersections for Chestnut Boulevard expansion, as I mentioned, is in Dawson, 2 in Dawson's and 1 in Chelsea.
Mr. Edney?
I'm not going to touch on that. Thank you, Mayor Dean. I'm just going to touch on something else prior to that question. Then maybe Such can address the question about the intersection. Just want to make sure for council and public's awareness, the Chestermere Boulevard expansion was, of course, approved in the 2025 budget. This is a reallocation of the funding sources completely within the offsite levy program. It's not an addition to the budget. It's not a taxpayer funded. It's just a change among the funding sources in the offsite levy model. I'll let Mr. Such talk more about the intersection.
Through the chair to Councillor Wozinowski, Range Road 284, right now as it stands, it has a 20-meter right-of-way. The ultimate design of it is going to increase the footprint of that road. We, through our meetings with City of Calgary, are ensuring that the design that Calgary is working on and the design that we are working on sort of coincide together and matches together to sort of create one big intersection and address all the problems. While that conversation is still ongoing, it is not expected to be constructed in for a few years. As it stands right now, the conversations are ongoing. We have a new IDP that we are also sort of working on with Calgary, and every time we have a conversation with them, this sort of topic comes up. So we are focusing on ensuring that the design of the intersection sort of aligns from our side and from their side. The developers who own the land side of this intersection are also ensuring that they're engaged in some of those conversations. So again, conversations are being had to sort of ensure that the alignment is there. At this point, just by us sort of initiating an intersection improvement on half of that intersection that sort of lies on our side wouldn't necessarily do any good to the overall road structure or road topography, so to say.
What would it cost to install temporary lights at Range Road 284 and Chestermere Boulevard? Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. We don't know. This is something that I'd been in discussions with the City of Calgary about. We're going to come back to council with some evaluation of what are options we could do temporarily there. Again, taking into consideration that there's a lot of parts at that intersection. I know this isn't of help to residents or council necessarily, but that's a tough intersection. It's literally right on our border. There was a question before of, do we own that intersection? Well, sort of. We own part of the land for that intersection. As that intersection actually gets built out, it involves City of Calgary land that we have to deal with. Of course, that's privately held by developers. So that's something we're working on with Calgary. Such talked about it. We've got the developers at the table. We've got Calgary at the table trying to accelerate this, but we can't really build a proper intersection on just our side of the fence per se. So we're looking at some options. We'll bring something back to council for some ideas to do something temporary that addresses the safety concerns, but also takes into account the future design of that intersection and some of the work that needs to go on as far as installing underground utilities and that kind of thing. So it's a complex project. I know on the surface it seems like it should be simple, but it's going to take us some effort, but we'll get there in the new year and bring something back to you.
Councillor Schindler?
And I would love to find out if there's a way that council can get a little more attention to this particular project or this particular road through our ability to lobby City of Calgary councillors and mayors and send letters and
on it.
All our
Yeah, way ahead of you. So
Awesome.
Mayor Farkas and I have already had an initial conversation, and then we ran into this little thing called budget season.
Correct.
So he and I have been trying to connect since AB Munis. So we connected before AB Munis, we connected at AB Munis, and then budgets. There's that conversation's already happening. It's already, I saw that the current IMC meeting with City of Calgary is now booked for January. I am confident that that is going to be on that agenda. So in terms of the advocacy work of council to council, mayor to mayor, so to speak, it has already begun.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the presenter. For the high school site readiness, we see the project. When we can start, because we really need our own high school in our community. When we can start this one? Anything is lined up yet or not?
So if there's no more questions on the Chestnut Boulevard expansion, I will hand over to Sammy to present the other slides, and we can revert back to your question. Is that okay?
Oh yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So are we? Any other questions with regards to capital budget before we hand it over to Sammy? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Sorry, to clarify, are we leaving this slide completely? I have multiple things on this slide.
Not yet. No, that's what we're doing. So we're saying no. We're hitting pause.
Okay.
Sammy's making a mental note of Councillor Randhawa's question. He nodded, so we're staying on the capital budget slide for now. Yeah.
All right.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you. Thank you. Regarding the Chestnut Boulevard expansion, and I think it ties into the Range Road 284 upgrade as well. Just want to add some weight to that. I think it's really important that we communicate that intersection is not going to be included in this project because it's a really important project. But I would say your average resident assumes that it will be because that is the problem spot along that road. So that's quite important. I just wanted to say that the recycled asphalt project, looking at the total cost of it and the fact that it would be a temporary solution before we ultimately paved it out, can we flag that one? For myself personally, at this time, I would not be supporting that project. I think we have other options for dust mitigation, which I think is the number one complaint from that road. So I wanted to flag that one. I don't think we're making that decision right now. Your Worship, should I address other issues or should we?
If it's on this slide, I would say kind of open mic, if you will,
Okay.
For questions that you have, so long as they're related to the capital budget here. And then I will just watch administration, who's hitting the green light.
Okay. I have 3 capital items that I believe would fit on this slide, but are not currently.
Okay.
Okay. So I know some of the answers to these questions. The first one I want to address is opening up Aspenmere. So that is a very commonly requested item. So through to administration, can we talk about whether it's feasible to add that as a capital item?
Mr. Chadwick?
Through the chair to Councillor Sandbo, we can absolutely take that comment back, do a little bit of research on our end, and bring back to council a report that identifies the pros and cons to doing so and the limitations. If that is what council prefers, we can bring it back at a future GAP meeting, a detailed assessment of whether or not is it possible to open that road up to, I guess, Paradise Road. Yeah, absolutely, we can do that.
So short answer though is, implied in that answer is that it will not come back for the interim budget, possibly for final budget for June, because it would have to come to a GAP meeting in January or February. That's at the earliest. We're talking January, February.
Through the chair to Mary, that would be correct.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Following up on that through you to Mr. Edney and then Mr. Shadiok. So what do you need for that? Is that budget allocation to do that, or is that just a motion saying, please bring that back to council?
If we can
There we go.
Sorry. Right. There. Sorry. Too many mics. There we go.
through the chair to Councillor Sambo, we can, if we get a motion from council, we can do our research. We don't necessarily have to spend a lot of money on it. We can probably do it in-house and bring back to council, again, a recommendation in terms of what the limitations are, what the pros and cons are, and what the long-term benefits or disbenefits are to opening that connection. It would be an internal research. We're not necessarily going to be hiring consultants for it. But I think the information that we will present to council will probably give council a good idea surrounding whether or not to proceed with that project.
All right, thank you. Mr. Edney, would it...
Sorry, hold on. I'm going to interrupt you.
Go ahead.
Do you want that motion?
I do. I was going to ask Mr. Edney if it would be okay if him or someone on the bench over there could work with Ledge Services to write that while I continue to ask my questions.
What? I think it's a simple motion.
Okay, as long as we think the wording's clear.
Yeah, so, well, I'll take a swing at it right now. So I think we're looking for a motion to council to direct administration to bring back a report on the possibility of opening Aspenmere Road to Paradise Road, and to bring that report back to a GAP meeting before before the end of March 2026. Oh yeah, they were nodding the whole time.
All right, that sounds great.
Okay, sorry, council direct administration to bring back a report on the possibility of opening Aspenmere Road to Paradise Road to a governance and priorities meeting before the end of March 2026. Did I get it right the second time? Mr. Edney?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Can we correct it to Aspenmere Drive?
Thank you. Okay. Good. I'm assuming, Councillor Sambo, you want to make the motion?
Yes, please.
Have at her.
I move that council direct administration to bring back a report on the possibility of opening Aspenmere Drive to Paradise Road to a governance and priorities committee meeting before the end of March 2026.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. Councillor Warzanowski, do you vote in favor? Councillor Warzanowski, do you vote in favor? Councillor Grant, do you vote in favor?
Yes, I vote in favor.
Thank you. Councillor Warzanowski, do you vote in favor? Can I see the vote, please? And that's carried. Thank you. Sorry, and then Councillor Sambo, you're up.
Yeah, I have some other ones, and I imagine some other folks might want to comment on these too. We saw a, someone help me remember what the report was called for Mr. Power, downtown.
Functional study?
The functional study.
Town center?
Town center functional study. Very recently we saw this. There are a couple of items identified in that I think are worth bringing forward for discussion, being the roundabout on Marina at the condos and the right-of-way.
Okay, so what are you wanting us to do with that?
I would like to bring those forward for consideration in the capital budget for the upcoming year.
Okay. Mr. Edney?
Yep, you can do that if you'd like to either make a motion today or on Tuesday when we get through final deliberations to put those into 2026 versus the year that they're currently budgeted. I think one is 2029, the other was 2028. We can just move those from there to 2026.
So far we've been flagging items to change from what is presented. To follow through with that, would that be appropriate, just to flag it, to bring it forward to discussions on Tuesday?
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, we can do that.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Ledge Services, Councillor Warzanowski is no longer on the call. Okay. Any other comments, questions with regards to the engineering capital budget? Okay. Okay, so we have flagged an item to look at 284. However, that intersection is a bit of a priority. So what about the idea of the quote for even temporary lights at that location, or temporary solution, or what can we do with that conversation right now? Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. It's already in the works, so let us come back with what those solutions are.
Okay.
Because remember, we can add a capital item at any point. So
okay.
We can bring it back in January or February when we get those answers and present it to council for a decision.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, questions from council? Okay, so now we're going to the next piece of this, and Councillor Randhawa had a question. So Sammy, I think you were taking that question?
Yes.
All right.
So what I'll do, I'll actually start with the high school project to address Councillor Randhawa's question. So this project is earmarked for next year. What we're doing at the high school site is we're getting the playfield ready with grading, topsoil, and sod to meet the provincial requirements to construct the high school. In terms of the preceding project on the list here, the Chestermere Boulevard over the lake. So this project at a high level entails the replacement of the sidewalk girders across the lake to improve pedestrian connectivity and safety based on a condition assessment we did this year. And that will take place until replacement of the bridge across the lake is planned for and executed. The last one on the list is the Chestermere Boulevard Functional Planning Study. And that functional planning study will cover an area that's bigger than what's listed. So it will start from Rainbow Road to the bridge approach. And the idea behind the functional planning study is it defines the vision for that corridor in alignment with everything that's executed east and west of that corridor. And it sets the path for the future in terms of design and construction. So we're aligned with the vision of the corridor all across. And we future-proof the corridor for years to come as much as possible through that work. So that's it from my end. Any questions?
Any questions? Any further questions from council? Nope, we're good.
Okay.
Awesome.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Where are we sailing to next there, Mr. Edney? Oh, you guys are on it. Are we going planning?
No, we had to go back to engineering for staffing.
Engineering to staffing. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, staffing request. Okay. So the staffing request is for a civil engineer for 2026. As you all know, the city experienced increase in development in 2025. It was about 78 hectares, leading to high volumes of subdivisions applications and infrastructure projects. This included 10 subdivisions plus 2 school sites and also 3 off-site infrastructure projects. The most notable one would be the Clearwater Park off-site for the water line and the sanitary and the lake there. That's one of the bigger one. So this role is position. This position is to support review for compliance with city standards, servicing plans, regulatory requirements for development permits, subdivisions, applications, municipal improvements. It's to ensure timely technical reviews align with the city objectives and legislative mandates. It's to provide oversight for construction drawings and compliance reports. It's also to provide mentorship and training for the junior staff. Currently, we rely on external consultants for a lot of drawings reviews, and this creates a lot of challenges and costs. This role will entail to replace about 100 hours of consultants' time. That's equivalent to $190,000 annually. Also, the benefits of this role is to ensure knowledge in-house. This is to reduce overboarding costs, strengthen internal capacities for technical reviews and strategic initiatives. This is also to create knowledge retention pipeline, ensuring that expertise, again, stay in-house rather than walk out of the building here. The risk of not approved these positions will continue with the high costs for the reliance on external consultants. And also the knowledge loss, like I mentioned before, the knowledge is, everything is outsourced. It'd be not within the city. It also create operation bottlenecks, causing delays in reviews and impacting service delivery timeline. So my recommendation is you can approve these positions as we continue to build out our team here and fill those vacancies as well. Are there any comments for?
Any comments or questions from council? Nope, we're good.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Now are we going to plan? Okay.
Planning's coming to you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can I start?
There you go.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for having me here today. All my comments are through the CAO and the mayor to all of council. I am here today to present the planning operating budget. And so to begin with a little bit of an overview, I will start by saying the planning team is a small but mighty team. We like to lift way above our weight and accomplish great things. So we are essentially, as the planners, responsible for overseeing the planning processes and policies for development within the city. Specifically, we look at setting the long-term vision for the city through documents that include the municipal development plan, which I'm sure you all remember we just did a major project on an update. We also do area structure plans that get down to a more of a community level. And then we do outline plans that get even more focused in onto that development area. We also look at how to regulate the developments through the land use bylaw and through subdivision applications, and we support development agreements as well. And we also, in our spare time, we are coordinating the intermunicipal and regional planning that we do with our regional partners, most specifically being Calgary and Rocky View County. So if we go on to the next slide, I'm just going to talk very briefly about our highlights of the proposed 2020. I wrote 2025 budget, but I guess we're talking about 2026. One of the most significant elements of the planning budget is that the revenues are anticipated to return to a more normalized development trends. So we see some changes in what that looks like, and we also see that some of our expenses will be changing as well. And so we have two significant changes that I do want to talk about, which have to do with our consulting. First, we are decreasing our reliance on planning consultants to support day-to-day activities on the basis of hiring more senior staff that will be in-house and provide that oversight on the day-to-day matters. But we also do have some pretty big increases in our consulting services because we have 4 very significant projects that are mandated by the province that are a result of the province's decision to dismantle the CMRB. So most specifically, we have to do a new intermunicipal development plan with Rocky View County. We have to update our intermunicipal development plan with Calgary. We also have to do a new intermunicipal collaboration framework with Calgary, and we have to do a new intermunicipal collaboration framework with Rocky View County. These must be done by November 2027. So a portion of that budget for those projects is included here. I do want to note that we are working with our partners to apply for and have actually applied for grants. You guys have already passed some motions to support those applications. And we are optimistic that we will receive funding from those sources. At this point in time, we don't have that to confirm that availability. So if we go to the next slide, we are a small but mighty team. I'll reiterate that. We need some more senior in-house support. And so that is the request that the planning team has brought forward, is to have a senior planner. And that would be in addition to the manager of planning. And our last slide. The biggest change that you're seeing is that return to normalized development trends. And so that's our biggest item. And I think that's really it for us.
Okay.
Happy to answer questions if you have any.
Any comments, questions from council? Seeing none.
I'm going to give myself a high five on that one.
Thank you. Awesome.
Thank you so much. Have
Thank
a
you
lovely
much.
day.
Appreciate it. I believe we're going to be going to economic development next, but we're going to take a quick break and come back at 4:20. Thanks, everybody. Good afternoon, everyone. Coming back from our break, and now we are going to be going to our presentation on economic development. So, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor Dean, and through you to all the council members. I am Nimish Patel, manager of economic development team, a very reputable and robust team. Liz mentioned planning is mighty and strong. Economic development is minuscule and mighty. But what I'll do is I'll go through what economic development is and talk about the numbers that we're looking at for 2026. So you've got the slide in front of me, but I'll just talk to it. Economic development really encompasses three areas. So theoretically, it's investment and growth, which is attraction of residential development, commercial, industrial, and industrial businesses as well, business retention and expansion, and labor and workforce. Those are the three main pillars of economic development. So when you go into another municipality and when they talk about economic development, typically when they have a structured approach, that's what you see. And so the goal here for economic development is for us to get to that point. So far, we have been operating not in a structured manner. So if I can just kind of go back to 18 months, what have we been doing for 18 months? It was mandated that economic development focus on industrial and commercial development. So really not necessarily development in the industrial side, but really attracting industrial businesses, things that make a difference to our balance sheet. And really the focus was, or the goal was for a revenue diversification. So what do we do in that vertical of investment attractions? It means a lot of engagement, because Chestermere, we're quite different from a lot of the other rural communities. We don't have natural resources, or we don't have natural competitiveness, and we lack some of the assets that we need, such as land and so on. So really, the strategy and the approach is really to get out there in industry agents, commercial agents, leasing agents, talk to companies directly, and try and have a pull strategy and entice them, try and find a way to engage with them, build a reputation and build credibility, so they will look at us for potential projects, and and so that's been the strategy. There's also been a lot of work that's gone into working at various committee levels in the region. 2 years ago, I got involved in the Invest Greater Calgary, which is a regional economic development initiative, and we're part of one of the communities of a nine community group. And really, the focus is really elevating our visibility and our profile into the marketplace, meaning national and international. And so these are some of the things that we've been doing as far as that one vertical, which is investment and growth. So where are we going, and why are we seeing a little bit of an increase in our expenses? Really, administration, not just administration, but economic development committee. A lot of us, we realize that we got to get back to what's standard, industry standards. That means having to focus more on, not just more, but focus also on business retention, expansion, and labor and workforce arenas. And really, looking back in Chestermere history, none of that really has been happening. We're maybe 2 steps out of the door in those initiatives. So we need to focus on that. Why does business retention and expansion, the BRE, matter? Well, typically, BRE is composed of small and medium-sized businesses, right? And really, small and medium-sized businesses are really the backbone of a really thriving community. And research has shown that 80% of those businesses in the small community are really, they're started up by local residents, right? So your folks that that are putting their either their life savings or taking a risk, bootstrapping with money from friends and family, and starting up a business. That could be anything from a whole new idea. It could be a franchisee, or it could be a dealer for a larger organization. So, and something else, and I'm sure most people recognize that the failure rate for small businesses is really high. Within the first 2 years, you have probably 90 to 95% failure rate. So from a city's perspective and from economic development perspective, it's really important that we take we take initiatives to make sure that these small businesses have a chance, and that means providing resources and any other tools that we can provide them to set them up for success, really. And so that's why going forward, a lot of the focus will be on business retention and expansion and the labor initiatives. Not that we're not going to forget about the investment and growth side. We're going to continue to do that and grow that even more, but we have to start working on this stuff. So if we look at the numbers, so yeah, if you look at the numbers, the revenue lines you see as zero. It used to be 120,000, I think, right across the board, even before I showed up. And I think that's just, economic development is not a direct revenue generator. We don't invoice for anything, so it's indirect, and so that's just really, basically correcting, what it should be. And so when we go down to expenses, we haven't seen a huge increase in expenses, but we have to, so really looking at the business and training, there's a decrease in revenue. Some of the revenue moved to an appropriate department. Sorry, I'm jumping around here a little bit. So expenditures, right? So the business and training number, that's the one that's gone up. And really that's just to reflect, what I just talked about, the BRE and labor and workforce initiatives. And administration had discussed that we would potentially bring somebody on, or not potentially, but we had planned to bring somebody on this year to help with that, help with that. And I think, you may wonder, like, why can't we just do it? Well, I'm a one-person shop right now, and just to compare, just following on Mr. Edney's statistics yesterday on a 6.3 per 100 for all the regional municipalities, economic development. I'm the only community. We're the only community with one economic development officer. Everybody else at least has 2.5, every single one. And and one of our major competitors, which is City of Calgary, over 200, and they're still actually hiring as we speak. So, if we're going to take on business retention and expansion and labor workforce, which is a really important part of the community, as I mentioned, we want to put our best foot forward. And I think we need to bring somebody on that actually has some of that experience. So, somebody that has at least 5 years of experience in the BRE functions, and I can go through what their, what that looks like, what their job description or what their focus area looks like. But philosophically, we want to make sure that businesses here don't fail, and that we don't see empty spaces in these commercial properties. So I think it's important for us to make sure that they have the best service, and I think that's why that's why I'm pushing to bring somebody on. As far as the breakdown on that business training, you may have some questions as to why the increase and where is the increase coming from. It's really so just bear with me.
Just while you're looking for that, Mr. Edney.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Dean. I was just going to add some insight into the penalties and licenses. Business licenses was traditionally budgeted for under economic development. It was moved over to the planning department, just because as they apply for those, that made the most sense of where those are actually dealt with. So it's just moved to a more appropriate department on the revenue side.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, some clarity on your comments about the additional EDO to do BRE. Is there a request in for that additional position at this time, or no? Is that budgeted into this?
No, it was requested when we were putting the budget together, but I was told that we're going to deal with that Q1, end of Q1, I think in April or something like that.
At another time. So it's not currently in this request. Okay.
It's not currently in this request, right? But you know, I highlighted that because the numbers in my expenses, they take into consideration that we'll have somebody, right? So we may have to adjust. I'm not sure. We may have to adjust some of those expense numbers, or
Mr. Edgar?
Yeah, so some of the business and training expenses and contracted, as Nimish pointed out, we're anticipating a second economic development officer being added to the budget. That was discussed in some of the in-camera stuff to defer that request until potentially final budget. So for Tuesday's discussions in the following week, we'll reduce these appropriately to reflect that. And then if that position comes in at final budget, we'll add those costs back in.
so should I give a sense of what that, what the present 52.2, what that looks like?
Yep.
Okay. So if you look at, I think you have access to the spreadsheet. So item number 221, travel and subsistence, we're requesting 23.2. Really, this kind of looks at both the industrial commercial area as well as the BRE, but really mostly in industrial and commercial. We want to make sure that we're getting some really good traction here, right? My objective is to build up a pipeline of projects, and we're having some great conversations. There's now interest, and I want to continue to do that. And really, I want to take it to the next level. And so I want to be able to go to a retail conference, say, because there's a lot of, I'm getting a lot of questions. How do we fill some of these spots in these retail commercials? So rather than relying on leasing agents and landlords and so on, is going direct to the retailers. So I've identified a couple of conferences, RCC, which is Retail Council of Canada, where 2,000 plus retail decision makers get together every year. And similar to that, ICSC, which is industrial. Sorry. I'm having ICSC, which is International Consortium of Shopping Centers, right? They have two conferences, which is really, that's where everybody goes to. One in Whistler in January or February, and one in Toronto. This year, I'm going to back up. I want to be prepared before we go to these conferences, right? That means we're working with comms, working with some of the other folks in our organizations. So we're ready. So I'm going to bypass the Whistler, but I do want to go to the one in Toronto, the ICSC one, because I think we should be prepared by then. There's a NAI Summit, NAIOP Summit Industrial Conference is one of the largest conferences. This one's in the U.S. So if you look at my item number 221, I've identified 3 sector-focused conferences. So either retail, commercial, industrial, or some sort of anything that helps us with, there could be a business retention or a workforce sort of a conference. But I've identified at least 3, and I've used US $2,500 each. That's the registration fee. If you look at the registration fee of any conferences that's worth going, you're looking at roughly that sort of a price tag, right? And and then after that, 2 EDA events, which is really in my industry. There's the Economic Development of Alberta Conference, and there's Canada Economic Development Conference, which is a national one. So that's the one that, reason for going to those is, sharing of ideas, best practices. Really, when I first came on from a private sector here into this place, that was one of the best places where I could network and build mentorship and really learn a lot about what to do right and what to do, where you can go wrong. So, there's a lot of value in that. There's a lot of workshops. There's a lot of sometimes there's a lot of industry folks that are there also. They're investing, and also a lot of the federal, provincial government sub-agencies presenting, and you get to what sort of funding that's coming around, what's new things, what can we expect, and what are some of the challenges that we're facing as an industry. So some of these conferences are really, well, not some, most of them that I pick are really worthwhile attending. So some additional items. I've added 3 international flights. So basically, when I say international, it's not Hong Kong, but it's actually U.S. Right? So, $800 I think pretty reasonable to go to, either Oklahoma or wherever some of these conferences are that take place. And of course, I've added hotel costs in there. I just noticed, Mr. Edney, that I don't have any allocation for food. So, we're going to take power bars at these at these things. But what's interesting about these conferences, and the reason I bring that up, is like ICSC at Whistler. I mean, it's an expensive ticket, but everybody goes there. And, I thought, of course they'd have food, but they don't have food, right? They have a little lunch box, a little breakfast box. And if you do want lunch, you got to sign up to a certain session. So, really, and then there's no dinner engagements or something, because I thought they would have banquets, all that stuff, which actually, it's like, because that's where they want you to network and so on. So anyways,
sorry, just Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, could I just back up 1 second to Mr. Edney, your comments? Sorry, to clarify, that EDO, did you say that was coming out of, you would adjust it out of the contracted and general services? That's where that was coming out of?
I'm sorry, Mr.
Edney. No, sorry. For clarity, I think it would have been under some of the business and training expenses. I think, Nimish, is that right? Had you planned for this person to go on some of these as well?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it was basically one of us going to some of these conferences, not necessarily 2 people. Ideally, sometimes I would like to go 2, but I think I kept it as 1 just to keep the budget lean.
So if it's just yourself, then there's probably no change to this, because you'd be the one who'd have to go to those conferences. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay, so I misspoke. My apologies, Councillor Sambo.
Okay. Yeah, are you looking for questions now at this point?
Yeah. If there's any questions, if there's any other questions.
Okay. So any comments or questions with regards to the economic development budget? Okay. That's it.
All right.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay.
Good afternoon, Council. I will be presenting the utilities budget, which is a combination of the numbered company, which is owned and operated by the City of Chestermere, as well as the internal city departments that help provide services. It would be slide 153 in the deck. Perfect, thank you. So as I said, the numbered Alberta company, the former CUI, it is still a municipal crown corporation, municipally controlled corporation. It provides services for storm, water, wastewater, and solid waste services to the residents of the City of Chestermere. It receives revenues from the utility bills and manages all services through contracted services. So the numbered company does not have any staff. It manages all services through a number of different contracts. It also manages the various utility capital projects, so the infrastructure and asset management capital projects, again, through contracted services. So as I said, all utility rate revenue from utility bills is taken in by the numbered company. There are a series of transition agreements with the City of Chestermere. There are 6 different transition agreements, which provides the day-to-day operations, the planning, and the administrative overhead to the numbered company. There's also at least 3 other contracts with the City of Calgary, There's also EPCOR and with Western Irrigation District for various other operations and maintenance activities. The numbered company also holds all the legacy debt from the former CUI. There is something important to note for the upcoming slides. As per a council resolution from 2008, the numbered company cannot take on any new debt. So all asset management or any capital reinvestment must be funded through cash flow from operations. So essentially, new capital investment is funded through utility rates directly. So very high level of the numbered company. So I will just say the utility company, very high level. So total utility revenue between 25 and 27 is increasing. That is based on, it is described further in later slides, an increased revenue requirement recommendation to council for consideration, but there's also utility, the number of services also is increasing between 25 and 26. So it's anticipating a service growth in the 800-ish to 900-ish new services. So it's a combination of projected utility increase as well as additional services, so additional revenue coming from additional service connections. The operating expenses, as you can see, a moderate increase. I did previously mention during the CGI budget presentation, there were some contracted services, which I will describe further in the slides, that were transferred directly to the utility company, which were previously in 2025 within the operations budget. The operation expenses also includes an increase for a CPI increase for various transition agreements, as well as agreements with EPCOR, WID, City of Calgary, and so on. The rate-funded capital expenses is an important line to pay attention to. That is the asset management. So that is the capital reinvestment, the non-growth related, so the non-off-site levy related capital being recommended for the 2026. You can see a slight difference between 2025 and 2026. That increase generally is a few storm-related items. For a net, you can see significant change between 25 and 26. The objective of the recommended rate revenue changes are to bring the utility company into a fiscally sustainable position, different from prior years. So I did mention capital, so I will briefly go through some of the capital items. The capital is split up between the various rate utilities and both a growth and then an asset management. So this one is the stormwater growth related. So this is the offsite levy funded capital. Offsite levies funding is coming from new subdivisions, new developers paying into an offsite levy fund. For those members of the public that are maybe watching still, all of these projects on this slide are all phased projects pertaining to a centralized stormwater retention pond on the south side of the south end of the city of Chestermere. This is a strategically important capital item, specifically to address future growth opportunities in all the new subdivisions, most specifically on the west side of Rainbow Road. So council may, and members of the public may be aware of some localized flooding and high levels in the ponds in many of those new subdivisions in 2025. What this pond will do is address that localized flooding, but also accommodate future growth in future phases of those subdivisions. That's quite important to note in that without this pond, essentially it will sterilize or it will stop future growth in future phases because there will not be sufficient stormwater storage capacity in those subdivisions to accommodate future growth. So quickly running through these, I will go from the bottom up. So the centralized stormwater pond, phase 1, is the actual pond itself. This pond will accommodate approximately 500,000 cubic meters of storage located on the south side. or south end of the municipality. The West Centralized Stormwater Reservoir, that is the land cost for the pond itself. And then the following three above, the Northwest Storm Trunk Phase A, Phase C, and Phase E, are collector pipes coming from these subdivisions going into those ponds. I do have a graphic 2 slides down that I will share and hopefully make a little bit more clear. So the total cost of the offsite levy related capital for storm is $17 million. Thank you. Offsite levy related growth in water. There are 2 projects. Both of these projects extend the water distribution network south of the canal into the south end of the city. They are predicated on development occurring south of the canal. So timing may or may not change. It will be entirely dependent on what development occurs on the south side of the municipality. Right now, we are anticipating construction of those, design and construction of those starting in 2026, but that may get pushed out depending on what new development agreements come forward. So this is the graphic I was speaking to. So the pond and the land costs themselves are the blue boxes on this graphic. The stormwater collection pipe network is the yellow line, the pink line, and the orange line. That essentially is bringing stormwater from these new subdivisions down Rainbow Road, from Waterford Boulevard, across underneath the canal to collect to the new stormwater retention ponds, with obviously construction starting in 2026. The water distribution capital requests are the blue and the dark green line on this graphic. And again, that's to extend our water distribution network into the south end to free up that space and enable future development in those southern lands. Moving on to asset management related capital. So this capital, again, just to reiterate, is funded by the utility rates directly. So this is rate funded, cash flow funded moving forward. So this happens to be the stormwater capital budget, asset management budget. The first one is Cove Storm Pond rehabilitation. As many members of the public and council know, there are multiple infrastructure failures in that pond. There is sloughing on both the intake and the outfall of that pond. There's also sloughing on the pond itself. This capital is to rehabilitate that site back to its original design purpose. It will improve safety for the public. That being said, it is only rehabilitating to the current or the original design purpose, so it will still be fenced. It will not look like other newer design storm ponds in other subdivisions, but it will be safe and it will be returned to a service condition as per original design. The next one is manhole repairs. This is quite a simple one. This is to deal with raised manholes in roadways, so raised storm manholes in roadways. Council and the public may be aware that in various roadways through time with differential settling, freeze-thaw cycles, the manhole rims start to poke out of the road surface and start to become a road hazard. So this capital provides funding to lower those manholes through a yearly program. The next one is major asset condition and upgrades for the storm system. This is an emergency repair for experienced failures. So for instance, there is a sinkhole in Cove by the pickleball courts. This capital project is to deal with those, the observed failure points or the observed deficiency points within our system that we discover as part of our inspection program. The final one is requesting vehicles. So later in the slides, we are requesting 2 additional storm labor positions, which I will describe further in the slides. This is vehicles for them to actually be able to drive around and get to their work site. Those 2 vehicles are funded from the city rather than the utility company, and in theory would be The utility company would compensate the city through the transition agreements for those vehicles. Utilities water life cycle, again, this is the rate-funded life cycle for the water. So copper service life cycle replacement program, this is an annual program. A major leak point or failure point in the city of Chestermere are the copper services. So these are the services going from the distribution main to a person's residential property. This is an annual budget to replace approximately 12 services per year. So this is from the water main up to the property line of the homeowner. It does not include any repairs necessary by the homeowner from the property line to their home. Not every service upgrade is required of that. So this is only for the city side of the services. The fixed asset replacement, that is for the water transfer station. It is based on a inspection and risk analysis with our contract provider EPCOR, looking at pump rebuilds and various piping and fitting rebuilds inside our water transfer station. The linear asset replacement is, again, to deal with failures. So for instance, a water main break or any leaks on the public side. So it's a fund to fix any noted deficiencies or leaks or water main breaks in a given year. So for instance, in 2025, we did have a water main break earlier in the year. I believe it was in January. And then we had two other repairs on the public side of services that were funded through this program. The water loss leak detection system. So this is a new infrastructure that we are requesting funding for this year. So council may have read the article in CBC News earlier this week regarding the City of Calgary and a 20% unaccounted for water. City of Chestermere is similar to that. So we typically have about 10 liters a second of unaccounted for water. That could be a mixture of leaks. It could be things like fire flows, irrigation services, or meter bypasses. So what this leak detection system is intended to do is to install instrumentation on the crossings underneath the lake so that we can monitor those crossings so that we have an early warning system if we are developing leaks on the pipe network underneath. So we have sufficient time to do engineering and come back to council with recommendations and budget amendments. The water meter replacements. So we currently have approximately 10,000 water meters in our system currently. They have a useful life somewhere between 12 to 15 years typically. The typical failure point tends to be the battery in the water meter itself. It's a mechanical meter, but it has a battery for the control board and for the communication. When that battery fails, the water meter is essentially a throwaway item and has to be replaced. So this budget is to accommodate approximately 700 to 800 replacement water meters per year so that we get on a sustainable cycle of replacements rather than having to do thousands upon thousands of meters in one specific year to help reduce the impact to our customers. And the final item is new water meters. So this is for new services coming online due to growth. The new water meters is fully funded through a service fee, which is listed in the service fee schedule. So essentially it is fully funded. This one item is not funded through rates directly. There we go. Moving on to the sewer asset management, so the wastewater asset management. Lift Station 10, RRST mitigation program, that's essentially the H2S mitigation program. So our contract with the City of Calgary has a maximum concentration of H2S allowed going into their system. H2S is an important, I'll call it a contaminant in that it is highly corrosive and hard to treat and very hard on downstream infrastructure. Hence why it's important to control. For members of the public, H2S generally is what they smell. It's the odor control. It's the odor problems. So this program will try to rehabilitate a pre-existing odor control system at Lift Station 10. If we are unable to rehabilitate it, then this program will also fund a replacement to that system.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, we sometimes hear complaints about odor along Rainbow Road. Is this addressing that issue? I'm wondering if you could just talk about it. From what I'm remembering from other conversations, we've tried a few things to address the odor that hasn't been successful. Are you aware of that? And is this different in some way?
Absolutely. Excellent question through the chair to Councillor Sambo. So the odor issues along Rainbow Road, Coles Notes version is it's a very large pipe that runs down Rainbow Road that was designed for full build out of all the service area. We are not experiencing sufficient flows in that pipe yet. So it's a small trickle in a very big pipe. So the sewage goes anaerobic, and that anaerobic is what's generating the H2S and generating the odor. So some of the things that we've done in the past to try to mitigate that, we've changed some piping around to try to increase the flow through that line. And we've also added odor control points in other locations as well to try to mitigate some of those odors. This project will help alleviate some of that. So the public may notice odor around that, what would it be, Chestermere Boulevard and Rainbow Road area still. That's basically where Lift Station is, Lift Station 10 is. So as we grow through time, it will alleviate some of those concerns because we will get more flow through those pipes.
Okay, thank you.
The sanitary fixed asset replacement, this is our lift stations. So again, this is funding to support pump rebuilds in our lift stations, some basic wet well maintenance, various piping and fittings in our lift stations. Again, this is recommended based on a collaboration with our service provider, EPCOR, doing a risk analysis of what's required in the upcoming budget season to maintain service reliability. And then finally, the sanitary linear asset replacement is a small funding envelope to deal with any emergency repairs or any deficiencies that are found through our asset inspections. So a more recent example for the public and for council would have been the force main break on Main Street, I want to say 4-ish weeks ago. That's a perfect example. That would have been on the sanitary system, on a sanitary force main, which is the pressure pipe downstream of a lift station. So that's what that funding will provide, is resources so that we can conduct those repairs. Solid waste capital budget. Again, this is the rate funded capital budget. Solid waste collection carts. So we have requested a funding envelope. This is for new carts for new services. So this will fund approximately 1,000 sets of 3 carts for new services, new residents in our community going forward in 2025. That is fully funded through a fee that a property owner or homeowner would pay when they set up their utility service. And the second item is a replacement, a life cycle replacement of 2, I'll say garbage trucks. So we have 2 that are aging, high frequency of breakdown maintenance. One is 10 years old, the other is 8 years old. Useful life for these garbage vehicles tends to be around 7 years. They are a high-duty vehicle, many stops, many articulations. They tend to have a high frequency of breakdown maintenance. So the recommendation is to replace these 2 units because they are aging and they have a very high frequency of breakdown, which is impacting our service reliability. It does take quite a long time to receive these vehicles from issuance of the purchase order, usually up to a year to collect. before we actually receive the vehicles. So council will notice additional lease costs have been added to the solid waste budget on the city side so that we can lease temporary vehicles to mitigate the risk of losing vehicles and impacting services. So generally, where do the revenues for the utility company, the numbered company, come from versus the costs? So as previously stated, all revenues from the utility company are coming from the utility bills, the utility rates. We are a little unique here in Chestermere. We have a very high percentage of residential rate class. 95% of all our utility accounts are residential rate class. Of that, the water and sewer, there is a fixed versus variable proportion. So it's 55% revenue is fixed, 45% is variable. The storm and the solid waste is a fixed monthly cost. In terms of the cost drivers to the utility company, I do have them listed there. The capital, so the asset management, the capital and all capital related items are approximately 34% of the total cost, total expense for the utility company. The master service agreement is 29%. So that is the supply of potable water to the city and the treatment of our sanitary sewer waste by the City of Calgary. Then the various operations agreements, so the transition agreements, the 6 transition agreements between the City of Chestermere and the utility company, the water and sewer operations agreement with EPCOR, and the agreement with Western Irrigation District are 25% of our total costs. All that adds up to 88%. So 88% of the utility company's total costs are through various contracts, somewhat fixed pricing. So 12% of the total costs are for everything else. It is for utilities, for insurance, for audit costs, for locates, for various specialized consulting, such as what was mentioned that was transferred from CGI over into utilities. So only 12% of the total costs for the utilities are outside of contract, fixed costs.
Councillor Schindler.
Thank you. Through the chair, through Mr. Edney to you. Thank you for your presentation so far. There's more. Asset management. Are we utilizing the city resources or upcoming city resources for asset management for the utility, and is there going to be a sort of exchange of funds for that?
Thank you. Through the chair, excellent question. It is a combination of contracted services as well as in-house services. Generally, the vast majority of that cost is coming from construction of replacement water main, which we tend to tender out to companies rather than have an in-house construction crew.
Right.
Simply because it is more economical rather than have a construction crew all year round. We're only employing construction crews when it's necessary. So the vast majority of that will continue to be contracted out because it is the larger items. So that being said, we do internalize asset inspections and planning, which then helps inform our capital program. So we use in-house resources to help plan and to help identify the deficiencies that we then put into our capital plan for approval. Then that gets sent out to competitive bid to actually execute.
Right, as a tracking mechanism for assets, using our new program that we're perhaps going to authorize the purchase and staffing of. So that person works for the city and not for the utility. Correct.
Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Yeah, that's correct. So the utility itself has no employees. All the employees are city employees that then we contract back those services to the utility. This is an example of where Grayson's going to work through of, are we properly accounting for all the work we do in the city for the utility company? If that position gets approved, that will be something where they will assist the utility company with that asset management, and we will bill the utility company proportionally for their share of that person's work, time, efforts.
Thank you kindly.
You're welcome.
So where does this lead us? So staff are recommending rate adjustments to all 5 service areas. Water, sewer, and storm, we are recommending rate increases, whereas solid waste and the eco center, we are recommending rate decreases. The rate increases are 100% to fund the capital asset program, and the recommended increases to the transition agreements between the city and the utility company that was just mentioned by CAO Edney. It's not something that we take lightly. Obviously, we respect the how hard our customers work for their dollar. So this increase is just to get to a sustainable financial fiscal point for the utility company, to ensure the utility company can operate in a sustainable manner, is not being subsidized by the taxpayer. The last, sorry.
Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Grayson, can you just maybe spend a couple of seconds or minutes just talking about, I guess, the generalized approach in utilities across the province to how they come up with their rates, and a little bit of the work you're doing to try to get us in line with, more importantly, the Alberta Utility Commission's best practices, if that's the right term, guidelines. Just kind of highlighting for the public and council, this isn't a haphazard exercise. There's some methodology and best practices put into this.
Absolutely, thank you. So utility rate making is actually a very specialized industry. Many consultants make a very successful career. We are looking to follow the Alberta Utilities Commission guidelines for rate making. The council is not required to follow those guidelines, but it is a best industry practice. So essentially what regulated rate utilities, so in other words, distribution utilities, whether that's water and sewer, electric, or gas, the rate is supposed to be the full cost recovery of its expenses, plus amortization, plus a regulated return on equity. Okay, so the regulated return on equity is a calculation of its debt servicing costs, as well as a financial return on equity similar to if that financial investment were invested in the open market. So if one were to invest that in other investments, what type of return one might experience. So it is a return on equity right now. The deemed return on equity from the AUC is 9.283%. This rate making does not reflect any return on equity. These costs are entirely just to cover the costs of the actual capital asset investments. So within the operating budget, we are recommending additional consulting dollars for a one-time cost to redo our rate models to ensure that we align with AUC rate making principles. That's further reflected in the budget. So the rate increases here are just to fund the recommended increases to the transition agreements that are reflective of the Alberta Consumer Price Index between 22 to current, as well as funding the asset management capital. So on the right-hand side of the slide is the average monthly residential cost. That is based on a statistical analysis of the average flows here in Chestermere for residential rate class, which is around 18 cubic meters. So the average increase and decreases for solid waste and eco center adds up to $14.93. In a later slide, I compare that to some of our various other neighbors in the area. But it gives a bit of a window as to what type of rate increase is being recommended. And again, this is not something that we take lightly. This is to get the utility company, the water, sewer, solid waste, stormwater utilities to a stable financial position where it is at least covering its costs and providing asset management funding to ensure that we have sustainable and reliable infrastructure.
I have one, might be a dumb question. would it matter these rate increases or what the paying rate would be if the utility was a part of the city or separate from the city? Would that matter?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, it absolutely would not matter. So we are using the exact same methodology to calculate rates regardless of if it is an internal department or utility company. As I said, there is no return on investment or dividend being calculated in these rates. This is just a full cost recovery, including the capital required.
Thank you. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and some questions through you. I'm trying to understand these best practices that you're describing. So I believe you said regulated services, so that's water and sewer. Is that exclusively water and sewer, or is that also solid waste, stormwater?
Thank you, through the chair. So regulated rate utilities are a term that's used in Alberta through AUC. So regulated rate utilities would essentially be the linear, the distribution companies. So that would be gas, electric distribution, water, sewer, solid waste, and stormwater.
Okay, so pretty much, I mean, most of it. So you said the AUC's best practices, which council does not need to follow, but it's a best practice, is full cost recovery plus amortization plus regulated return on equity. And that's on the market. So are most of these regulated rate utilities, these would be, most of them across the province would be MCCs, municipally controlled corporations, right?
Through the chair, most of the regulated rate utilities that must go to the AUC for approval, the majority of them are actually electric and gas, but there's also, for instance, ATCO that is providing multiple services. NMAX and EPCOR must get their rates approved. So NMAX and EPCOR also have water and sewer utilities. The municipal utilities that are owned by the municipal and integrated into the municipality do not have to go to the AUC for rates approvals. However, it is a industry best practice to follow the same methodology because it's a way to compare apples to apples. So one can compare, say, utility rates for the city of Chestermere versus water and sewer rates that might be provided by EPCOR, which is an MCC, a for-profit company.
Right. So what I'm trying to wrap my head around.
Sorry, just before you go on, Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I can let Councillor Sambo finish a questioning, but I think my comments might help. So, in the past, we haven't properly budgeted in the utility for all of the utility rate funded capital expenditures. So there's been years where the utility has lost money. This is to bring it to properly budgeting for all that so it breaks even. So if you thought of it as though it was the city cannot budget a deficit, right? We have to budget a break-even point. This is treating it that way. So if we thought about, back to your question of, if you brought this into the city and you didn't do these rates, we'd have to find $4 million somewhere out of the tax base to fund these capital improvements. So really, in a roundabout way, even in the city, you'd need to do these rate increases to catch up. We've been lucky we've been allowed to have a deficit in the utility company because it is an MCC, not subject to the same MGA regulations, but we can't continue to keep doing that. Something Grayson hasn't touched on yet is there's no real slush fund in the utility to make up for those deficits. So the tax side has been subsidizing utility. So this is to get it just to where it's breaking even, not bringing in a profit, not providing a dividend, any of that kind of stuff.
Well, there's a $600,000 net on here, but I don't want to get sidetracked by that yet. Does the city budget amortization?
Yes. Sorry, Mr. Edney?
Yes, we do.
We do budget amortization.
Yeah, and it's then a draw on equity that we bring down to account for that amortization.
Got it. Okay. Well, I'll just finish with some comments there. What I'm really trying to wrap my head around is it seems like the AUC's best practices is based on for-profit businesses. And I don't immediately agree that that applies to a municipally controlled corporation. I do think cost recovery is important, and if you're telling me it's a best practice, I will trust the expert's judgment on that. But if we're talking about a rate increase, I really want to understand why we're following best practices that seem to be built for for-profit enterprises. And another question that I have around that is, it sounds like the goal of doing this is to reinvest into infrastructure, but a majority of our infrastructure is paid by OSL. So are we talking about repairs and replacements for those kind of items, not new infrastructure?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor. Yes, so we are talking about repairs. So the prior slides about the various asset management, the rate funded, that's what we're talking about. So when I state AUC best practices, again, these recommended rate increases do not include any type of profit. They do not include any type of return on investment that a for-profit company would be charging their customers. This is just a full cost recovery of our expenses.
Could you help me understand the $600,000 net projected then? It looks like there's already a capital line item. That's not a profit?
So yes, there is a, between 26 and 27, it's going from a technical loss to a 600,000, I'll say net positive, sure, I'll say profit. That profit is just returned back and will help fund future capital. There is no dividend, there is no return on investment or anything like that. So essentially that 600,000 will just get returned into 2027 and help fund capital programs.
So it's carry forward. So is the intent to carry forward every year?
So the intent is not necessarily to carry forward every year. However, the majority of our revenue is coming from consumptive use. So consumptive rates from water and sanitary sewer. We do our best analysis, our best guess, our best projection, but we can't predict the weather, so we don't necessarily always get it right. So having a slight increase or a slight positive revenue helps offset potential blips in the revenue due to climate, a wet season such as 2025. So it gives a bit of a slush so that we can be as close to zero at the end of the year as possible.
Okay. I think I'm wrapping my head around it. My last question for right now is, where is EPR factored into either the city or the utility budget?
Thank you, through the chair. So the solid waste and eco center recommended decreases are reflective of the EPR program. So the city currently has a contract with Circular Materials, who is the subcontractor for the EPR, to do curbside recycling pickup. There is a $600,000 rebate reflected in the utility budget for solid waste, hence why there is a recommended decrease to help return those fees back to our ratepayers.
Good.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
So this is just a graphic of how we compare. For comparison purposes, I selected the other regional municipalities surrounding the Calgary region. These are also the regional customers for the City of Calgary for water and sewer master service agreements similar to us. So Strathmore, Okotoks, Airdrie, and Cochrane, and then the 2025 for Calgary. One should note that the bar graphs, again, this is water, sewer, storm, solid waste, recycling. Those are the 2025 rates. That is the total calculated rate for 18 cubic meters average residential. The far right-hand side of the slide are the proposed rates. Now, there are two different proposed rates for council to consider. The one on the far right-hand side includes a CPI adjustment to the transition agreements. I know council has heard mention of this multiple times today. It essentially is reflective of a CPI adjustment to the various cost structures between the city and the utility company. Nothing has been adjusted since 2022. We are or will be embarking on a detailed cost analysis before final budget on the tax side to ensure that we are doing a full cost recovery of the services provided between the city and the utility, so that can be reflected. The bar graph on 1N reflects a 0% change in transition agreements. So what does that actually mean? That is approximately $1.66 difference between the two. So going from no transition agreement changes to a 15.6% increase reflecting CPI is about $1.66. So of the total cost increase to the residential rate customer, approximately $360 to $370 is the transition agreements in total. The remaining $11.50 are reflective of the proposed capital asset management plan, the rate funded capital for 2026.
Mr. Redney.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. And correct me if I'm wrong, Grayson, but I believe it's the bar graph on the right-hand side that's been included in the municipal budget. So if council were to elect to stay with the rate, either one of the other two bar graphs, that's going to have an impact to our municipal operating budget. We've assumed council will go forward with this best practice recommendation. I think the difference is around 400,000.
That's correct. So the furthest rate bar graph with the 15.6% is what is accounted for in these slides and accounted for in the city budget. So it would be a $400,000 difference in the city budget as well. Okay. So the line is just an average line, just meant to depict that the 2026 proposed rates, including the increases to the transition agreements, including the capital financing for the asset management, is still well below the average of the 2025 rates, total rates for other municipalities in our area. So the next slides are going into a little bit more detail for the various utilities. I will bounce between the city department versus the utility department. So I will try to make everyone aware of which one I'm speaking about, but I will be talking on both sides for the remaining slides. So the first one is the storm utility. So this is the numbered company utility for the storm. So essentially it's managing the stormwater system for all the ponds and maintenance on behalf of the city. And then all the maintenance repairs, it contracts out to the city of Chestermere through an internal department. So it does not have any staff from the numbered company. All staff are on the city side. So this is the stormwater utility budget for the numbered company. The user fees and charges are a couple different things. So it's reflective of the recommended rate increases, but there's also the number of services. So the growth is depicted in that as well. So again, that's averaging about 900 or so new additional services paying into the storm utility. As I mentioned, the storm utility is a monthly fixed amount. So it's not based on consumptive, such as similar to water and sewer. So it's a combination of the recommended revenue requirement increases from the prior slide, plus growth in new services. With respect to expenses, the contracted repairs and maintenance, that essentially is the transition agreement between the City of Chestermere and the numbered company, and also the contract with Western Irrigation District. So there is a small increase between 25 and 26 that reflects a CPI adjustment for the WID contract, as well as the recommended CPI adjustments in the transition agreements. Then next one is insurance and utilities, so just a moderate increase in projected utility costs. So when I say utilities, in all the further slides, I'm talking about electric and gas costs. So total expenditures, relatively the same. They have gone up a little bit. And again, that increase in expenditures is reflected of CPI adjustments for the contracts. Following lines is the rate-funded capital expenses, so that's reflective of the asset management capital that is being recommended from 25 to 26. You can see an increase. Predominantly, that increase is for the Cove Storm Pond. And then finally, amortization. So that amortization increase is essentially the new assets coming online from development and so forth. Okay? So just general comments about the storm utility from the numbered company. So again, this is just seeking a stable funding. The net revenue increase is a combination of the recommended rate increase to fund the capital, as well as growth due to new development growth. Amortization is up slightly due to past capital completion coming online, coming on the books. And then the contracted services increase of roughly 47,000 is that CPI adjustment for the transition agreement and the WID agreement.
Mr. Edney.
Hey, thank you, Mayor Dean.
Was that a subtle hint, or were you actually?
Hmm?
Right. Yeah.
Oh no, that was just a no.
Oh, that was.
I had done that before you even pressed my button. I'm sorry, that was just me. Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Just to Grayson, just a quick comment, I guess. I think for the public and for council, just to be aware of, as development builds all their underground infrastructure in the new areas, or the city completes it through an offsite levy. Once it's complete, it's transferred into the assets of the utility company, correct? So that's then your comments around the new assets. That's what we're bringing on from the new communities, and then have to start depreciating their value. But also why you're looking at trying to at least break even on the capital side, or at least break even to fund capital and maybe have a slight amount to carry forward, is we now have to maintain and replace and repair those going forward on the city, or in this case, the utility company's bill. There's no offsite levy or developer charge that deals with fixes and replacements down the road. So it becomes an even bigger issue as we bring more and more communities online.
Absolutely. So that's absolutely correct. Another note is the assets that are funded through offsite levies by developers and then turned over to the city or the utility to operate after FAC. Those are considered contributed assets. Following the AUC rate setting guidelines, if council one day were to decide to request a return on investment, contributed assets cannot be included into the rate model. So contributed revenues and contributed assets, it's not permissible to charge a return on those because the city did not fund them.
Okay. Sorry, can we take a quick 3-minute break, please?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Coming back from our break, and now going back into our conversation about stormwater.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You could please go to the next slide. Oh, excuse me. There we go. So this is the city side of the stormwater budget. So this is essentially the transition agreement and the city staff that operate and maintain the storm system on behalf of the numbered company. So user fees and charges is reflective of the transition agreement. The increase in user fees and charges is as per the recommended CPI adjustments to the transition agreement. Down below, the personnel expenses, you can see there is an increase in personnel expenses. That is essentially some of the staff ask. It's a combination of the staff ask, which will be on the next slide, as well as some supervisor sharing between environmental services and the storm utility. So the additional expense in the storm utility is partially offset by savings in the environment department on the city side. Business and training is staying relatively stable. Contracted and general services in this context, this is not consulting services. This is actually hiring mechanical maintenance assistants, various other actual mechanical contractors coming to assist with our maintenance. The storm utility is a very small department. As of today, we have one laborer. So we have one individual to perform maintenance, and then we have one shared leader. So we have to rely on contracted services heavily to be able to get some of the maintenance tasks completed. So I do have a few stats for you just to provide some context. So in 2026, we have 1,679 catch basins. We have 993 manholes, 47 outfalls, 34 storm ponds if we include the water ponds in the golf course, so subtract 11 from that. So let's say 23 storm ponds, 5 dry ponds, 26 storm scepters, and we do water quality sampling out of 9 ponds. So that essentially is done through one laborer right now and coordinated through one leader that is shared amongst multiple utilities. So very, very lean operation right now. And then the supplies and materials are just various consumables, PPE, chemicals, that type of thing, remaining stable from one year to the next. So we are asking for 2 additional seasonal laborers to assist our one full-time laborer in completing maintenance of all these assets I just listed. As I said, we only have one right now, so we're requesting 2 additional seasonal laborers. So not all year round, just during the spring to late fall season, to help with maintenance so that we can ramp up our inspection and maintenance activities throughout the storm utility as we stand up and increase our level of preventative maintenance in our storm infrastructure. I should note that in the capital asks for storm, it did also mention 2 vehicles, so a request for 2 vehicles. Those 2 vehicles are for these 2 temporary seasonal employees so that they actually can drive around to the various sites and inspect them and perform maintenance. So if council chooses not to approve these 2 additional staff positions, then those 2 vehicles are not required as well. Okay? So general comments about the storm utility. So revenues this is the city side storm utility. So revenues are the transition agreement, as I mentioned. The additional total expenses has to do with the addition of the laborers as well as moving staff expenses from environment over to the storm utility as a cost-saving measure to share a leadership position between the 2 utilities. Contracted services is slightly up, an additional $30,000 to take care of some planned additional work, specifically along East Chestermere Boulevard, East Chestermere Drive. My apologies. Correct. I've been here for 2 months, so I'm still, my apologies, still learning the roads. So it's a one-time repair cost, so obviously the contracted services, it's our anticipation if we are approved to have additional internal staff, the contracted services will reduce through time as we start to internalize more and more of those maintenance activities. Moving on to the water utility. So I will note that the water and sewer utilities do not have an associated city staff, so a city budget. These are entirely the utility budget. So the treated water is received from the City of Calgary via the Master Service Agreement. There's a couple of very important dates that I want Council to take note. So there is an upcoming cost service study that the regional partners have already started engaging with the City of Calgary. Essentially, our agreement for water supply and wastewater treatment is among all the regional customers. So we have a similar agreement among all the regional customers outside the City of Calgary. Every 4 years, the City of Calgary conducts a cost of service study where they list all their costs. Essentially, it's a budget exercise, and that produces a rate sheet, a 4-year rate sheet that they follow for all the regional customers. So there will be updated costing for 27 through 30 coming up, given the level of capital investment that's being required in the City of Calgary, including new treatment systems, new wastewater treatment systems. There is a preliminary belief that those costs, those contract costs, will go up for 27. And finally, the agreement, the Master Service Agreement, is up for renewal around 2035. So that's the actual renewing the agreement rather than just the rates.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you. So this might be a good time to ask. I think there is a different setup among the municipalities that are around Edmonton than what we do around Calgary here. So with this cost of service study coming up and the agreement not being up for renewal in 2035, is there any discussion about looking at other models like that for cost efficiencies, other options at the same time? Is there any conversation around that happening?
Thank you, through the chair. So the municipalities around Calgary are in a unique situation in that we are landlocked. So we have not really any practical means of securing water from the Bow River other than to go through the City of Calgary. So all of us essentially are using a master service agreement with the City of Calgary. Now, that being said, the City of Calgary is very open and transparent on their cost structures and work very closely with the regional partners to find very fair and equitable rates. Around Edmonton, that's being done more as a regional MCC. So essentially similar to another Crown corporation where groups are getting together and forming their essentially their own company again.
Thank you, Your Worship. Comments through you again. And I don't know, it might be getting too far into it for today, but Okotoks is getting some more of their own infrastructure, and there's some other things happening like that. I think something's happening in Cochrane, not quite the same level, right? So with that all happening in the area, what I'm really wondering, is there any possibility to start that conversation? Not saying it's the best idea or something we should pursue, but it seems to me that now might be the time to start asking the question, especially if costs are going up.
Absolutely. Thank you, through the chair. So what some of these other municipalities are doing is starting to secure diversion licenses. That is something that we are certainly on the watch for. With the purchase of the golf course, we do now actually have a small diversion license from the WID. That is similar to what Okotoks and Cochrane are doing. It's a mitigation measure if at some point in the future, 10, 20, 30, 40 years from now, the City of Calgary starts putting restrictions on growth in the communities because of water restrictions. That's essentially what they're doing, is they're starting to mitigate that risk by securing diversion licenses. I know Cochrane is specifically doing that. That is something that we're certainly watching for. That being said, the diversion licenses would essentially have to be on the Bow upstream of the City of Calgary. There's not a tremendous amount of length of river upstream of the city of Calgary. It's also in a closed basin, so you cannot secure new licenses. All you can do is secure licenses from other licensees that are willing to essentially sell their license to you. With that, that sale has to be approved by the province, and they hold the right to hold back 10% of that volume for in-stream flow. Okay. Another important date to note, so the day-to-day operations of the water and sewer distribution is through a operation and maintenance agreement with EPCOR. Now, there's a very important date coming up in 26. So in October of 2026, there is an auto extension clause. The contract itself ends in October of 27. However, we have the opportunity to provide notice to EPCOR if council chooses to provide services in an alternative fashion. If we do not provide that notice, it auto extends for another decade. So we would be within that contract for an additional decade after that. So we will be coming back to council with sufficient time if council chooses to explore other service methods rather than extending the EPCOR contract. We'll be coming forward likely in the spring with an analysis of the options for council so that council can provide us direction moving forward. So this is the water utility budget. So again, this is the utility company. User fees and charges are essentially the water rates charged on our customers' rate utility bill. And again, this is reflective of the recommended rate increases to fund the capital asset management projects, plus growth in new services. The bulk water supply is the master service agreement with the City of Calgary. So that's the supply of the potable water to our distribution system. One will note that there is a decrease between 25 and 26. That delta is actually, it's called a true up. So in 2025, we budgeted additional funds. All the regional customers are responsible to pay a proportional cost of all the emergency work that happened in the City of Calgary in 24. That is something that we are still, the regional customers are all negotiating with the City of Calgary as to what the proportional cost of that may be. Hence why there's a bit of a bump in 25 versus 24. That invoice will still be coming in this fiscal year. Contracted repairs and maintenance, that is essentially the EPCOR agreement plus the associated transition agreement with the City of Chestermere. So the increase is reflective of the recommended CPI adjustments in both the EPCOR contract as well as the transition agreement with the City of Chestermere. Other contracted services is a catch-all for insurance, for utilities costs, that sort of thing. So there is a bit of an increase. I previously mentioned in a question from Councillor Sambo about some additional costs that were transferred from CGI over into the utilities for things like some minor specialized engineering services. And then there is a utility rate review, a one-time cost of a utility rate review to ensure that we are charging utilities as per industry best practice and developing rates as per industry best practice. And then there's also some additional contracting funds to do an options analysis to come back to council regarding the potential extension of the EPCOR contract or other potential service options for council to review. The rate-funded capital expenses are the asset management capital that I previously went through for 2026 versus 2025. Again, from the 2018 motion, the numbered company cannot take on any further debt, so the only way to fund asset management, so that's the life cycle replacement and repairs of the existing infrastructure, is directly through rates. And then the amortization for the non-contributed assets. So one can see The water utility is not at a full cost recovery, but it's approaching a full cost recovery. And that's just some of the comments. Sewer utility, similar to the water utility, there is not an associated.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. So if I'm reading between the lines there, this is projecting then a further increase on this rate in coming years for the water utility budget, because each one needs to have full cost recovery, each utility.
So thank you through the chair. Best management practice is each one would have full cost recovery. Council can choose not to do that. The numbered company has achieved full cost recovery. Each utility, it really is up to council. That being said, we are not receiving full cost recovery. We are doing that because there are still some flex in terms of volumes, so the consumptive volumes, which may tighten that up by the end of the year. There's also some one-time capital costs that are just a 2025 item. So the utility rate review and some specialized consulting, that would not be in 26. So then that would bring it back up closer to a zero balance, because that is only a 25. So the recommendation is not to go up and then go back down. It's to try to maintain somewhat stable rates. So it's a 25 of a slight unfavorable variance, recognizing that there's some one-time costs that will not be there in 26. So instead of being minus, my apologies here, minus 374, that'll be closer to zero once those one-time costs in 2025 are not reflected in the 26 budget.
So not necessarily an additional request for an additional rate increase in 2027. Not necessarily.
Mr. Edney?
Sorry, just for clarity, you meant 27 and 26 when you were saying 26 and 25, correct? There's some one-time costs coming in 26.
Correct.
That
Sorry,
won't
yes.
be in 27. That should allow that negative number to get closer to zero without an increase.
That's correct. My apologies. Yeah, it's getting a little late. Yeah, so it'll balance off some of those one-time costs, so we will be approaching zero without having to do a rate increase for 26 and then a rate decrease for 27. So sewer utility, very similar to the water utility, the master service agreement with the upgraded rate terms starting in 2027. As I mentioned, it's the same study. It's happening. The day-to-day maintenance is through EPCOR currently, with the auto extension for 10 years in October 26. So if we choose not to issue EPCOR notice by October 15th of 2026, the contract auto renews for an additional 10 years. So as I mentioned, we will be coming back to council in the spring with recommendations and options, so the council can review and provide direction well in advance of that auto renewal date, should they choose to go another way. There we go. So sewer utility budget, the user fees and charges, again, similar to water, it's the utility charge on all of our bills plus a growth. So it's the recommended rate increase plus growth from new services between 25 and 26. The bulk sewage disposal, that's the master service agreement, so between City and Calgary. So that's sending the wastewater to the City of Calgary wastewater treatment plant for treatment and then discharge back into the Bow River. Contracted services and maintenance, relatively the same. The contracted services and maintenance are the EPCOR, a combination of the EPCOR agreement and the transition agreement between the city and the utility company. The other contracted services, again, are things like utilities, insurance, other overhead costs like, software, that sort of thing. The increase is reflective of those one-time costs that were transferred from CGI over to the utility for things like the rate review and the options analysis for the water and sewer maintenance agreements. So that is the number that will decrease in both the water and the sewer. Similar story on the sewer utility. It is running at a slight negative variance. but those costs will come closer to zero and come into a positive after the 26 fiscal year, once we take out those one-time costs for the 27 budget. Sorry, did I get the years right this time? I believe I did. Yeah. The rate-funded capital expenses, again, are the capital asset management. As previously mentioned for the water, it's the funding for the asset management capital for the sewer utility, and then finally the amortization and interest. 998 versus 939. I believe that's 990. Yep, 998 versus 939. Moderate increase. That just has to do with a few additional assets coming online. There we go. So generally, a net revenue increase is recommended to support stable funding of the life cycle capital and approaching full cost recovery, but not quite getting there, to recognize these one-time costs and other contracted services for the upcoming 2026 budget year. Moving on to solid waste. Now, solid waste does have a city department, the Environment Department. So there will be a utility company solid waste budget and a city solid waste budget. So the solid waste, generally the utility company is providing curbside pickup. So we only provide services to the residential rate class. We do not provide services to the commercial rate class here in the city of Chestermere. So it's providing curbside pickup of municipal solid waste, recycling, so the blue cart, and organics collection. So that would be the green cart plus the lake weeds. It also operates the Eco Center on behalf of the city, which is the drop-off center for additional divertibles for the region if things can't fit in their carts. So this is the utility company budget. I do have solid waste and Eco Center jammed into one slide here. So the solid waste user fees and charges, that is reflective of again, the utility bill. It does go up, even though we are recommending a rate revenue decrease. That is reflective of the additional services. So we're having service growth. At the same time, we are recommending a decrease in the per service unit rate for both solid waste and the Eco Center as well. The landfill fees, we send our municipal solid waste, so our gray cart or black cart, to the regional landfill in the city of Calgary. So that's essentially the tipping fees, a modest increase based on projected tonnage growth. Same thing for the compost fees. The green cart is actually sent to a contract operator in Strathmore for processing for composting. So we pay tipping fees with that contract operator to dispose of our green waste. The contracted repairs and maintenance are reflective of the transition agreements between the city and Chestermere, and then it also includes just some basic insurance, utilities, that type of thing as well. The rate-funded capital expense is the carts that I had previously mentioned. The $180,000 capital expense is funded through a service fee, so it's not reflected in any rate recommendations for solid waste or the Eco Center. The EPR rebate for 2026 is reflected there, so that has been mentioned before. The city essentially has a contract with Circular Materials, who is the approved vendor for the provincial EPR program. So we essentially, the curbside recycling pickup is fully funded, and we receive rebates from the EPR program to help offset our costs. In addition to that, that $600,000 also includes a partial rebate for operating the Eco Center. The rebate coming to the Eco Center does not fully fund the operation of the Eco Center. It is just a partial cost rebate.
Sorry, Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Question through you. Did we receive some marketing and education funding through the EPR program?
Through the chair, yes, we absolutely do. So we receive approximately $1.10 per residential unit for educational materials. So I will be working with the communications department to ramp up our presence on social media and on our website as well. It adds up. It's not a huge number. It adds up to about $15,000 a year.
That's right. I was just curious how we were using that to educate the public. Thank you.
So just a general summation. So the net revenue is coming primarily from community growth, the change, the increase in net revenue, also reflective of the recommended rate decreases. The recycling collection savings from the EPR program. One should note that we currently have a contract for the residential curbside collection until October, the end of September of 2028. After that point, we will have to bid in on that work and compete with whomever happens to want to take that work. So it'll be a standard competitive bid process where the city can choose, council can choose to compete for that work with other, I'll say GFL, Waste Management, whomever happens to have interest in that work as well. So our current contract still has, a couple of years left, 3 years left. There we go. So this is the solid waste budget on the city side. So the city staff providing services on behalf of the member company. User fees and charges are reflective of the actual transition agreements. There is a slight decrease in revenue between 25 and 26. That decrease in both, it'll be seen in both environment and in the eco center. In 25, a portion of the EPR rebate for a portion of the year, because it was not all of 2025, it came in the spring of 25, was added directly into these budgets on the city side. For 2026, that rebate is reflected on the numbered company side. Hence why there is a slight decrease in revenue. So it's a combination of changes to the recommended rates plus the EPR rebates being reflected in the utility budget rather than the city budget. Personnel expenses, there is a moderate decrease. That is the staff savings, or the staff sharing between environmental services and storm that I had previously mentioned. So that's some additional costs in the storm is being offset by cost savings in the environment budget. And that generally is for that leader position to help coordinate activities. Business and training, that again is basic training. It's being held stable. That's safety training and SWANA training for staff, which is the Solid Waste Professional Association. Rentals and leases are the rental garbage trucks. So this is a mitigation measure. The capital project did request 2 additional replacements. The rentals and leases are reflective of a I'll call it a safety net, because we are experiencing high frequency of breakdown maintenance. So this allows us resource to be able to rent an additional vehicle to maintain services because we have had vehicles break down. Contracted and general services, again, this is more for mechanical maintenance. So this is HVAC maintenance, this is utilities, this is plumbing maintenance, overhead door maintenance, that type of thing, as well as specialized maintenance on our garbage trucks that cannot be performed by fleet services because it's a specialized piece of equipment that has to go back to the original vendor in Calgary to maintain. Supplies and materials, a slight decrease. That is generally consumables like tools, PPE, chemicals, that type of thing, so a slight decrease. And then the debt repayment going from $37,000 to 0. That's reflective of a vehicle that was originally owned by CUI that had the city department has been making payments on that vehicle, and that concludes at the end of 2025. So that's essentially what that 37 is. That's a car payment on a vehicle for the, when I say vehicle, a roll-off truck, so a large vehicle in the Eco Center has now been fully paid between CUI and the city. Moving on to the Eco Center, similar, a slight decrease in the Eco Center revenues reflective of the partial EPR rebate being moved to the numbered company, as well as recommended adjustments to the Eco Center fee on everyone's utility bill. Personnel expenses is generally remaining the same. That's just reflective of union contract agreements and adjustment of hours. Contracted and general services is just a slight increase. The increase is we have currently 9 large bins at the Eco Center that are in quite bad shape, very rusted. Just additional funding so we can do repairs on those bins. Many of them are rusted through. Many of them look quite shabby. So it's painting and repair of these 9 white bins that are in quite bad shape, and they're approaching 15 plus years old. So in general, environmental services for the city. So a general decrease due to budget correction to align with the current agreement, as well as the EPR rebate going to the numbered company versus the city in the 25 versus 26 budget year. And generally expenses reduced through cost sharing between the storm utility and the solid waste utility, which is offsetting some of the increases in fleet lease costs, and contracted services are relatively stable comparatively. So that is the final slide in the utilities. Perhaps just a summation. The utilities is, we do recognize that we are recommending rate increases. And some of these rate increases are not inconsequential. It's not something that we take lightly. Again, these rate increases are made up of 2 things. One, the asset management. So it's based on the 2018 council resolution that the utility cannot take on any debt, any further debt. Therefore, any asset management or any new capital has to be funded through rates. So the majority of the rate increase request is to fund that capital. The second item is the transition agreements. So approximately $400,000 of additional, I'll say, expense on the utility side, which is encompassed in those rate increases, is going to compensate the city budget for these transition agreements. They have not been adjusted since 2022. It is equivalent to the CPI adjustment from 22 to current for the province of Alberta. We will be, as has been mentioned before, we will be embarking on, between utilities and finance, a detailed review of the transition agreements to ensure there is a full cost recovery from the city to the utility to make sure that the utility is fully paying for all the services it receives from the city. In the interim, the 15.6% recommended is meant to be a place card holder while we do that prior to final budget. So we will be coming back to council, who is also the board, to approve any amendments to the transition agreements, including the new cost structures.
Great, thank you. Dangerous question. So you've, when you talk about the rate increases, and there's a percentage point in there. So if somebody on this side of the desk goes away and starts to play with that percentage increase and says, oh, instead of this percentage, let's go lower to this percentage, how much is that going to drive administration crazy in terms of, like, what's the play within those percentages that could be explored?
So we can certainly go back if council deems those recommended rate increases to be too high, or deems some of the capital projects aren't necessarily required in 26 and can be pushed off. We can certainly go back and redo some of those numbers. Absolutely. In terms of play in those, I wouldn't necessarily say that there's play. However, as I mentioned from my question from Councillor Sandbo, each individual utility doesn't necessarily have to have full cost recovery. It's a best management practice. The council can choose to not necessarily do that. The utility as a whole has full cost recovery based on the recommended rates, with that bit of play, that $600,000, to accommodate for consumptive changes all that can be altered.
So the conversation then becomes, if there's a suggested percentage change, the consequence is ... And likewise, if a capital project is not deemed by council to be necessarily necessary in 2026, then the consequence of that could be a percentage rate change.
Thank you, Mary. Absolutely.
Okay.
It also is reflective of that 2018 resolution that
Right.
the utility company cannot take any further debt.
Right.
Right. So those are the three variables. The utility company cannot incur new debt. The utility company is trying to fully fund its asset management and then the transition agreements. So any one of those three variables could be altered in any combination, which may have an impact on the rates.
And do you have, when the rate change was, the last rate change prior to 2022?
I'm sorry, I don't have the exact year. It's my understanding that it would have been in that 2018 or earlier timeframe. I believe around 2018 there was actually rate reductions. The 2022 there was a rate increase in water and sewer and a decrease in storm. But I can certainly bring that information back to you, so I'm giving you informed information.
Yeah, I think that would be great for our next one. Thank you. Mr. Eddy and then Councillor Sambo.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Just a couple comments on that too. So as you make changes to those rates, that'll have an impact on the municipal side, because of course our costs have gone up. So if we're not charging the utility for those transition agreements, that's being borne somewhere in the municipal side, which, as Mr. Mudge talked about, is right within council's purview to do. But just be aware, that's somewhere we have to find money in the municipal budget. The other option that Grayson sort of hit on but didn't elaborate on is you could elect to not fund that $4 million to utility rates and remove the motion and take out debt to do that. The problem you're going to run into is that $4 million is essentially something we need to do every year. So now you just start adding debt on. You'll have to put in some sort of debt repayment into those rates, but it could be a smaller amount, but you're going to continue to grow debt on the utility side for that. As we discussed a little bit in the capital side, the utility is going to need to take on more debt to complete the offsite levy projects that are coming up in the future too. So that's just something to be aware of. It is another model we can explore. It just has different implications for what happens.
Thank you. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Some comments on that. I'm sure we'll have more opportunity for debate on Tuesday or at another time. But through this presentation, I've been looking for a way to have an opinion that leads me to not want to raise rates. I've been looking really hard for that. But something I've noticed in this, the capital projects are funded by OSL except for the ones that are imminent. Right. So this cost or this increase, this is just to cover the things that if it's not replaced and repaired, that we're going to be dealing with breaks and larger issues and crises. Right.
Absolutely. That's 100% correct.
That
so the offsite levy funded are for growth.
Mm-hmm.
The rate funded are for maintenance, asset management, the maintenance, the life cycle replacement. So you are 100% correct that it essentially would be a long-term sustainability concern if we do not fund any asset management, because through time you will have an increasing frequency of breakdowns that we don't necessarily have funding to repair.
Breakdowns, and I use the word crisis because that really, restrictions and all the other kind of stuff. So anyways, that's kind of where I've settled. And I suppose now the question to me is, should the cost of this be borne by all residents, or should it be borne through taxes to homeowners? That's the question, because either way it really needs to be paid for. We need to maintain things.
Mr. Eddy.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. My suggestion is you make the users pay for it. That's what makes the most sense. Not everything is consumptive, but there are consumptive choices that a person can make when it comes to watering their lawn or washing their cars or all those type of things. So I think my suggestion is the people that make those choices to have more consumption then rightfully pay a little bit more. And it doesn't necessarily get spread across all homeowners who may not be making the same decisions. So, and I do think, I know there's going to be a hard push in the community not to raise anything, but I go back to my first 3 slides. At some point, we've got to start doing something somewhere. And this is an easier one, I think, than when you look at the tax side of things to start addressing.
Great, thank you.
But that's my political opinion that I'm not supposed to have. Administratively, we need to do something somewhere, and my recommendation at CIO is this is a starting point.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Okay, so I think we've come to the end for today. And I would encourage public to please watch. There might be some announcements here about some meeting changes for next week. And so there will be some announcements coming up for the city as soon as tomorrow with some upcoming meetings as we finalize budget. So with that, I will call for a motion to adjourn the meeting, Councilor Randall.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council adjourn the special meeting of council at 6:24 p.m.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Councilor Grant, do you vote in favor?
I am in favor.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Are you good for Monday?